This time we'll call the planning session to order, and I'll ask that you stand with us, and I will ask Commissioner Rebholz if you will have our prayer this morning, and I'll lead in the pledge.
Dear Lord, thank you to allow us to gather together this morning to begin the processes of the county budget. Give us the wisdom and the insight to know the right things to do, to proceed in a way that glorifies you, in a way that you would have us move. Give us civility, give us kindness, and temper our remarks in a way that glorifies you. We ask all this in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Brian had a call this morning from Commissioner Langley, and he's a little bit under the weather and decided he better not attend. I'll ask that if you have your cell phones with you, if you'll put that in the mute mode, I would appreciate that. At this time, we will have opening comments by any of our commissioners as it relates to the process that we're beginning today and tomorrow. So I will open that up at this time for any comments.
I just hope that Brian were able to stay on time, because it seems like to me some of the important things are at the end of the day on both days, so I'd not want to shorten any of those. Okay.
Thank you. We've asked our folks to try to stay within their time limits, to be respectful of other folks' slots. But there is a lot of information, obviously, that we're trying to put in front of you. So we'll try to keep it on track.
Commissioner Richardson.
This is being filmed, right? Okay.
It's also being live streamed.
Okay. Great. One of the things that I hope that will come out of this, we're beginning the budget process. I want to see some changes in the way the budget's presented. Actually, I want to go back to some old ways that we did some things. But I want to see a 10% tax reduction as a result of this budget. And while there may be some people who think they need to go jump out of a window, when you start talking like that, we've got $35 million of the taxpayers' money piled up, that's round numbers, piled up that's sitting there doing nothing. And we as commissioners and our fiduciary responsibility need to return that money to the taxpayers. And we don't need to come up with a project to spend it on. We need to return the overtaxation that we have done to the taxpayers. As far as the format of going forward, just a general thing that pertains, I guess, to this. I want to go back to a listing of the new vehicles that are being purchased by the county in the coming year as a part of the budget, presented separately, and I also want travel presented separately. We did that, you say the old ways, we did that 10 years ago. Modernists have wanted to hide this in the budget so that the commissioners literally don't know what's going on, and I want to get that back out so the commissioners and the public can see what's going on.
Other comments?
Whoever shouted.
I got it. A lot of you fellows like to think we're immune from what happens at state and federal level. If ever there was a time that we have been forever changed by what's happened at the state and federal level, decisions made over the last 2 years, rightly, wrongly, we are affected. What will be happening now, going forward, is, in my opinion, will be a reckoning of America, a reckoning of this republic, and there's a very good chance we're going to be in a recession within a year, a very deep recession. So the best thing we can do now is get our hearts and minds and try right, and try to express that to our government, our local government, and do what it takes to lessen the impact upon our citizens, who we represent. We're not here to represent the employees. We're here to represent the people, our constituents. So this is the time it starts. This is the time we need to get our hearts and minds right, because there's going to come a time when the folks that are out there working and slaving, not getting public money, by the way, and they're doing everything they can to make ends meet, when there's not food on the shelves, when products are going up because of really bad decisions that have been made in the last year. These people are going to be looking to you for relief, and they're going to be looking to you to see what you've done in the past and what you're going to do now and what you're going to do going forward. And that's my opinion, and that's going to color everything I think, say, and do for the next 2 days.
Commissioner Walker?
I'm good.
You're good? Commissioner Booth?
I heard enough.
One of the things as it relates to the time element, what we'll do is we'll stick to the format, and if somebody's supposed to be over with 11:15, we'll cut it off at 11:15 so we don't interrupt our long day. As it relates to what to expect, I agree that this year is a little bit uncertain as it relates to inflation and as it relates to interest rates. So I think that as we approach the budget process, we have to consider what the effects will be at our local level. As it relates to the fund balance, we'll have a good discussion on that, I believe, this afternoon. So if Brian, Anita, David, any of the staff have anything you'd like to say?
I guess just to reiterate that this is a listening session for us that helps us craft the budget that we bring forward to the board every year. So what we're interested in understanding from the board is what direction you want to go in. Are there things that you want changed? Are there new things you want to look at? That's how we bring back a budget to you through our recommended budget. Obviously, we try to do that and craft the manager's recommended budget based on this planning session. But then obviously it comes to you for your work as you go through the budget sessions, the actual workshops to delve into that budget, make changes as you want to. But this gives us a good start in understanding where we can craft that budget to try to be close to where you are so that we're able to move forward. I would agree there are going to be some challenges. There are some, you've heard the Fed say that they're going to look at 0.25% bumps to try to put the brakes on the economy a little bit, slow some inflation down. So we'll be watching that very closely. So again, I don't know that we've ever put together a budget here that wasn't a tough budget. May have had some in the past, but I think every year that Anita and I have put a budget together, it's been a tough budget. And we struggled to make sure that we were covering what the board wanted to cover and do that within the resources that we were provided. So I don't anticipate this is going to be any different. I don't see any easy budgets. So, but we do want to hear from the board, and we want to know where you want to go. So thank you.
Any other staff? Well, we're running already a little ahead of schedule, and I see our featured speaker has arrived. So we'll give you a few minutes to get ready. But Dr. Luke, we're delighted to have you with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that very much. I think I can Katie my presentation. If y'all want to, if you're ready, go ahead.
Just to break the ice, I'm assuming it was not snowing when you came in.
No, not yet, thankfully. Snow is a four-letter word, so that we do not like in higher education. Yeah, I didn't get that part. So thank you very much for enabling me to come and talk with you this morning. I'm not sure, yeah, there it is. And I can just go forward like so, yes. The college, of course, is very appreciative of the work that the commissioners do on behalf of people of Beaufort County. We're very fortunate to have a very healthy budget from the county, and that means a lot to us. It means a lot to our students. We have great facilities. We take care of them the best we can, and we're very appreciative of the work that you do on our behalf. If you look at the entirety of the budget from what we're presenting to you early on in this new calendar year, it's an 8.7% decline. Partially that's a bit of a shadow because last year you gave us $450,000 in capital to help with the new boat building facility. So that number is likely going to change in one fashion or another. We are still waiting on the state to make a determination about the SCIF funding, the State Construction Investment Fund. And I'll go over why we're waiting for that in just a minute. But as you can see, we're requesting a decrease as of right now of about $300,000, primarily based on that $450,000 that we received last year. We are asking for an increase, however, in the expense budget, and that's because of the salary increases from the state. We try to do the same as the state does for our county employees, and that's a 2.5% raise this year and next year. But they've also, the state mandated, the General Assembly mandated that we pay people retroactively at least $13 per hour back to July 1st of 2021. And then moving forward from July 1st, 22, we have to pay them a minimum of $15 an hour. There are some county employees that are affected by this, and so that's the reason you see a change in the salaries and benefits of 7.3% from the county. So we are required to do this by an act of the General Assembly, the Budget Act. We're also have a slight increase due to our Alertus software application, which is for emergency notifications across campus. Not only loudspeakers, but text messages, email, and other flashing signs across campus. And then, as with everything, material costs are going up. The capital expense is down significantly, again, owing to what we're looking at with the boat building project. That is subject to change. Minor maintenance is $184,000, and right now we're not requesting any major capital for the upcoming year. I hope we don't have to. Minor maintenance includes HVAC as usual, which is a constant worry on campus, and then modifying some classrooms as well for computer labs, and also for our new centralized advising center that we'll be putting in place by fall of 22. The usual, and then our vehicles are worn slam out, as my mother-in-law says, and so that, especially the ones used by maintenance, and so we will be replacing those with your help as well. Now to talk about that shadow that I talked about in the budget, the capital budget. As with everything, because of the supply chain situation, because of the shortage of materials, because of the cost of metal and wood, our architect is telling us that we need to expect about a $650,000 increase in the cost. It's about 15% in the cost of the boat building facility. We're at pretty much the smallest footprint we can run for a facility of this type. I have bays. I think I may have you can barely see it on here, but it's right above the black structure there that you see, that black driveway spout space is the new building adjacent to building 7 and also to building 4 on campus. That's the welding building, and the large metal structure that's on air conditioned behind it that was used for heavy equipment. It's now used for truck driving primarily. So we're at pretty much the smallest footprint we can put in place for this, to have 2 bays and a track crane inside for boat building. And the facility is focused solely on boat building. We see that as being an extremely important program for us as time moves forward in this county. And so we're going to obligate as necessary to that end. So my point being that we may have to figure out with you how we have to proceed if we do not get the ability to use the state funding, the SCIF funding. We received $4 million to use over 10 years. We would prefer to be able to use that money to complete this project and not ask the county for anything. If the state puts in place, or the State Board for Community Colleges does not enable us to use that money, then we're going to have to come back here and try to find a way to do so, either perhaps through a USDA loan or some other manner. We have, of course, there's some precedent for that with the nursing building that we have in place now, which was funded by a USDA loan by the county commission. So that's still outstanding, and that's why I can't give you a concrete picture, literally, of what our budget will look like, our request will look like for the upcoming year. Let me broach another subject with you. I'll poke the bear, as it were. And that is, I wanted to, yes, sir.
Before you go to the next,
Yes, sir.
when will you know whether you can use the STIF funding?
Probably soon. We anticipate, hopefully.
The board is supposed to meet, community college board in February to discuss it, but how they're going to allocate those funds and when, we just, it will definitely be after February, early March before we know when we go on that.
Yeah.
And if your board vote against using those STIF funds for this project, and you had to go out and find monies like USDA loans or something like that, how far would that delay your project? I know you can't just pinpoint it.
Probably, I mean, as long as we can conclude how we're going to fund it this spring, I think we're in good shape with respect to the timeline. We're anticipating now having to ask the Committee of 100 to be able to stay on an extra semester, spring of 23, to enable us to finish this building. It's not a large building, it's about 5,200 square feet, but it does have some unique features to it, a high ceiling and the crane and so forth. But we don't think that if we can reach some satisfactory means by which we can fund this building, and I'm very hopeful. The SCIF enables us to use it for existing construction or renovation, so if they give us money, we're going to use it for that purpose. That's what it'll be used for. We don't want to ask the county for it if we can use the state money. So hopefully by early March, Ed. Yes, sir. I wanted to let you know just a quick update on the fact that our enrollments are up so significantly, but how they in particular affect Beaufort County alone. And you'll see that our enrollments are up to 579 unduplicated headcount alone from just Beaufort County, up from 475 last year and 525 the year before. Our FTEs are up significantly. The number of credits is down a little bit, but in the same neighborhood, the average number of credits our students take. The last two rows, however, are important because the percentage of students on Pell, those are our poorest students, has gone up pretty significantly. That means we're reaching into a population that we have not met in the past, at least not in several years. It also means the other encouraging piece of data is that the number of students enrolled in career and technical programs is up, which means it probably dovetails with that number of extra Pell students who are coming in to go into pre-nursing, cosmetology, welding, mechanical engineering technology, and others, agribusiness. And so those are the programs that we want to fill, that where we can go out and provide the workforce needed by the employers here in Beaufort County. And so I just wanted to give you that piece of data to show you what a difference this scholarship program has made just in the county over the last year, in one semester, really. And with that, what I'm going to broach today is not a formal request, but an idea, and that is that we make this permanent, that the county commission help us in that regard for students who take at least 9 credits, which means that they are on the way to being a full-time student, but they're on the way also probably to work every day. If they're taking 9 credits with us, that we will cover their tuition and fees, not the total cost of attendance. They still have to have a lot of skin in the game. The cost for a full-time student at the college is about $1,000 a year for tuition and fees. The cost of attendance is about $14,000. All right, that's health care, child care, all of the other things that the federal government takes into account for cost of attendance. If we were to raise the property tax a half penny on the 1,000, we could generate enough money to cover this in perpetuity. And that would cover short-term workforce courses like truck driving. If we ever get our barber program off the ground, it would cover that. HVAC, forklift, in addition to those students who might be transferring if they take 9 credits or more. And the foundation at the college can handle the rest of the other counties. This would just be for Beaufort County residents. And truthfully, I mean, I think this is a gift, an investment to Beaufort County. And I just want to say a few other things about why I'm making this pitch. And I'm not doing it for myself. I am going nowhere. I have no plans to leave this place. My wife is from Eastern North Carolina. I'm not trying to pad my resume by doing this. I'm not going anywhere unless the Board of Trustees decides they want to get rid of me. So this makes going to college more feasible for everybody in this county moving forward, especially the people who are on the lower rungs of the socioeconomic ladder, those who are in Pell. We need people in the skilled workforce to be able to take these jobs, especially in boat building. Here's one of our apprentices at PAS, for example, and we have active apprenticeship programs with a number of different companies here, PAS, Camphil, River City Construction. We need to be able to thrive in a changing economy that is no longer agriculture-based, although we do still have an agribusiness program that is active and tries to fill the niches outside the farm primarily, but the companies that surround agriculture. So manufacturing, but healthcare is one of our students, Cameron Whitehead from Bath, and so who graduated a few years ago, and stop them from leaving Beaufort County. Young people are the ones, and we know that the population went down. Maybe it's a blip in terms of the census. All I see is old people because, sorry, John, I live in Cypress Landing. Everybody is like me or older. We need to stop this out-migration of young people going to Greenville, going to Raleigh-Durham, and I think this will help us do that. We have to show the world that we're a destination that is thinking about the future workforce. And we think that this does this because it says, we will pay for your tuition and fees if you are committed to getting a degree and going out and getting your job here and staying in the region. We can't make them stay, but by the same token, they're much more likely to stay if they don't have to pay for tuition and fees. And their parents are much more likely to want to do that as well.
Now, this
Yes, sir.
benefit would apply only to residents of Beaufort.
That is correct. Just residents of Beaufort
We're not
County.
going to pay for somebody who wants to come over from Pitt County.
No, we are not. And a big part of our increase this year, honestly, was from Pitt County. There's no doubt about it. That will probably drop off some. But this is just for residents of Beaufort County that we're talking about. And the foundation at the college will handle the other people.
Are you aware of any other counties that do this?
Yes, there are several in the state that do it. Polk County does it, I believe, as well as the other one served by isothermal. Dare County does it. There are a number of other counties in the state that are doing it. I can bring you a list that are paying for students just from their county. I think Currituck does it as well. So we're trying to improve the quality of life across the county in perpetuity. Why? What is my philosophical underpinning for this? My desire is to try to do what I can through higher education, through post-secondary education, to try to save rural America, to save the rural South, to keep the jobs here, to keep us from drying up and blowing away like some of our sister counties are in my service region. I look at Washington County, I look at Hyde Terrell, the populations are dropping off, the businesses leave. We do what we can, but we don't want that happening here, and I think this is one way of stopping the loss. We're in an area where what I call, or what a philosopher from North Carolina has called, the social bond individualism is real. It's liberty with responsibility to your neighbors. That's why I don't blow the horn when I'm in traffic, because it'll probably be one of you. That's just a good example of what that means. You can't go too slow around here. That's not possible. We're trying to make people in small communities. It's that Jeffersonian model that's been out there for hundreds of years. We're still a remnant of that. We can still hold on to that in this area. Small community where people make a difference and they stay and they know each other and they care about each other. And we work together to try to do that. We retain our traditions, and we have also the spiritual strength, I think, in this region that I don't see when I go to Charlotte or Raleigh-Durham. And those are the positive things about rural America and the rural South, and those are the things that we need to try to retain. That's the pitch I'm trying to make here. Is it's good for the workforce, it's good for the people who live here, it's good for our culture into the future. So with that, I'll be glad to take any other questions or comments.
Commissioner Redbold.
Let me just add a couple of facts, because I just went through this the other night. But only 54% of our high school graduates go on to a secondary education.
Post-secondary.
Post-secondary.
Yeah.
That ranks 23rd lowest in the state. Which means we've got a great opportunity to bolster that, especially at the technical edge programs.
Right.
Which is where the jobs are in this county. They're
The jobs
there
are here.
already. So
Yeah.
I think we really need to take some strong look at that. Another question, separate from on the boat building. Do you find transportation to be a problem going to boat building at the Committee of 100 building?
It may be for some people. The program has not grown as much early on as we hoped it would, and I think that its location probably has something to do with that. I don't know that for sure. I don't have facts to that end.
What % of the time do you use that building? I mean, you're physically in there teaching.
We're in there every day. I mean, Martin can attest to that.
No, but I mean, is there,
Yeah,
you physically got classes going on?
4 hours a day.
Yeah,
But they've only started one program at this point, so there's another program.
that will kick in, in the
Okay.
in the fall. So right now, once we, get the full fabrication process moving in there, then that cohort will move into that processing, and the second cohort will start in the fall.
Okay. The reason I'm asking these two questions is, as we know, the Beaufort County schools have got I don't know what it is, $3 million to build a new building, which they haven't even done yet, started. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to share.
That would prove difficult because, Commissioner, what we do is at a higher level of boat building. Our primary focus is on fabrication and fiberglass development of boats as opposed to woodworking. We do wooden hull construction. That's the first part because it all transfers into fabrication. It would be difficult for us to share a facility unless we somehow divided that facility up in a way that would enable us to have separate components because of the fact that there are dangerous chemicals involved. We don't want minors involved necessarily with some of that work. And so it would be a difficult thing to do, but not impossible.
Okay.
I guess to follow up on John's last question, your program complements what the schools will be doing
Yes,
in
sir.
their program. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? You're
It
not
is a-
both trying to do the same thing?
No, sir, it's an articulation agreement that we have with Beaufort County Schools. They will send us graduates from their program, and we think that that's going to be the pipeline. We want them to start at the Washington County High School spot, if that's where it ends up being, and move over to us immediately upon graduation, or they can, when they're seniors, they can certainly take dual enrollment courses with us as well. But that's why we want to get our facility onto campus as soon as we can.
Okay. Changing gears, my next question is the expansion of the campus to Aurora. None of that's in your budget for this year.
That's correct, because we just received the first installment of the $2.5 million. I'm correct with that, the drawdown from the state. It's a 2-year commitment of 1.25 each, I believe, Mark, am I correct? Yes. And so we just got the ability to draw down to 1.25. We don't anticipate asking for any money from the county, except the possibility of some ongoing maintenance and facilities upkeep, HVAC, and utilities, but I think that facility can be self-sustaining. I think because mostly we will be using it for customized training, which we get money from the state to support. And in terms of FTEs, we will have significant number of students taking coursework there from the contractors and from Nutrien, and that should be able to sustain, I think, a part-time position there, as well as the upkeep and the oversight of the building. I think that we, of course, are committed down there to using that as a means of moving into an impoverished area of the county to provide right there, real time, adult basic education, English as a second language, and GED training in particular, so that people can move beyond where they are into the possibility of moving into a job. We're also going to try to, we will be adding our Advanced Manufacturing Institute down there, which gets people job ready, or at least employment ready for their first job in a company, a plant oriented environment.
So Nutrien and the contractors have made a sufficient commitment to this.
They're giving us, Nutrien has given us $100,000 for equipment, which will cover what we need. We don't need, we won't have to ask this body for, famous last words, we won't have to ask this body for equipment for that purpose.
But
We should have enough money from Nutrien's gift in addition to what we might be able to get from the Cannon Foundation in future years.
you would, when you say 1/2 FTE, that you would be transferring people for specialized training from here down to there. They would go down and teach courses.
Yes, some of our instructors, instead of coming to the main campus, because most of what we do is contract with people from outside the college to teach this specialized training for Nutrien, for the ABE, Adult Basic Education, GED training, and ESL, for example, English as a second language, we would hire from the same pool that we always hire from. They would be going to Aurora. So there won't be full-time people allocated down there, with rare exception.
How many students do you may not know, but that's fine. How many students are we doing English as a second language for right now?
Off the top of my head, I would say we do probably around 20 to 25 students a semester at the college for English as a second language.
You did no screening as to whether they're a citizen or not.
No, we don't get into that. We do not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions? Commissioner Dethridge?
Yeah. And talking about the complete free college for community college for Beaufort County citizens, would that apply to people who are here illegally, or would that not apply?
We do not ask about their citizenship, and we don't plan on asking about their citizenship. So that's a stipulation that, of course, this body can make if it wishes when it allocates the money. But we don't currently ask, and we think that it's to the benefit of the county in the long run to be able to provide the tuition and fees for the students who come to us and want to be part of the economy here and stay.
Considering that, I can't cite the exact case, but years and years ago, and this probably needs to be revisited at some point by the Supreme Court, but it was ruled that for public education, you have to educate people no matter whether they're a citizen of your nation or not. Does that extend to the community college or not?
It does not to the same extent as it does to the public schools, but we are by definition, and we are accredited based on our role as an open enrollment institution, where y'all come, okay? anybody who walks in the door, if they're otherwise qualified, which means they're mentally competent enough to take a course, and not every course is for every person. You're not going to go take calculus if you're me. Then we have to admit you. That is part of our accreditation process.
But there is that opportunity that the county could put attachments on that if we wish to.
It would be up to this body to make that
And
determination.
you've not been told or trained at higher levels that there would be a possible court case brewing, that they were treated differently because they're here in this nation and they cannot prove that they are documented American citizens.
I'm not familiar with the case law on that. I'm sure that it probably exists either at the state level or perhaps at the federal level. I'm not sure. I would prefer personally to be able to meet the needs of everybody who comes forward, who wants to be able to be educated and to be a productive citizen in the county.
Of the total package, which seemed to be rather comprehensive from what you were saying, I mean, you glossed through it quickly, but I kind of got the high points. How much would that cost Beaufort County? I mean, there's a whole lot of pieces of money coming in, Pell Grants, other pieces of money.
That $237,500 would be Beaufort County's annual allocation for this process.
How many students do you think that would be, so I could kind of do a rough math on what it would be per
How many
student?
did we, it's
I didn't really look at the
total number, but it would be, well, we served 579 from Beaufort County this year. Now, not everybody took 9 credits. So, but the average was about 9 credits.
So they have to take 9 credits in order to qualify for that?
They have to take 9. It shows that they are committed to a program. We would also put something in place where if they withdrew, they would have to pay us back on a pro rata share. So they can't just sign up for 9 credits, drop 6 of them, and keep the money.
550 would be a good total, because this would be a draw.
We would hope that we would get 550 to 600. If it goes over, we can handle it through our foundation.
And it's 257,000, you said?
237,500.
237,500.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yes.
But the payment on this money brings up something that's happened out there before. You would be making monthly payments based on attendance, or are you going to pay them a lump sum?
No, what would happen is that they would come in, they would need to fill out a form saying that they would enable us to use this money to be able to pay for their tuition and fees. And that's the way that it would work. We would get a sum from the county as part of our budget each year that would cover this for the entirety of the fiscal year.
So you're going to keep the money, is that what it comes down to? I mean, and I say that smilingly, but
Well,
they are paying you the fees, that's what it's for.
The tuition and fees,
Yeah.
yes. It would be used to support the activities, the instructional
So-
activities of the institution.
The money wouldn't pass through the individual.
No, sir.
Okay. 'Cause
No.
We've had that problem before where people come and get money and then they leave as soon as they
No,
get
and we've
money.
had that problem with the federal money because
Yeah.
the federal money doesn't have the strings attached to it that we could put in place for this. Pell does, but the ARP money and the HERF money that we received, Higher Education Rescue Fund money, the first 2 from the Trump administration, the third one's ARP from the Biden administration, does not have the strings attached. It was basically shoveling money out the door. And we were all in that situation. Well, that's kind of what it was, Commissioner. We didn't have the ability to put strings on it.
Dr. Luke, and this question may be better answered by Mark. When you go back to the boat building, I want to make sure that I've got the numbers right. Are we up to a building that's going to cost a little over $2 million?
I think the construction cost was going to be about 1.8 total.
Okay, 1.8.
Yeah, as opposed to about 1.2.
So the problem that comes in above the NC Connect bond and the money the county had made a commitment.
It's the increase that we're told is based on supply chain, but on materials costs.
Right.
It is cheaper for us to do a stick-built building than it is to do a metal frame building. We assumed we would do a metal frame building. It is cheaper to do an actual stick-built building, which I prefer, than a metal building.
The next question I have relates to the capital budget needs beyond 23.
Yes.
In some of the discussions that we've had in our committee meetings at the college, we've talked about some pretty big hits, somewhere in the next 3 to 5 years as it relates to some major, I can't remember whether it's heat and air or whether it's the roof.
It's roofing and,
Buildings 5 and 9, and I think what we're looking at is for doing one of those in FY '24 and the other one in FY '25. So you're looking at about $350 per year to do those.
Okay.
and we decided not to ask for it this year because A, we don't know what the situation will be with the SCIF and the state funding for the boat building project, and because of our desire to try to move forward with Beaufort Promise.
The reason I raise that is that we're going to have a discussion later in the afternoon as it relates to our general fund balance and the amount of money that's in there above the 35% goal that's been set by the board. I think it's important for us to remember what the capital needs are that we're going to be hit with as it relates to the next 5 years. I mean, it's not something that's going to happen next year or the following year, but sooner or later. And how do you best fund that? Do you give money back to the taxpayers, and then do you come back in 3 years from now and bump the tax rate up so that you can fund capital expenditures? To me, that's better funded by money in the bank that is in some kind of a savings account or in a capital fund budget.
Yes, sir. That's what we've recommended in the past, is that this body set aside money that draws interest so that when we get to those building maintenance issues with roofing, which is the primary culprit on all of those flat roofs, that we have the ability to handle it without having to resort to other measures.
The other is more or less a comment that relates to the investment that you're talking about in our young citizens in Beaufort County. One of the things that Commissioner Rebholz has talked about is the census and what's happening. To me, where we lose people is where they go off to college, to a four-year institution. If there's some way that we can train them and keep them here at the community college level, that's a workforce that we need. It's a workforce that allows people to own their own business, a small business. And those individuals can continue to hunt and fish and do other things and stay locally. So I like that idea of trying to me, that's a strategic move on our part to make sure that we at least stop the migration and the drop in the population, because we've got to retain the young people here if we expect the population to continue to be status quo or grow any at all.
It's an incentive and an investment, and that's the way we look at it at the college.
So, Commissioner Walker.
I'm for this program too. The picture you used for the nursing graduates, my goddaughter, perfect example. She graduated from here. She's a wonderful nurse, but she's a nurse in Pitt County. She just bought a house in Pitt County. So that was Beaufort County's loss. I mean, and we've got to figure out how to stop this leak. I'm not for a tax hike, but to be sure we can find the money to do this. It's COVID money. I know we keep asking. Okay.
That's one-time money. You got to remember one-time and recurring. He's talking about a recurring expense. So you've got to find a recurring revenue to do that. Or if you use one-time money like your fund balance, you're digging yourself in a hole. So you have to be very careful when you look at projects. Are they one-time projects where you're using one-time money, or are they recurring projects where you need to find recurring funds to do that?
Yeah, and in all fairness, this is, and to be transparent, we're asking for a permanent solution to this. We chose as an institution to go this route to enable people to stay here and to catalyze economic development and workforce development in the county coming out of the pandemic. And so that's what we want to try to keep up moving forward. And we think that, there needs to be a permanent solution for that what we've laid out in terms of the half penny would take care of.
Would you consider, a few years of this to see if it stops the leak? And then if it stops the leak, you have the basis to say we need to continue, or this doesn't seem to be helping. Everybody that graduates takes off and heads west. I mean, that might be an alternative solution, just to, instead of permanent, to say let's give it a few years to see.
We would be open to that. Of course, that's up to the commission to make that decision if they want to put that caveat on whatever they pass. But we would be pleased to accept that as a challenge.
I think it's more of an investment, and we got to do something. I talked to an employee yesterday, and he was telling me that he was 40 people down, couldn't find them.
Yeah.
And if you got, like Frankie said, if you got somebody right here that love to fish hunt, this is the place to be. And $237,000 is a small price to pay, even if you don't get but 5 a year to stay in this county. I mean, they got to buy a house, they got to buy food, they got to buy gas, groceries, so you're going to recoup some of the money just by them staying here. I don't know what the impact would be, but it would be some, and I totally support it.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's our plan.
Well, I would support it as an annual appropriation. I would not support raising taxes so we can do this forever, because we don't know what the results, as Commissioner Walker's pointed out, are going to be. It may need adjustment, it may need doing away with. We don't know what's in front of us. But I do support it as a short-term annual appropriation. Insofar as as budgeting is concerned, let me point out, you're sitting on $35 million. All I've heard in here talked about in the next 4 or 5 years is about an extra $700,000 for roof repairs. We're talking about the $237,000 for the student program. When I talk about a 10% tax reduction, that is 10% is only $4 million in round numbers. You're sitting on $35 million. You've just been talking about less than $1 million. So I don't know why. I'm a little puzzled about why I keep hearing this board talk about sitting on money. We need to give the money back to the taxpayers. That is their money. And if we need to raise taxes, the board has the power and the authority to raise taxes anytime we want to. So it's not a matter of running out of money. It's a matter of doing what is right by the people who have paid this money into the coffers, and it's sitting here doing nothing.
Brian?
Just a quick question, Dr. Lou.
Yes.
You had talked about the Aurora facility and, of course, the state support from that capital infrastructure.
Yes.
The anticipation, I would assume, is that even if, because this board did approve the letter, they have to sign a letter saying they would support the facility if it were constructed.
Yes.
They did that last year, sent that to the state board. So there's a commitment from this board to do that. My anticipation would be that even if you pulled the trigger today, it would not be until 23, 24 before you would have a facility where you would need maintenance support.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
At the speed of state construction, yes.
Dr. Lou, yesterday's Washington Daily News had an article in there about the grant that you just received
Yes,
at
sir.
college.
Yeah.
Would you like to comment on that, since we have
Yeah, I'd be
time?
pleased to. We applied for and received a $1.2 million grant from the Rural Post-Secondary and Economic Development Program, the U.S. Department of Education. It's going to enable us to put in place a new centralized advising center. What that means is for students who come to us who are brand new, their first 16 credits, they will have wraparound services, what we call wraparound services, in a center that's focused just on new students and new transfer students. The reason for that is because we lose most of our students in their first couple of semesters. They have a tough time making a transition to college for a variety of reasons. A lot of our students carry a lot of baggage with them. This center will put in place the personnel and that have the expertise to be able to work with these students and advise them academically and track them in terms of their performance on a daily basis in their classes. We'll be putting in place an a VISO, which is a software package that will enable faculty to flag students and send them messages when they have a problem, text messages as well as email. And we'll have a person that this grant will pay for that will be able to follow up. The idea is we keep these people and keep them from dropping out. We've got to get our hands on them to stop that from happening because our retention rates are not that great. Our graduation rates at Beaufort are among the highest in the state for a community college. But our retention rates at the at the lower end are not so good. That's where we got to keep people from dropping out. And that's part of this whole process of keeping people here. And so that's what the center's designed to do over the next 3 years. And then we'll keep it permanently based on the retention that we get from the FTEs.
That was one of my questions.
Yes, sir.
Term, it's 3 years.
Sustain, yeah, we should be able to sustain it. Our projections are we can sustain it if we're able to save 70 FTEs a year.
Other questions?
Yeah, just to go back to that a minute, just to get the math in my head right. You said the retention rate is poor, but the graduation rate is good. Is there a point where you bifurcate retention from graduation?
Yeah, partially it's because of the demographics of our, the enrollment patterns. We approximately 38%, I think, of our students are in early college, high school, or career and college promise, which are dually enrolled students from the high schools. Those students do extremely well. We had a couple of Moorhead scholars last year graduated from the early college, high school at Beaufort. That's almost unheard of coming from a single school of that size. So we're talking about some extremely high-performing individuals. They do extraordinarily well. It's the students that are 18 to 45 where we have problems. Mm-hmm. And those are the students that we need to try to keep here. We need to get them to try to take at least 9 credits, for example, to stay in their program of study and move forward. So that's where the divide comes.
I see a philosophical divide, but from a mathematical divide, is that a drag on your graduation percentage rate?
To some extent, yes, because those students are counted in a cohort by the federal government, and then 150% or 3 years of a 2-year program. If they're not still in school and they haven't transferred somewhere else, then they're counted as
So if you improve your retention rate, that will dramatically improve your graduation rate.
It would certainly improve it, and it would also improve our performance funding from the state as well.
Good, thank you.
Anyone else? You or Mark have anything else?
Anything, Mark,
want to add?
that I've neglected?
The only thing I can think about is with the Beaufort Promise, we do have federal funding for this year and next year, so we're not looking at it.
We're looking at FY, it would be FY '24. So we have enough money from the feds to cover us through spring of '23. Yeah. So we're talking about FY '24, which is why I didn't bring it as a formal proposal this year. I just want to broach the idea with you.
Anyone else? If not, we're going to take a long break. And we will start back again at 10:15.
Thank y'all.
Well, we can start sooner if he's here.
Yes, we'll start sooner if they're here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back from our break, and Brian is going to lead us in a discussion. Brian, we're in the book, or?
No, you have the information in front of you. This was the piece, as you'll recall, at the last board meeting, the last regular board meeting, we had a conversation about the Allied Universal Security contract. They had requested there should be some adjustments in that contract, and they were looking for a 3-year contract. There was some brief discussion with the board at that time about that contract and doing those things. There was also some discussion by one of our board members asking about armed services. So we put all that together. We talked a little bit about it last time. The board at that last meeting said, let's talk about it at the retreat. So this is probably a 15, 20-minute conversation. Should kind of fill that block in that y'all are waiting on. So if y'all are good with that.
That'd be great. We're good.
Okay. So so the first piece, and I'm going to use the document camera just so people watching can see it as well. You have the document in front of you. And let's see, I'm going to zoom that in just a little bit. Maybe that'll help folks who can see. And let it get its piece back. There we go. Okay, so in the conversation with Allied Universal, you currently have a contract with them. They changed their contract manager last year. We were due to re-up the contract. It didn't get done, so we're essentially on a month-to-month contract with them, and they're looking to redo that contract and make it a 3-year contract. The concern they had was with the economy and staffing issues. They needed to make an adjustment, and there hasn't been an adjustment on their salaries for their folks in several years. And their concern is if they don't do that, they're not going to be able to hire quality people that meet their standards to be able to provide the service that they're providing. In the book, in the agenda book from last month, you had the salary study they put in there. They looked at their area. They compared it to their offices and their officers that work in Greenville and different things like that. And their proposal was that the site supervisor go to $13 an hour, which equates to $18.68 on the bill for us an hour. And then the security professionals go to $11 an hour, which is $15.99 for us on the bill. So essentially, if you do that, and that's based on 40 hours a week, and of course that fluctuates sometimes on holidays, they're not there, and if they're not working, they're not paid. So this is assuming a full year, 2080 hours. At 40 hours a week, you've got the supervisor, and then there are 4 security professionals, so they're at 160 hours a week. So you'll see that annual cost, or the weekly cost of 200 hours is $3,305.60. Their current contract is $149,239. That's their current contract. So the difference between those is $22,652. Okay, so that's what they're asking for as kind of a base to take their folks up. That retains the service that you have, doesn't make any changes to it, but moves you along with that. Now the next question was, and in my agenda item to you last month or this month's regular meeting, my alternatives, we always try to give you alternatives. So the alternative was you either work this contract and make adjustments to that contract if you want to, you do away with security altogether, or you go back and look to negotiate again with the sheriff's office on whether they can provide that service. So My understanding from this board at the last meeting was that there's not, and that may have changed since the last time we talked, but my understanding was you did want us to bring you recommendations, that there wasn't an appetite to say, let's just do away with it altogether. I mean, there may be some thoughts about that, but I think what I heard at the last meeting was, yes, bring it back to us, we want to discuss it. And obviously that's still a part of it. You could say, we don't want it anymore, and just do away with the whole thing. Whatever comes out of this discussion today, it'll be my intent to bring it back to you at the next regular meeting, because we need to move forward with it one way or the other. We owe that to, at least to the contractor that's doing work for us. We want to string them along. And I think we have all the information that you might need to make a decision. So that is the baseline, an additional $22,652 annually. When you compare that, that's 8-hour coverage Monday through Friday on a day shift. Now, the question there becomes, do you want to look at what that would be for sheriff's office employees to handle that? We figure about $55,000 a position for the sheriff's office on bailiffs. That includes everything, uniform, health insurance, that's the whole package. $55,000. We had some conversations with the sheriff's office about vehicles. Of course, we talked about this at the last meeting, that there is the opportunity, based on where they are right now, that they have some cars that they would be able to move those folks into, as long as we were able to get back to our regular rotation, which, as you'll recall, a couple of years ago, we had moved the rotation up where we were replacing vehicles in the sheriff's office. That had kind of been piecemeal throughout the years. You know, it was 2 here, 5 here, 4 here, 15 one year. What we tried to do was get to a level average so that we could keep our budgets similarly flat, instead of having those spikes based on vehicles. We got to the agreement of about 10 vehicles per year for the sheriff's office based on where they were. And my understanding from the chief deputy was, if we can get back to that point, which I think we can, budget-wise, because for us, that's only a change of $200,000. Currently, as you'll recall, it was $400,000 for vehicles that would get us 10. Last year it was cut back, and then in the current budget, instead of using that $200,000 for vehicles, that $200,000 was used for radios, simply because the delay in getting the vehicles from the prior year based on supply chain issues. They just got them, so the board asked that they do that, and the sheriff's officer was said that would be great for them to meet one of their needs with radios. So if you look at 55 for each, that comes out to be 220. If you were to compare putting sheriff's office and deputies, armed deputies, so you would have all that, you would not have to have a supervisor. They already have a sergeant over there who's in charge of. You wouldn't have to have a supervisor, so you could take it from 5 people to 4 people. Talked about last meeting, that's two at each door. So you would have full law enforcement with arrest powers and whole 9 yards there. If you were to compare that to what the baseline is right now that Allied Universal is asking for, it's an additional $48,109, if that's what you want to do. It does adjust the level of service based on what they have right now. So the second piece of that was, well, what if you use armed security, and Allied Universal can provide armed security for you. They certainly have that ability. So we asked them for that, and they said, yes, we can give you Monday through Friday, armed 8 hour a day, armed security. And that essentially changes the numbers. The shift supervisor would go to $20 an hour that they were being paid. It equates to $29 an hour for us on the bill. The security professionals would go to $17, which equates to $24.86 for us. So the cost there on an annual basis for 200 hours a week is $267,155. That's for armed. That's for everybody there being armed. Now I'm not sure exactly what that does, except now that was a conversation that I'm not really clear on. Is that does not give them arrest powers. They are simply armed. I don't think that is the role of a company police style like they have at the school system. I think that is just armed security. So that's about that is 267, or estimated 267,155. Again, if you say that's what you want, The current rate we're paying right now is $149,239. It's an increase of $117,916. If you were to look at that and say, well, we want 4 deputies at 55, the difference is, wait a minute, I put my number on the wrong side. You're going to 267, and the difference is and 220 is a savings of 48,109. My apology in that. So you're saving money off that one, if that's what you want to do. There was some concern that that maybe there were some issues about what if you said we want to do that and the sheriff said later, I don't want to do that, and move folks around. I think certainly we talked about this last meeting, you have the ability throughout the year to change the sheriff's office budget. You can provide money, you can take money away. So if you were to say to the sheriff, this is what we would like to do, we want to pay for this service, we're willing to pay for that service, and we expect that service to be provided, then if there was a change in that from the sheriff's office side, you could simply say, well, we ask that that's what it be used for. If it's not going to be used for that, we're going to take the money back. So there's obviously an agreement that can be made to do that if that's the concern. Allied Security also said, we understand that going to a fully armed model where everybody's armed is rather expensive. You can see that increase of 117,000 taking you to 267. They said, well, we could certainly work a hybrid model for you. In fact, John sent that to me the other day and said, we don't want to price ourselves out of the market, but this is what we can do. We can make a hybrid model, and that hybrid model would be we could do an armed supervisor. Move that up for you. You'll have that on your page too. You can do an armed supervisor, which is at $17 an hour, and then you could leave the security guards unarmed. So that would move it to $184,744, and that's the difference. If you wanted deputies based on that model, it would cost you an additional $35,256. The challenge with that model, I think, is that the supervisor who is not at the door, he has 2 officers at each door. The supervisor is in an office behind. If you've been in there, you'll see his office is right behind, underneath the stairwell. And he monitors his employees, and he keeps an eye on all the cameras. That's where the armed person would be. So there wouldn't be, at the front door, it would take him a few seconds to get around the corner and out of his office if something were to happen. But downstairs, there would be unarmed. So I know there's been discussion, at least with some of the board members about that, about whether that level of service needs to increase. I think these are the numbers, hopefully, that you need to make a decision on that. And I'm happy to answer any of those questions.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
Annually, you hear from airport security, and they have a list of confiscations, machete, knives, guns, whatever, and maybe incidences. Do we have a list of confiscations, and have there ever been a situation where they have stopped an armed or situation? I mean, I've never heard of any.
I'm not aware of that. Typically, we get notified when there's something out of the ordinary. I'll get a note from the supervisor. If we have someone who wants to misbehave when they come in and not do what they're asked to do. I do know anecdotally that we at the start, it was an educational process when we first started doing that. People, because everybody in Eastern North Carolina carries a pocket knife. Most everybody does, and of course they don't want those in the courthouse. So a lot of people initially turned around and had to go back to their car and put it back in their car, things like that. We also found a place in the bushes where folks would throw stuff in the bushes. It's really didn't, because the security guards obviously will not hold it for somebody and say we can hang on to this. They'll say no, we're not doing that. It's not their responsibility. So I'm not aware of any armed issues. I mean, that is always a concern. You see a lot of that, which I don't really understand. If I have a concealed carry permit, then I'm responsible for where I can and can't go. And you see a lot of that recently. I think the news had a couple of articles recently about the increase in number of checked baggages on airplanes that had loaded firearms in them. I'm not sure how you make that mistake. That's not a mistake. I think if you're a pretty responsible gun owner, I don't think that's a mistake you make, not only from an economic standpoint, but from jail time also. I don't understand that, but I've not heard that we've had that occur at the front doors.
Would technology help here, where in the schools you have to come in, that they take a digital picture, maybe they'll get a fingerprint. Could we do it by robot, basically, and get out of this altogether?
I think there is technology that that Allied Security, obviously they can provide some technology stuff. They have some really incredible things they do. I mean, they have little robots that run around parking lots doing checks. You could probably do something like that. It would obviously, if you're going to have people, like when you go to the school system, you go up to the counter, and the state of North Carolina in some of their offices does the same thing, where you walk in and you enter your information, or you scan your driver's license, and it prints a little piece of paper, and you stick it on your, it's that someone knows that you've checked in, right? You could do that. I don't know that is necessarily, if you're looking for security, that just identifies someone who didn't do like they were supposed to do and put a badge on or type in. You still got to have somebody to respond to that and deal with that if something occurs. The other piece of that is there's a tremendous amount of volume that runs through the courthouse, and that I would see that could be an issue in the volume piece if you tried to step away from that. I think if the desire is to have security, then I think you need to do it in a manner that has human folks there. If you don't, then open it up and let it go the way it was originally.
Questions or comments for Brian?
I just want to go back to what we were doing, and I may be mistaken, and if I am, I want somebody to correct me. What we were doing before we went to this paid service, there was a metal detector that was at the head of the stairs, and the bailiffs provided security for the court system by checking people in and out through that system. Now, when we went to the paid system, we did away with that. I don't know why we can't go back to that. That wasn't costing us anything in addition. I question why we need this level of security in Beaufort County anyway.
Oh, one of the things that I would comment on is when we had the discussion about going into security in the first place, I was one of the ones that believed that it should be the sheriff's office. I still believe that if it's going to be armed, if any of these, if it's only the supervisor that would be armed, that it should go back to the sheriff's office. I'm not sure that I'm ready to do away with the security. Even though we've not had any incidents, maybe it has caused people to think. I'm one of those that the first time I went through there, I had to go back to my truck and leave my little Swiss pocket knife. So I think that in the next few minutes, if there's any additional information that we need for Brian to pull together, let's give him some input and then have it on the agenda in February to make a decision on whether we go with the hybrid, stay with our existing plan, or go to the sheriff's office. So, which is basically 3 different alternatives. And the numbers that I had, Brian, was if we did fully armed through Allied, it was $267,000. Rounded, if you did the hybrid, it's $185,000. And adding 4 additional deputies would be $220,000. Yep. So 3 different scenarios.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there are 4.
Is there? Well,
do away with it.
Yeah, that's number 4. But is there any additional information that you feel like we need to make a final decision in February? I guess is where I'm kind of headed.
I just got a question for the manager.
Yes.
On the sheriff, It was 200 and how many thousand?
220, roughly. We figure about $55,000
And that was
per position.
excluding the cars.
That was excluding car, yes, sir.
Okay,
Because
so I want you to put it in there what it costs to put the cars back in there with it also.
the cars are already existing.
Yeah,
So
they're already existing, but they got to be replaced and replaced and replaced. The cars is existing because we don't have people to work because of the resource off of it. But look, as long as they sit out there, they're going to continue to exist. But when you start to put them on the road and start to work on them, you're going to have to replace them.
that's right.
So please, just put the numbers in there because a while back we had this same issue about cars, and when we had the 10-car rotation. So, I'm sort of like Frankie, if we was going to have anything, I do prefer the sheriff to have it. But I also understand the reason why the sheriff don't have it, and that's what scares me.
Okay. Just to speak to the number, so there's a little bit, I'd be afraid to, it's $200,000 because currently we are at 200,000, right, on vehicles. We were previously at 400,000. They were cut. In this year's budget, it was cut to 200,000 from 400. The 400 gave them the 10-car rotation. Our
200,000 was reassigned to something else.
Right, it was, but it was 400,000, and then it was taken down to 200.
Well,
and then the 200 was reassigned to.
Let's
to
look at it
radios.
this way. Right now, there's zero cost for the cars. If in a few years you had to add cars to it, these cars that these guys use are cars that have already been taken out of the system cost-wise. So the cost for any future cars is going to be very low. If you'd say, we sell that car for $2,500 when we're done with them, I mean, that's what your cost is for keeping cars with them. It's an extremely low cost. They don't get new cars. Bailiffs don't get new cars because they just use them to come and go to work, for the most part.
So I don't want to. I'm just not sure that's a. I think it skews. I think it skews the number. I mean, obviously, what we heard pretty clearly was we needed to get back to the 10-car rotation to be able to support this. And that would be an additional 200 in the overall, the entire budget. And I think that would be, I think that's argued, that argument would come forward from the sheriff's office, whether this was in play or not. I think I'm going to get that request anyway from the sheriff's office this year, regardless of this. They're going to say, we need to get back to that 10-car rotation, just so that, and the chief deputy can speak to that, they know their vehicle numbers better than we do, about, they're not rotating vehicles out at 70,000 miles. They're not even rotating them out at 100,000 miles. But I think my last conversation with him, and if I miss the number, he can certainly tell me, but I think this would put them at about 120. 125, which when you think about an emergency response vehicle, especially a sedan, you start putting that many miles on it and you start running it in an emergency situation where there's heavy braking and acceleration, you don't want them too old and with too many miles on them, just because of liability, not only vehicle breakdown and increased maintenance on those, but also the liability of a tie rod coming off in the middle of pursuit or something. It's just, you got to be, it makes sense to rotate those at a quicker rate.
I see no mention of vehicles on the Allied side.
They don't have vehicles, no, sir.
Okay.
When you look at the cost, Ed, I think it would be fair to ask to put in there some operational cost for the 4 cars.
Okay.
I mean, you do, each one of those bears a certain amount of, cost if they're driven versus sitting in the parking lot. That should be shown in the numbers. And I don't know whether that's $5,000 a year, $4,000, what that number is, but that times whatever four cars would be.
Yeah, I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem. I can work with Anita and Brian and get that to you. I think, the questions that I've had from the county manager and tried to answer is about starting up the program again, and going back to the very first discussion when we were talking about putting security in the courthouse. the equipment and uniforms and vehicles that went along with the people was really what was the point that was in contention, not the fact of whether we needed people or whether it was going to be sheriff's office or not. And I'll remember all of that, so I'll can be sensitive to those things. If I could too, I just wanted to hit on request for information. There are plenty of incidents that have occurred inside the courthouse that between either our CAD system or the police department, we can get information to the board just for informational purposes. One of the things that just, sort of came to mind as you were asking and talking about that is that the sort of space between the courtroom and the entry-exit doors. We've got a interesting dynamic in our courthouse that the judges, the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, probation officers, victims, suspects, and witnesses all go in the same door, all are in the same hallways, all leave at the same time. So a lot of the incidents that you're referring to or that you're going to see are going to be, say somebody is found guilty of a crime. You have emotions running high from the families of the suspect, the families of the victims, and usually that is going to happen and take place in the hallways in between the courthouse and the door, and that's that space between. You can't have your door security leave to take something that's going on in the hallway, and if court's in session, then all of the bailiffs can't leave and take care of it too. So I think that that's where response from the outside with the police department, response from our office, probation officers, troopers, officers that are in the court for other things, that occurs, and I won't say it occurs often, but at least monthly, that there's something like that goes down. So just to hit on that, but I can get you information on that.
Thank you, Charlie.
I have just one question.
One thing, in talking about renovations, that is one thing I want fixed, is to solve the problem he's talking about, because that's been a problem from day one. Is we've got to have a place for the judges to go and everybody else to be gotten out of the courthouse in a safe manner, and that would solve that problem.
But my question is, if we were to decide for you to staff, the sheriff to staff this, can you get the personnel to staff this?
In looking into it for the last handful of months, it would probably be something like we've done in the past, where if you made the decision right now and say we're on go, that it would probably take 6 months for us to either hire for or move people around the office to take the space. If this is a decision that's made for the next budget, so in July, we would probably need till Jan 1 to gear up, because it's one of those things where once you snap the fingers or ring the bell and we have it, we have it. It's not like we're gonna say to the board or say to the judges that we can't do this anymore. That makes it different than the example that you've given before, where there was a MOU and then the MOU was counteracted by a letter changing that. That's not going to be the case when it comes to this situation. It's going to be a funding issue and a staffing issue, just like everything else that we do on a year-in, year-out basis.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Our next presenter is here, so we will make a switch. At this time, recognize our superintendent, Matthew Cheeseman. Good morning.
Good morning. That's going to be my question. What commitment do we have?
You can make that up.
Good morning.
Thank you.
You sure can.
I didn't know if she's putting up a PowerPoint for you to see. It's the same thing of what's in your hand.
I think did Katie go back there? Okay. she's going back there to get them. So, but you can go ahead and start since we've got a hard copy if you'd like.
Excellent. Well, first and foremost, thank you for having me here today on behalf of the Board of Education. We hope all of you had a great new year. I want to pause before we get into this presentation, and I publicly want to thank the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office and the Belhaven Police Department. As you may know, 15-year-old ninth grader Mary Pagliaro is missing. She has been missing since Tuesday morning. At this time, we don't have a lot of details in terms of her whereabouts, but she did not come to school on Tuesday morning, and the family, myself, and many other community members have grave concern for her right now. And so any information about her whereabouts, if you could contact Crime Stoppers, that would be pretty amazing to us. But I just wanted to keep that at the forefront because that is something of our grave concern, as I said. All right, so with that, just wanted to walk through a few things. The strategic plan, if you turn in your handout there, the Beaufort County Board of Education adopted a new 5-year strategic plan, and these are 3 bullet points that come from that strategic plan. Basically headers for you with many action items under that, and the strategic plan is the document behind this PowerPoint that you see. In that strategic plan, we look to specifically increase educator preparedness, meet the needs of every student, working very closely with our colleges and universities, trying to really establish a great teacher pipeline. As you know, a highly qualified teacher is far better than any program that you can put in front of a child. And so we're continuing to work on that day in and day out. Secondly, we're going to increase student and district performance. Obviously, with what we've all been a part of nearly for 2 years now, has set us back a bit. But we're trying to really establish what each child needs, what their timelines look like, and how to bring those types of resources to our children, as we now recognize, even more so now than we did in the past, that even beyond the academics, there's a large piece of that social awareness of a child that we need to really tackle. And finally, on that 3rd bullet point, family and community engagement, when you're shut down by the governor in a pandemic, you don't really get to engage a lot of people. And so we have brought forth a highly intentional plan of bringing our community back to our schools, working with our parents, business partners, our community at large. And as you know, we have 8 Title I schools, and in those Title I plans, there are specific areas that the state and the government looks at around how you engage your community and family. So we're going to be very intentional about trying to bring forth our community in that regard.
I have a question before you leave that page. What is equity under that 3rd bullet that says equity? Tell me what equity means.
All-encompassing of all families, all nationalities, all demographics, all age groups, but really it's trying to provide access for all. And so, in short, if families cannot get to us, then we need to figure out how to get to them.
Does that mean providing disproportionate benefits based on race, creed, color, religion, or anything else?
I don't think it's necessarily disproportionate benefits, but I do think it might be a multi-tiered approach in terms of how we work with their student based on their needs, and also specifically how we work with their family based on their needs in terms of their own resources. So that's a good question, and it's a little bit more defined in the document behind you.
So in other words, everyone qualifies.
Oh, 100%. When you're talking family and community engagement, we want everyone to qualify and be a part of our learning environment. Absolutely.
Thank you.
On the next page, when we really look at focus areas, some of this is similar to what you saw last year, and unfortunately the year before when we went straight into COVID in March. But we are still really trying to define how education looks inside of a classroom when you're in a COVID setting. And as you know, we produce numbers every Friday on our dashboard around total positives and what schools, because we try to keep our school community aware of what's going on. But at the same time, we have back in 2020 and into 2021, we're working on synchronous learning and synchronous education, but we're mostly face-to-face now. And so we are still really trying to adapt to the needs of the environment of the student, especially when a portion of your class, maybe even all of the class, is taken out on a quarantine or a positive result with COVID right now. So we continue to look at research as best practices, look at what other districts are doing, other states are doing. But in short, this is a never-ending strategic opportunity for our students to become the best that they are, but for us to adopt new ways to educate those children. Under ADM and student enrollment, as you'll see later on in this slide, our student enrollment is just short of 6,000. And when we get to that slide, I'll talk a little bit more about that. But as you know, we're funded based on ADM from the state, not just in cash value, but also allotment value. And right now, we believe we're somewhat holding steady. When we look at planning allotments for 2022, 2023, those planning allotments really come from the Department of Public Instruction, specifically around teacher allotments, meaning how many teachers they'll allocate for us. And as you know, if we don't have enough teachers that are allocated to us, then our federal dollars and our local dollars help us actually provide those teachers in our system. Always remember, when you're thinking about planning allotments, it's not given to us per school, it's given to us per district, meaning that once those allotments come into the district, then it's our responsibility, the board's responsibility, to make a determination as to how many teaching allotments go to each school. And why does that matter? Because the allotments are based off of one number, and that's DPI's projected amount, which may not be the real amount because some are coming in, some are stepping out, which also tells you the issue that we sometimes have, that since DPI controls that mechanism, they can take back your teaching position anytime during the year. And so the state tries to balance it all across its 115 public school systems. And so sometimes in November or December, I may be added a half a teaching position or maybe 2 teaching positions. Maybe in January, I have 1.5 taken away. So in short, they base it off of your projected ATM, and then if you don't meet that projection, they take from you. If you're well over that projection, they may add to you, but we're only one of 115 that, has to be balanced in that regard. And so that's why school systems like ourselves, and when we sit in front of you, I can't say to you exactly how much I'm going to get, because at any given time it changes. Prioritizing capital needs, we're going to be very intentional, as we always are, providing you the entire list of needs, not wishes. And I think we've done a really nice job of that over the last 2 years, of showing you the prioritized items from school to school or office to office, whatever it might be, department to department. And in short, I put HVAC after that to bring to your attention that our ESSER funds and the parameters around those funds do allow us to use that money to upgrade our HVAC and boiler systems. And so right now we have an RFP out specifically looking for someone to project manage that opportunity for us. And so we look to really provide some of the upgrades of systems that are, 20 years old, 25 years old, 1991, keep going back. But that's another part of recognizing how you help fund us and recognizing what we can do with that money, so then you don't have to spend that back towards that. And so we'll keep you updated on that opportunity. But right now it's slated to be about a $4 to $5 million project, give or take, whether some believe it should be repaired or others believe that it should be replaced. When you look at class size reductions, legislation, we follow it. And what's really interesting is sometimes community members, families, legislators don't really understand how we decide how many total teachers go into a school, or even how they're allocated to that building, or how many students fit into a classroom. And so specifically, please remember, in class size reductions, there is a K-3 law that tells you exactly the max amount of students that can go into that room. And that's typically 18 to 21 with a plus 3 waiver to it. And so when you're looking at Bath Elementary and Northeast Elementary and Eastern and John Cotton Taylor, just as examples, Chocowinity Primary, and you might walk by and say, gosh, there aren't as many kids in that room. Well, the law doesn't allow us to put more there. Also, sometimes when you look at our high school CTE programs and you walk by and say, wow, there's only 15 kids in that room. Well, in some scenarios, the law only allows us to put 16 kids in that room. Whereas you walk a little bit further down the hallway and you might see 25, 31, 32 in a room, and you think, wow, that's completely unbalanced. Well, then that also goes back to what the law says you can do, and also what the credential of the teachers are, and whether we in fact do have highly qualified certified teachers to be there. And so we've really tried to balance that over time, but please recognize that sometimes it really comes down to what the law says and then what's left beyond that. So if you're in a K-8 school, such as Northeast or Bath or Snowden, and you walk past all the elementary classes and you think there just aren't a lot of kids there compared to the middle school levels, it comes back to class size legislation in that regard. School resource officers, were really excited to say to you that Allied has done a superior job for us inside of our schools. You'll see them established in our car rider lines, both before school and after school. Parents and community have been complimenting their work, their connections to our students. And as we already announced, we're very excited to receive a second grant for this year that actually provided more funding to us, which shortened your allocation to that. We will continue to try to write those grants on behalf of Beaufort County Schools and Beaufort County, so the fiscal impact would be lessened on your side. And we were excited to see that the state provided more to us in that regard. And Brian and I have worked on that. School calendar, everyone always wants to know right around this time of year, especially families who are planning vacations, when does school start next year, even though school's not over this year, right? And so please be mindful that when you look at our calendar, it's very late in August this year. So the first day of school for children this coming school year is August 29th. The first day for teachers is August 22nd. And if you ask why so late, please recall that the state actually has a law that says that you have to start the closest Monday to August 26th. And so that's why we go to the 29th and not backwards. And so in short, that then poses the dilemma again of not being matched to the community college in terms of their schedule perfectly. So our fall exam schedule gets pushed into January for the first semester so we can have a better balance of instructional days. And so know that we're required to have 1,025 hours or 185 days. We typically operate off of the requirement of 1,025 hours, but we have to push into January, otherwise we'd end up with a first semester of nearly 72 to 75 days, not 85 or more. And so, again, the calendars are published. The board has already approved those, and they are specifically on our website, and so you can plan accordingly to answer any of those questions that you see. Early college high school will start early, so they will start the first week of August this coming school year. And as a part of our school calendars, all of you are invited and welcome to, and we'll send a more formalized invitation to our school graduations this year. Early college will graduate at the end of May, and the other 4 high schools will graduate June 10th and June 11th, but we'll send you the update. We would love to see you there. Moving to the next slide. Mental health and wellness, and please let's not blanket this as, just a broad stroke. Unfortunately, this year in Beaufort County and Beaufort County schools, we've seen many people, and I'll say it that way, many people who happen to be employees and students really struggle. And struggle mentally, physically, socially, emotionally, whatever the terms that you'd like to put it. So much so that this year, unfortunately, back in September, we did lose 2 people that we very much loved in our community and in our schools. 1 student passed, 1 teacher passed. And from that, it just really puts a greater focus on what we need to do for people and how we can help them moving forward. And so we do have programs that we're putting in place. We are working with other professionals to provide those resources back to our employees, back to our students. We're trying to be very, very intentional around that mental health and wellness piece. I know long before COVID, you didn't hear it as much. I'm not the researcher that would tell you COVID caused this acceleration in that, but I can also tell you that for some of our students and some of our employees, making it out of bed and getting their feet on the floor is the first successful moment they've had in that day, and maybe their only successful moment, but we do try to keep them moving along. And so we try to embrace people where they are right now. We've had great counseling moments this year. We've had great health and wellness moments this year. Can't say enough about Jim Madsen and all of our lead nurses and the Beaufort County Health Department. We would be a far worse off position without their support, continued support, daily, almost down to minute. But in short, you'll see greater opportunities there. And please remember, we do have a Project Aware grant. It will expire in September of 2023, but that Project Aware grant specifically allowed us to provide instructional strategies to teachers around trauma-informed instruction. And so we know that our families have really struggled through this. Some have persevered, and many have been resilient, and many have advanced, but others have not. And so we continue to look at that. So we have seen different behaviors in our school. We've seen some hard moments for children and bad choices. But what I can say is that we're working intentionally around each and every employee and child to bring them to a level of success. Moving further around technology, well, when you're shut down with 45 minutes notice in March of 2020, and you're told this is only going to be for 2 weeks, and then after that it might be another 2 weeks, well, you start to wonder and try to figure out what plans to put in place. Well, we were very fortunate that we were nearly a one-to-one district at that time. Through your support and also through our state support, we did become a one-to-one district, and our children do have devices. But I will tell you again, having a highly qualified educator, face-to-face learning, you can't beat it. And we do see the numbers, and we do recognize that not everyone was successful in remote learning. Some, yes, not all. But that technology that we now have acquired, we need to put a sustainability plan to that. And we're going to ask for your help going forward in making that happen. We're going to present to our Board of Education within the next 2 or 3 board meetings a 5-year sustainability plan. And please know that when we actually acquired this technology during the pandemic, which we're still in, we were replacing technology that was as old as 19 to 20 years old inside of our classrooms. Well, as you know, your phone goes out of date in how many years, how many months after you buy it? Well, some of that technology will too. So we're trying to be very thoughtful about what that plan looks like moving forward and what our needs are in education moving forward. And when you think about that technology, I think most of us in the room may have had a computer in a classroom when we were children, or may not at all. And most of us in the room may have had an 8-track tape playing to us or a cassette tape. And maybe most of us in the room had the big laser disc that the TV would be rolled in with by the teacher. But in short, we had books. Well, many of your vendors are no longer doing books. Many of your vendors are no longer doing workbooks. A lot of the education resources are now provided in more of a digital format, which requires us to have a greater technology plan to that. And we'll speak of that as those needs arise.
I got one question, Matthew. Do you get a discount on books? Since, you're getting information, you're not using a lot of resources. You don't have the shipping,
Well, we do receive, there's 2 things. We receive an allocation for textbook funds that we use. And depending on the subjects and the adoption cycle, there are some books that you have to put in children's hands, especially around ELA, reading, intentional courses in that way, English 1, English 4. So yes, they're going to have something tangible in their hands. But when you're looking at some of these other books and other vendors, yes, we do get educational discounts. We do receive things maybe at a lesser rate, but a lot of times it comes down based on volume, based on edition, and just how some things have changed over time. And new discoveries in science, new ways that information is presented. And then you have to think about the types of resources children would need, especially EC adaptive students or other students in our school community who might be second language learners, whatever that might be. So I don't want you to think that books are going extinct, but I would like you to know that a large portion of our educational resources are first provided at the digital platform, and then we have to go back and ask for other means for students. Yes, sir.
I hope that you're pushing back hard on this because
Absolutely.
there's not a true education in looking at a flash on an electronic screen that's gone forever. That's not learning. There's no learning in that. That's putting in time. You can't beat textbooks.
I believe you. 100% I believe you. And please, I stand here as a superintendent, but I also stand here as a dad. And I sit every night with my daughter at the table and, watching her do her homework, trying to help her along as she goes. But at the same time, I see with her that she does really well when it's in her hands and she can own it versus looking at that screen. I completely get where you're coming from in that regard. So we do push back. We do ask for more. But in that thinking, I need to go back to that sustainability plan for technology because we try to find that balance. When you look at safety and security, we're excited to say that all of our school campuses now have video systems inside their buildings to monitor school safety. And most of our schools are secured as you walk in. There's a storefront barrier. We call it a storefront barrier, but there's a security door after the first door that you walk in, so a buzzer system. We're excited to say that Snowden Elementary, who was our only school that did not have an initial barrier, we look for the board to approve that on Tuesday night, and if so, then they'll have their final security barrier, so no one can just walk straight into a building and get down a hallway without other people greeting them. The other part of that too is Allied has been really thoughtful around how they basically secure our buildings. The Helios device has been amazing. So it helps us really monitor the types of reporting that they provide to us. It also helps us monitor the activity of the actual officer going through the building, meaning where they are in the building, the rounds that they've done, versus whether they've been sitting idle, whatever it might be. So Allied as a company has done a great job working with their professionals along that prevention line for us too. So challenges that we're facing, teacher and other personnel shortages. As you know, years ago, our local universities would graduate hundreds of teachers. Right now, they don't even have hundreds of students enrolled to become teachers. We compete with Pitt County specifically for teachers, but many others around. To give you an example, this year we have 44 beginning teacher ones, and as you may recall, in the state of North Carolina, a beginning teacher is considered beginning through years 1 through 3. So in that, our first through third year teachers, there's actually 84 in our county this year, where in, I'd say 5-7 years ago, you were hiring maybe 20, maybe 25. But this year we hired 44 beginning ones, and we have 84 1 through 3. Well, what accelerated some of that is through the pandemic, retirements, job changes, people who just flat resigned and did not want to be in the education system anymore because of the pandemic. And so I think, ECU and other universities in and around us are working on partnerships so we can try to get more students involved at the college level who want to become teachers and stay with us in this area. Beyond that, building an administrator pipeline, I'm excited to say that 13 of your 14 principals right now are actually promoted into their position. And we have created the superintendent's leadership cohort. Last year, we had 2 cohorts of 10 students each. Those students are actually professionals in our own system. They could be aspiring administrators, they could be teachers, they could be counselors, they could be anybody in our system who went through this intensive training to develop leadership profiles to see what administrative life would be like. Well, I'm excited to say that 5 out of those 20 from last spring were actually interviewed and received assistant principal jobs for us this year. And so we announced another superintendent's leadership cohort for this spring. Within 2 days, we had over 30 people actually sign up for that. 21 are truly committed to that, and that program is about to start. So we are truly, really looking at our own professionals who know our kids, know our system, and trying to grow their capacities to be future administrators and leaders in our system. Yes, sir?
Do you think you've solved that problem?
I don't think, no. No. I think I have a handle on it, yes. But what I mean by handle on it is I have a very strategic plan. documented plan that the board believes in. I think we do a great job of looking at our employee leaders to really become the administrative leader of a building or a department. We really sit down with individuals and ask them what they'd like to do, what they would like to be, and what their timeline looks like. And so, like many students have an individual education plan, we sometimes really put professionals on a target to be leaders in the future when an opening might occur. Unfortunately, we don't always know or can't project when that opening would occur. Maybe for retirements, yes. But sometimes people get married and they move away. Sometimes, unfortunately, they become ill and can't come back to work. So every once in a while, we have a sudden opening. But through this pipeline, and we know who's interested, and we know who's going back to school for that, and who's gotten the license and certification, then we can move them into those roles. So I feel very confident about it right now, and I think we've maybe have that handle on it right now. Yep. So when you look at curriculum and instruction updates, really excited to tell you that when we became a team, we established the Curriculum Council. And this goes back to Commissioner Richardson when he talked about, I think many months ago, you asked me, how do we adopt curriculum and what does that process look like? Well, we put together a curriculum council in an 18-month process. That council is made up of at minimum 3 teachers from each school. Then it's broken into subcommittees. And we've actually put structures in place created by teachers and agreed upon by administrators on our board to actually look at what the state standards are and what those standards tell us to teach. And then our curriculum teams then work with vendors, and they score and they study and they research, the best resources that are out there for our students. And then after a 12-month process, they bring a decision to the board. The board critiques it, reviews it, investigates it, brings back lots of questions, and then ultimately there's a purchase of a new curriculum. But usually what's lacking is the training around that. But in that 18-month process, we provide up to 6 months of training for all of our teachers to become accustomed to that new curriculum, and then we do those curriculum rollouts in August. So as an example, the Board of Education adopted a new English Language Arts curriculum. You might call it reading, we call it ELA, and that was K-12 all across the board. And that has been super helpful. They went through that 12 months of research and adoption, and then 6 months of training, and we hit the ground running in August of 2021 with that, and we've had good feedback on it. We're currently doing mathematics right now, but we're doing 6-8 and then 9-12 math, because as you may have heard, the state of North Carolina has provided a mandated training to letters training, the science of reading, for K-8 teachers, mostly K-5, but in some parts you'll see it in K-8. But K-5 teachers have to take nearly 200 hours of mandated science of reading and letters training. That's why we're getting out of school early this Friday, because of that mandated training. So you'll see our adoptions continue through on the 6-12. We'll likely pause on some adoptions for K-5 because we just can't put our professionals through that amount of work and still be exceptional in the classroom.
Are they teaching teachers speed reading? Is that what they're doing, or comprehension?
I hope comprehension. I don't think it's speed reading, but definitely comprehension.
They can't read. This doesn't make sense.
So in short, if you look at Operation Polaris from the state superintendent, that is Superintendent Truitt's strategic plan. If you need me to get you that information, I'll be happy to do so, but you can go on the state website and look at her strategic plan where some of that falls. On the next slide, around 2019, as you may recall, when we became teammates, we had 3 low-performing schools, one at Snowden, one at Northeast, and one at P.S. Jones. In the fall of 2019, we had 0 low-performing schools in Beaufort County, and then, of course, the pandemic hits. Well, technically, you're considered 0 low-performing schools because the accountability models have stopped. They've not been put back in play right now by your legislators or DPI. And so, in short, we have 0 low-performing schools. However, I think we can all agree that when numbers come out, we're going to expect them to be low. We're going to expect large gaps. And I'm not sure that there will be a district anywhere in the state of North Carolina that won't have low-performing schools if the state keeps the current model of the A through F model, where they look at proficiency greater than growth. All right, so we'll keep you updated as that goes. But where is our focus? If you notice in the second bullet point, we're going to continue to advance academic achievement for all students. Please notice I didn't say we're going to close the achievement gap. And I didn't say that, hey, we're going to overcome the learning loss. We need to look at every child where they are and move them forward, no matter where they are. And so those students who were resilient and did incredibly well during the pandemic and during remote status, you have students who've accelerated right through it, and we need to keep them moving forward. But in that third line, this is what people really need to take a look at. Research would tell you that if a child had a bad experience with a teacher during a given year of education, it would take that child nearly 2 years to catch up. Meaning that if they did not meet growth in that 1 year's time with that teacher, and they then slid behind maybe by 2 months, 6 months, 10 months, that it would take 2 academic years for the child to get back on 1 year's growth at 1 year's time. Well, researchers are now telling superintendents and educators that because of the pandemic, because of the experiences of the child, whatever those impacts may have been, research is now telling us that it will take 4 years for that child who slid behind. And so what's really hard for us is, what do you do for a 9th grader? I don't have 4 years after that, right? And so what do you do for an elementary school student? What do you do for a middle school student when a middle school student is only a middle school student for 3 years, right? So we're really trying to look at vertical connections between our schools. If you look at Beaufort County schools, you may agree with me that you're truly 3 micro districts between the Washington area schools and the Northeast area schools and the South Side schools. And so we're looking at how to get our schools connected with each other in the pipeline of grade levels of teachers being able to work with students. Here's a primary example. If you are a 7th grade student at Chocowinity Middle School, but because you have slid back because of all of the events, and you might be a 4th grade reader, what does that look like? Well, that looks like I can't send that student on a bus back to the school to get reading instruction, right? So part of it is now training teachers in areas that they've not been trained in before. So now we look at some of our middle school educators having to use some elementary practices in order to help those students advance. You see that all across the board in our district and in many districts around us, that unfortunately that 1-to-4 ratio, that's going to be pretty accurate. All right, so we're going to have a lot of opportunities and a lot of work to do. If you flip to the next page, federal and state leadership changes have specifically forced us to make change. And so as you know, anytime you change leadership and there's a new team that comes in place, there's a new strategic plan. So in terms of how we establish our goals, we first look at the State Board of Education goals. North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, State Superintendent Catherine Truitt created a new strategic plan that I alluded to, which is Operation Polaris. You can take a look at it, or I can send it to you. But our strategic plan has to be in alignment with their strategic plan. So when you think about what happens at each one of our schools, their school improvement plans, their school improvement teams, all of that has to be in alignment. So State Superintendent Truitt has been in her position for 1 year now. I believe that alignment has been put into place. But again, if you're looking at that 1-to-4 ratio, we have a lot of work to do. We're preparing for retirements and departures, meaning that we do have not just teachers, but TAs, school nutrition assistants, custodians, school bus drivers, whoever it is. They're reaching that time where we're starting to see more retirements. You're also reaching that time where instead of waiting to 30 years, people are now saying, you know what, I'll tap out at 28 and use my leave. And so some of the new changes that you're seeing in our district are responses to what people's personal choices are, which we respect, but you might start seeing turnover. Planning and acting in a time of uncertainty. I think you would agree we're not going back to normal, whatever that was, and we need to figure out what it might be moving forward. But as you may agree with me, consistent changes from the CDC with Health and Human Services, they've been just very dynamic in trying to help us get kids back to school. So months ago, when it used to be 14 days and then 10 days, Jim Madsen, again, has been absolutely amazing with us, working with us to try to get kids back in school, but we're still in that uncertain time. if you're reading what I'm reading, watching the news, how many more variants of a virus can you get? And the answer is many. All right, keep going.
Is your CDC guidance becoming more consistent, not jumping as much as it was early on 9-10 months ago?
I think they've always been extremely intentional, and as scientists and health officials and medical providers or medical personnel learn more, well, then the frequency of change does not come as quickly, right? Because they've learned more, they've been able to study it more, and then also determine what the needs are. And so I think, when you shut down in spring of 2020, people are just trying to figure out what is going on, right? And so lots of changes. I would go into a meeting, be pulled out to go answer the phone, come back and change everything of that meeting, right? Because things were happening so quickly. But I also think that our health department, CDC, even our state officials have been very thoughtful that you cannot turn a cruise ship around on a dime, right? Well, you cannot turn a school system around overnight. You have to have some lead time to that. So I don't think it's as frequent. I do think it's far more intentional. And I think our voices as school personnel are being heard and actually asked to participate more now than initially.
A lot of people don't understand that you're in a position where your hands are tied to a large extent.
Yes, sir.
And you have to make do with what guidelines you're given, and they're authoritarian guidelines, and you must obey.
Well, it puts you in a position where, Stephen Covey's book, I would love for all of you to read it one day. It's called The Speed of Trust. And Covey talks about if the facts are not right in front of people and you don't consistently speak the truth, then you're going to breed suspicion. All right? And we give all of our administrators that book. We put them through that training. We work with our district personnel around that. And that's really where it boils down to is most people really did not focus on the decision-making process of schools until you had the pandemic. Because when those sudden changes were occurring, many people didn't recognize that those were not our decisions, right? And so that goes back to your point. You have to make that change. You have to do that. But I think those decisions and the templates and the work that others have done on our behalf have always been in the best interest for keeping kids and our employees safe. But right now, I think our community now knows a lot more about the processes of public school than they had in the past. So any new information and community engagement is always going to be helpful to us. If you look at the next slide, or maybe it disappeared, here's our ADM projections. So for next year, DPI projects us to be over 6,000 students. Last projection I saw was around 6,100. Specifically, we have right now 5,900 and I think 5,978 that are counted in our ADM. Please recognize that when projections are put out, they typically do not include pre-K. So we add pre-K back into that. We currently have 150 pre-K students. So any projection or number that you see, you should add 150 to it, unless it's truly listed as pre-K below it. They're usually reported out in two different mechanisms. But as of this morning, 5,978 students in Beaufort County Schools. And DPI projects over 6,000. Final slide is just a number. Our operating budget, excluding additional grants that we get, such as ESSER and funding in that regard, but our operating budget is just over $75 million, and that includes the sincerity of what comes from local funding, but also federal and state funding. All right. But behind that document, you should see our strategic plan, which is what you have in your green folder. And then if you go to the last document, I know that you're always very thoughtful about ESSER. And I want to just take this time and ask Ms. Tammy Lewis to stand next to me. I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Tammy Lewis. She is our Chief Finance Officer. As you may recall, Mr. Willie Mack Carowin did retire, and we're so excited for him. But in terms of having someone who is just as sharp and ready and you talk about knowing Beaufort County and being in that pipeline, we were just so thrilled that Ms. Lewis wanted to and agreed to this position. So what you see, and you can stay right here, what you see on that last sheet is our COVID funding, or a better way of saying it is most of our ESSER funds. Please know that, and thinking back to it, it originally started through the CARES Act, and then you had ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. If you notice all the way down, that last item where it says COVID teacher bonus not yet allotted, we have been trying to just keep up with how things drop to us. And I know that sounds so silly, but imagine if you went to your bank account and went to your bank statement and all of a sudden saw a line item there that you just didn't know, and it had no value there, right? Well, you would want to know when that was dropping in, right? Such as if you're getting a tax return, automatic, deposit, when is it coming in, right? And what can you use it for? Well, that goes back to one of the questions or statements that you made of you tend to have to follow it. It's a moving target. Sometimes it's just a moving target. And I think the state had done a very thoughtful job of saying, look, our schools are going to need money and we need to be responsive to it. And a lot of that money initially was around the care of, any types of masks and sanitation and whatever it was going to be. And then they started sending money back saying, look, we've got these learning gaps, we've got the mental health issues, we need to do things in that regard. So if I can just draw your eyes down that list under description, you'll see some of the digital curriculum, you'll see learning management systems. A learning management system is the platform that you're using to deliver the instruction. Children's grants, student health, I'm just going to fly down. Cafeteria workers, competency-based assessments, K-12 emergency relief, homeless grants, preschool grants. So there's many things that come to us, and we call those PRCs, right? And they come into us, and then here's the most interesting part, that is where Tammy's job comes into play, is when do you have to spend the money? And so, for example, as simple as it is, you might look at your child or your grandchild or your neighbor's child and say, here's $10, and you can say, use it how you'd like. And you walk away and you just never worry about it. Well, that doesn't happen to us. It's more like, here's $10, you have 6 months to spend it, and this is what you spend it on. Well, that's the part of it. Sometimes that money drops in and you have to have it spent by this coming September. Sometimes that money drops in and you have to have it spent by the following September. Much of what you see on this paper has to be spent by September of 2023. New PRCs that might be dropping in for things that we don't know about yet may go to September 2024. And so look at the balance remaining, which is the second column to the right, all the way down, and you'll see that number, $20,933,000. And you'll think, man, that is a lot of money that you still have. And in actuality, it's not, and let me explain why. To run summer schools, include state-mandated summer schools, unfunded state-mandated summer schools, this is where that money comes from. And so when you think about employing teachers, feeding students, transportation, you're looking at $1 million operations each year. And so that money is going to help us with staffing summer schools, working with our kids, advancing that learning. You're going to watch that nearly cut in half. When you look at potentially upgrading most, if not all, HVAC systems in our schools to take that off the county level, then you're then going to see half of that half disappear. So that money goes actually pretty quick once you have an intentional plan. So to finalize this, let me say, any of that money that is being spent out of ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, who's the final decision maker as to whether you can spend it? It's not the Board of Education. In short, anytime we want to spend this money, we have to send a plan back to the state of North Carolina for their reviewers. And if they say, no, you cannot spend it on that, we have to go in a different direction. And so when sometimes the community asks us to respond to something, and they might say back to you, it's been 120 days since they did anything about it. As you know, decision-making goes through levels all the way back up to the state. And so we're being very intentional around the use of that money. Remember, last summer, the state required a 150-hour summer school, which just absolutely killed the morale of our teachers because they were just exhausted from synchronous learning of the pandemic. Well, the state came back and said, you know what, we recognize that. And so now this summer, it's a 50-hour mandated summer school. So you may see some changes, but the use of that money, we're trying to be very intentional with. Questions about anything that we've presented to you today?
Yeah, that summer school, that's for every teacher and every curriculum?
No, it's not. Summer school, a child is typically identified for summer school by their school site. Teachers can recommend it, counselors can recommend it, principals can recommend it. It's typically for students who have at least 1 year loss or more. So this past summer, you're looking at students who had 2 years loss of learning being in summer school to try to get them back to that platform or where they should be. And so if a typical school year is 10 months and you grow 1 year over 1 year's growth in 1 year's time, meaning if you're a sixth grader, you should then have the skill sets and be ready to be a seventh grader. But because of what we've experienced, that sixth grader might have the grades to move to seventh grade, but their skill set was not 10 months of learning. So they might actually move to seventh grade and still have a sixth grade skill set. And so that's really where you start looking at summer school for those who are far behind in reading, far behind in mathematics, to get some of those very basic fundamental education pieces put back into them. Summer school is not typically under this program that the state mandates for an advanced learner, meaning that you've taken Algebra 1, but you'd like to kill Algebra 2 in the summer so you can take Algebra 3 in the fall. It's not like that. Now, it's not for every teacher. They're not mandated to it. So in actuality, we have a hard time staffing summer school because people are exhausted. So in the past, we typically did their rate of pay to try to get people to do summer school. Normally didn't have an issue. This past year, I think we did $40 an hour to try to get people there, but our educators are exhausted. And so we try to make it worth it for them, and I was happy to see that the state reduced it to 50 hours. But in short, not every content area, but typically the sound, fundamental basics of education that kids are lacking.
Ask you one question.
Yeah.
At what age are children taught fractions? I mean, fractions are so important. And so many people, even adults my age, say I have trouble with fractions, and if you don't get fractions, you don't get math.
Right.
When did I start teaching fractions?
Well, I can go back and look at pacing guides if they've changed since you and I. But what I can say also is, mathematics, as you may know, is a sequential process of building upon the previous. So, as a former chemistry teacher, strangely enough, 80% of what I taught in a chemistry class was math. All right. And so I would say you would start to see fractions, if not in algebraic form, but actually in a more conceptual form, all the way down into the young elementary ages.
Boy,
all right? Yeah. And so what I can tell you this too is when you think about all the different math levels, all right? So in third grade, there's testing, fifth grade, there's testing, eighth grade, there's testing, and then you get to your high school EOCs. But those math concepts are essential. And when you looked at Common Core math, and you've probably heard everyone, of our generation complain that it looks so different, well, that's where you are. And you see a lot of those concepts that you and I may have learned in middle school pushed all the way back into elementary school. And so I think they learn it at a much younger age now.
I mean, if you don't learn fractions, you don't really learn multiplication, division, but more importantly, proportionalities.
Right, and I'll actually add to that if you don't mind, and I know you're probably up against a timeline here, so I'll make it short, but number recognition and understanding value is as important to mathematics and a mathematical mind as letter recognition is to phonics in reading and learning and speaking. And that other piece that no one ever talks about, writing. And so if parents would support our schools and their children by simply reading 15 minutes a day with their children at home, by the time that child graduates, they'll have millions of words under their belt, right? Same thing. If you are home with an elementary age child and just do math, and I don't mean by paper and pencil, I mean, hey, if you stop at McDonald's, let them count the change. Let them get used to what, the value of a dime is. Let them get used to the value of a dollar. Can you do it in your head? And those two things, letter recognition, number sense, matters from the very elementary age. And if there was anything I would really ask you to advocate for at the state level, is universal pre-K. And students who choose, or families who are not eligible or choose not to come in to pre-K, their students may be behind right when they hit kindergarten based on your state standards. And so if there's anything I'd ask you to advocate for, would be that universal pre-K for families. Other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
First, I want to congratulate you on putting together a visual aid for your presentation that I could actually read. I thought I was going blind, but this is the best one that I have seen.
Thank you.
And everybody else needs to go to school, take a lesson from you on how to do that.
Thank you.
When you present your budget to us, to the manager, and when we finally get it, I would like to see a breakdown that shows every county employee with their job title and their salary. Everyone that's paid out of county money, every person.
All right, and can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So when you say county money, you mean local funds only, that you don't want to see state or federal?
No, I don't care about state or federal. I
Okay.
just want to see the county jobs and what they do.
Yes.
The name, the little description,
Yep.
and the salary. That's for every one of them. And the vacancies presented also
Yes, sir.
that you have. Now, this is a piece of advice that I've been given for about 15 years.
Yes, sir.
School board chooses to ignore it, and I can't imagine a body whose sole product is education that runs from education, and that's what you guys are doing. You mentioned your heating, ventilating, air conditioning system. Those are very sophisticated mechanical systems. They run most of them hot and cold water at the same time. It takes a lot of reverse thinking to be able to manage one and to run one, because it's not common sense and straight line. And you guys have not hired an engineer yet.
Right.
You need a facilities engineer. With the $3 or $4 million that you're looking at, a facilities engineer will pay for himself virtually overnight.
Right.
And it needs to be someone with 10 years of experience. It doesn't need to be a recent graduate. And I continue to advocate for this, and I've heard all kinds of excuses like they cost money. Well, the $100,000 that you pay a year for this guy, plus whatever overhead goes with him, you will get back $500,000 every year from that. That is an investment that is worthwhile. And I'm going to continue to hammer the school board, because if you're out giving RFPs to mechanical designers to look at your systems, you don't know what you're buying.
Right.
You don't have a way of evaluating it. You don't have a way of peer review. But if you have a engineer on staff who does these things, he's looking after your interest. Nobody is looking after your interest the way you're doing it. They just want the money.
So teach me for a moment, if you don't mind. What does a typical engineer that you're thinking of, what's a salary range for them?
I would say that with 10 years experience, you should be able to get somebody with the overhead for the $100,000 a year. But they need to be experienced. It doesn't need to be a recent graduate. It needs somebody who's had his hands on things, because you're only going to have one on staff, so you can't afford the on-the-job training. But I am satisfied from what your electrical bills are, your mechanical bills, and we've been into this over and over. We had the janitors have been running some of your systems. I've been in the schools when they have tried, when there's 1,000 people in the auditorium, and the janitor's back there trying to figure out how to make this thing heat or cool.
Yeah.
This is not the way it's done.
Right. Well, on your behalf, I will bring that proposal to the board on Tuesday.
Right, and I will make an appearance before the board if I need to talk with them about this, because I can't imagine, you're in the education business. These engineers are very sophisticated and very well educated and can provide a valuable service.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Question on your spreadsheet as it relates to the $28 million.
Let me get to it.
The $3 or $4 million that you're talking about for heat and air, I'm assuming would be under PRC 171 or 181.
Yes.
You know which one that is?
I believe we were using 181.
Yeah, I think so.
We're using 181.
181.
Under 181, okay. The cutoff date on that is 24.
Yes, sir.
You think there's a chance that that might be extended because based on contracts and everything else and supply issues,
No, I don't think that will be extended. I do think that the state is looking at how many school systems are now competing just to get the same qualified people as Commissioner Richardson's talking about to come do the work, especially east of I-95. So you may not see an extension in that money. You might actually see a new allotment. But we are trying to work on what we believe is in that priority most essential to get done. And we just don't know when this is eventually going to stop. So
is a signed contract, does that qualify even though your payment may be after that?
Typically, no. You have to have delivery and the project finalized before their end date. For example, our budget runs July 1 to June 30th, as you know. If we order, say, a textbook or a laptop on June 21st and it arrives July 2nd, that's a problem, right? So everything is really strict. So much so, that's why I'm so excited that Ms. Lewis oversees such a fine department, award-winning department for that matter, the last 3 years, because they hold everyone accountable to those deadlines. So to your point, we'll try to do the best that we can with what we have in the timeline that we have. Hope for extensions, unlikely. Possible allotments, unknown. But we want to say thank you to all of you. And if we know we can use the money for those capital needs that are allowable, then that should take some of the onus off of the county.
Other questions?
Mr. Richardson, you know, the schools have their buildings, and I agree with what you're saying with the engineer, but we have other buildings. Is this a position that could be split, shared?
Well, it could be split, but normally your facilities engineer also runs the maintenance department because he can control what the peoples are, not only he can control what they're supposed to be doing to see to it that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. So, but it is a position that, you know, he could consult out with. But I'd rather him spend his prime time with the schools because they've got some really huge buildings and a lot of expense going on with maintenance. And without this kind of professional help, and I know some things that have gone on in that department, they need professional help badly.
Does the community college have such a person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they do, and they've made money with it, and they will tell you they've made money with it.
We have time for one more question. Commissioner Revolts.
Who helped you with your strategic plan?
Specifically, we used River Bay Educational Consultants to help us design a strategic plan. That consulting group, the CEO of that group is Ms. Robin Ventura. That group is made up of former educators, retired teachers, retired principals, superintendents. That group did a really great job of surveying our community. I mean, we had nearly 4,000 responses on our strategic plan and input from community to teachers to employees, other employees to administrators, but all ideally presented back to the board in this regard, and that's what they decided on. This is the same group who's helping us with our accreditation review, which will happen at the end of March. You might know it as Advanced Ed. Its name is now changed to Cognia. But this group did a fine job working with our employees today. As a matter of fact, they're working on the Cognia study right now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice to
Appreciate
have
the time. And again, any information about Mary Pagliaro, greatly appreciated if you can let Crime Stoppers know. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Tim.
If any gentleman wants to take a break, I need to.
Yeah, you've been doing it. They got a bunch.
Okay, we All right, we're back. You ready, Jim? I apologize for taking a little break there.
That's all right.
I know you can do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. That's fine. I can imagine y'all need a break after a little bit of time listening to people talk, and so I want to appreciate the time, though, to be here to talk about the health department. I'm trying to stay away as much from COVID conversation as I can, because y'all get to hear that plenty from me, but I can answer any of your questions you have. I don't have any slides, so there's no visual stuff for you to look at except for in the pamphlet right here. Right inside the notebooks, you'll see I have a brochure for the health department. That's a little bit dated because we need to update some stuff in there, which we're going to do this summer. But also a card about our behavioral health program. But between those two, you'll be able to see just about everything that we're doing at the health department as far as services. And then you'll see the handout that I have, which I'm going to use as the outline to talk to y'all about. And it has the visual information that you'll need as I'm moving forward with the conversation. First thing I have is the summary of services. So just to let you know that prior to COVID, our clinic, which we see for tuberculosis, STDs, health, maternal health, those kind of things, that's in the brochure where you see clinical services, we normally would see 640 visits a month. During COVID, we were up to 2,844 visits a month. Granted, a lot of those are vaccinations and testing that we did for COVID, but just to let you know that workload really increased quite a bit during this COVID time period. We did try to maintain most of our clinical services throughout the whole COVID event. There were times where we may have decreased the services in half, so about 300 visits per month was what we're trying to hit in order to free up staff in order to respond to the different COVID events that have occurred. Most of those COVID events, of course, were vaccinations and then the testing. But we also did a lot of outreach efforts, like to communities and businesses. And over the 13 months since we did our first vaccination, December of 2020, or 2020. So it's been 13 months we've been vaccinating. The health department has delivered 24,133 vaccinations as of yesterday, late yesterday. So you can see we've been very busy with that. The WIC office, the Women, Infant, and Child, which is a nutritional program, they have gone up during this COVID period. They used to have about 1,200 clients a month come through. They're up to 1,468 is what we saw last year on average. Our case management program, where we look at clients that are pregnant and we follow them if they're high-risk pregnancy. Medicaid eligible, most of them are, so they're they're case managed, make sure they go to their appointments, and so that the babies are born with the best health that we can offer. We do about 54 of those per month. High-risk children are the ones that are very likely to have problems at home, or health problems that occur, like underweight when they're born, or they live in poverty. So we want to make sure that they go to all the resources and things that they're available for their first couple of years of life. They may be followed up to 5 years of age. And then when they get into the school system. So we see an average of 61 per month in that program. Our health education program throughout the year pretty much maintained the same pace that they'd had in previous years. I used health education a lot when it came to the COVID response, though. So I pulled them out of some of their classes that they were teaching on diabetes and had them out there testing and doing that, because that was staff that I could cut back. Nobody wanted to have classes anyway during COVID, so we were able to use them for that process. For environmental health, you'll see some of the inspections. This is all from last year's numbers. Pool inspections, they did 58. I also put 2019, which was pre-COVID, to compare that you can see that pretty much the same effort was put into it during COVID as it was prior to COVID. We did 32 environmental samples. 8 establishments were open during that last year. 1,601 on-site wastewater inspections were done, which is up 300 from pre-COVID. 702 food and lodging inspections. We set 156 mosquito traps during last year, and the mosquito identification. So we had one guy that counted mosquitoes. He counted 21,653 mosquitoes. Now in 2019, he counted 66,000. So it just goes to show that last year was a low mosquito year. So the traps didn't have as many mosquitoes in them. No, sorry. It's coincidence. It's just populations go up and down, and it was a low mosquito year.
You also had to remember somewhere around 2019 is where we had the hurricane, and we had water staying in places for almost a week.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The population of mosquitoes go up and down year, based off of wetness and when the rains come, those kind of things, yeah. So anyway, these are all just to show you how the health department functioned last year during COVID, with as close to numbers as we have done in the past. So we didn't slack on that stuff. So some of the most important issues for y'all to be aware of. One is not only did we go through that COVID, but we also went through Medicaid transformation last year. So July 1st of last year, Medicaid transformation came out, which is a big change from before, where Medicaid was a fee for service. So it was in the state office, Medicaid was, and you did a service, you send up to them whatever service you did, let's say a visit, they would send you the amount of money that it was worth, and that would be how we did that in the past. But with Medicaid transformation, Medicaid is given all that money to what they call PHPs, which are provider-led health plans. AmeriHealth, Blue Cross Blue Shield, United Healthcare, and WellCare are the ones in North Carolina that serve our area. There's another one that's out west, but we don't worry too much about them. So the money goes to them, and then when we have a service, we send it to them, and they pay us, which means they have a little bit more scrutiny about what's going on, and they are then responsible for those fee-for-services and then any kind of benefits that they may offer. Some of them may offer, let's say you're a pregnant woman and you're in Medicaid, one health plan may offer you $500 worth of formula, where another one may not. One may offer you a membership at a gym or something like that for a year after the baby's born. Another one may not. So each plan is separately and based off of what they provide. But that is for the care of the person. So the person can pick which plan they want out of those four. But what we then have to do is send our bill to them, and they'll pay us. Which means we're not sending it to one person anymore. Now we're sending it to 4 different companies, and those 4 companies are then paying us back. So we have to keep our eyes on all 4 of those companies. During that transformation, they also have, are y'all familiar with cost settlement? Some of you may or may not, but basically at the end of the year, a clinic, especially if it's a like a health center, a free health clinic, or a FQHC, they get an opportunity to submit their visits and their amount of cost to run the clinic to Medicaid. Medicaid then turns around and says, okay, because we have so many constrictions on you, like for example, if we have an STD visit, if you go to your provider, your regular doctor for an STD visit, it's a 15-minute visit and you're out the door. But with us, we're required to put in like an hour's worth of education on that as well. So that means we can't run 4 people through an hour. We can only run 1 person through an hour. So that causes some inefficiencies as far as visits go. So Medicaid, they'll evaluate that and pay us for that other 3/4 of an hour for that service. So that cost settlement used to go every year, and we would get back a check. Now that the Medicaid is going to the PHPs, that's no longer available to us as like it was before. So now the PHPs are required to give us basically a direct payment to make up that difference. I say all this because right now this transformation is not going as smoothly as we would want it to have, right? So we have not even received our first PHP direct payment yet. Now, they're working on it. we should get it all fixed. In February, there's a meeting that we're supposed to be on where the director at the Medicaid is going to tell us how it's going to work. Right now, it's not a problem, but I just want to make y'all aware of that who knows how this is going to end up popping up, but it should get resolved before the end of the fiscal year.
What % of your income comes through that? For services?
From the cost settlement for Medicaid in general?
Well, that's being impacted by this delay.
Well, I can tell you, I just have to use my calculator real quick to tell you the percentage. Total Medicaid is about 12 to 15% of our revenue. And that particular part of that revenue is probably about a third of that. So what's a third of 12? A third is 4, right? About 4%, 5%. Medicaid, this Medicaid transformation affects much more than the health department. It also affects, I guess to a lesser degree, social services and emergency management services. But that's just my impact with it. Also part of Medicaid transformation impacts the case management of things. So the case managers, I mentioned earlier that they see 54 per month pregnancies and 61 high-risk children per month. So now the PHPs pay that portion of our service. Now they've done a very good job getting us that money. The reason they support this program is because they know that if we did not get involved in that pregnancy, or if we did not get involved in that high-risk child, it ended up costing them more money because of the emergency room visits and because of the health of those people would become much diminished. So by keeping them healthier, the insurance companies don't have to spend as much money later on with their health. So that's their philosophy of that. And so I don't really have any financial worries with the case management right now. But it does change things up the way it looks. So the next thing is there any questions about the transformation? No. Okay, the community health assessment. So last year, despite all the things that were going on, we also did a health assessment of the county. So many of y'all probably saw a survey to answer questions about the health. So we were able to do 600 community members participated in the survey. And we took the responses that they gave us and we took state numbers that was brought down to look at health concerns, different diseases and different impacts that affect health. And we combined that into a health assessment. We're working now to finalize that. So if you go on our website, you'll see the 2018 health assessment is there. This 2021 health assessment should be up there by the end of March. We hope to have it up. But part of that process was then to take that information and we put together a group of people who met at the community college to talk about the health issues that are in Beaufort County, and they came up with a prioritization list. And those prioritizations are things that we want to tackle not just as a health department but as a community in whole. So Vidant was part of that. Agape is part of that from health perspective, but we also had schools involved, law enforcement, members of the community involved in order to help us address what are the biggest issues that they felt was a priority for us. The health department will now take that priority list and we'll create a strategic plan this next year in order to address those issues from our perspective. Those other organizations will also use this. Organizations that are applying for grants will use this. Community development may use this community health assessment in order to draw down money for a grant or to apply for a grant. So from a health department perspective, this becomes our focus area for the next 4 years or so. And we're looking at what we want to do to increase the health in our county. So you can see that the first one that they came up with is chronic disease, and these are not like in order of importance, but these are the top 4 priorities. So chronic disease such as heart disease and diabetes, stroke, those all are still high on the list. But the biggest thing they really wanted to focus on was prevention for getting it, management of it if you did catch it, and then how that would be impacted positively if we have exercise, nutrition, and weight as a focus point. Mental health is a second priority, and that included substance abuse, education, prevention, and treatment. I'll talk quite a bit about mental health and substance abuse when I talk about projects that we're looking forward to doing and making more robust as we move forward. Economy was the third issue. Again, like I said, not always was it just health that was at the table, but we had other people involved too. But they feel, and we do too, that economy makes a big difference. So transportation was one of those. So if people have transportation problems, making it to medical appointments and stuff becomes an issue. Affordable housing and substandard housing. One of the things that we do have a hard time here with is what I call affordable housing. There's nice houses that people have, but as far as somebody that has a job that they may make $45,000 a year, to find a house that they can afford is difficult here in Beaufort County. Education and food insecurity were other issues that fall underneath the economy umbrella. And lastly, vulnerable populations, and the three that were identified needing the most help would be minority populations, aging, and those who have low income. So again, that's our driving force for our next strategic planning, which will occur hopefully this summer, certainly by the fall, and that will project where we're moving forward. Substance abuse is one of the big issues that's out there right now, and before COVID came out, we were talking about the opioid pandemic or opioid epidemic, and so we have already started some efforts towards there. We created a behavioral health clinic so that people can come in for counseling. We're working on medicated assisted therapy so that people that are addicted can use that therapy in order to try to, distance themselves from the use of opioids. Last year, or was it 2 years ago, 2019, it was 3 years ago now, right? We had 15 deaths due to overdoses in Beaufort County. So those are things that we're trying to stop.
How are those numbers comparatively to last year and the year before?
I don't know what last year's numbers are.
The
year before, I think it was 12. So that's pretty close. I think 10 to 12 is kind of our
So it's up a bit.
It is. It's up a bit. And it's really up a bit if you look back about 10 years ago when it was about 3 to 6.
Oh,
So,
yeah. Yeah. Do you know what kind of, you said opioids?
Opioids are the biggest, tobacco's a substance used too, but that's the most.
Not overdose.
That's the one we're most worried about is opioids to include heroin.
How about fentanyl?
Yes, that's
not opioid, is it?
I think it's an opioid.
Is it considered
concentrated?
Is that
opioid.
under that
Yes.
the heading of opioid?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
But that's one of the issues is because it doesn't take a lot of that to have that effect, and if something's laced with it. And most of those accidental overdoses are either due to that or because somebody didn't do it for a while and think they can go back to the same amount that they did before, which is what happens a lot of times when somebody gets put in jail. Because we did a survey of the jail and we found that 78% of them were in there had some kind of mental health or substance abuse issue, and almost a third of them had talked about using opioids at some time. So since they're going cold turkey in the jail, it might be a good time for us to try to do an intervention that occurs after they get out of jail. And that falls along with mental health issues as well. COVID has accentuated some of those mental health issues because there's a lot of pressure on people nowadays. Sometimes it's just a counseling need, and Beaufort County in general doesn't have a lot of providers to provide counseling and mental health appointments with. So the health department has got those appointments available now, and we're seeing increase each month. We're starting to see an increase in number of people used that. I'm sorry?
How are you providing?
We have a counselor there.
Is that a new hire?
It's a contract person that we use.
Is that new?
It's not new.
So,
It's new a couple years ago.
okay.
Right. I'm trying to think what year we started that. October 2019, I think it was. But again, substance abuse is another issue that the county is getting involved in when it comes to the cost settlement for the opioid settlement that occurred. So we have a KB Reynolds grant that we received to help us focus on the substance abuse issue, and then what's the best way to make recommendations to y'all as the commissioners on how to spend that money. I think y'all might have gotten a letter from our Tiffany Moore to outline what the Behavioral Health Task Force had been looking at. Did that go out yet? Do you know? I know, I think it did go out. I'm pretty sure it went out. No? I'll make sure, I'll talk to her when I get back to make sure that's gone out to y'all. Basically what it is, there's a Behavioral Health Task Force that is concentrating on mental health and substance abuse. They include all the providers in the county that deal with substance abuse or mental health, and so they want to kind of align everything that we're doing. Some people are duplicating services, some of them have gaps in services, so we want to try to fill the gaps and stop the duplication that's occurring in the Beaufort County area. So that Behavioral Task Force is creating a plan that ultimately they're going to present to you to ask y'all to endorse for using the opioid funds that come down from the settlement. Another thing that we're working on is the community health worker infrastructure. So a community health worker is a lay person or a professional, depending on how they come into the system, and they are trained in order to go back to their community and to provide education or opportunities for resources that have to do, in our case, with health and economic stuff. The three areas that I'm really looking at is churches, neighborhoods, and businesses. So if you're, let's say, a health minister at a church, then we'll help you get trained to be a community health worker, and we'll help you to maintain a status of education. You'll become part of the network, so that when something new comes out, then you, as the health minister for that church, you'll be able to go into the church, work with the pastor there, work with the congregation, and you'll be able to, let's say that you have a church banquet that comes on. Well, let's have some healthy foods there as well. So they'll advocate for healthy foods there, or they'll say let's have a exercise Zumba every Tuesday night or something like that. So they're going to bring their own service into the church. Health department then, by educating them, by working with them, we can offer, brochures, we can offer educational materials, we can help support them if they want to do a health fair at their church. The point being is that person there is better tied into that community than we are as a health department. And the good thing is they're not paid, so there's no cost to do this from our perspective. Now, the church may decide they want to offer money to that health minister to do that or something like that. But we'd like to see that in businesses, and then, maybe somebody that advocates for their neighborhood, they may want to do some program like that. So far we're trying to build this structure as we move forward. One of the things that we've done is we've worked with the community college, and they offer a class now. They get a certificate in community health working. It's a 90-hour program, and they learn how to do some of these things and what to do and how to do things. And then the health department, what we're going to be doing is every month we're going to be offering classes, so they can come in as a community health worker, and they'll learn about the most up-to-date topic that may be available. So, a good way that we could have used them if they had already been established was when COVID first came out with vaccinations. We could have worked with those community health workers to go to their churches or go to their communities to help vaccinate. So that's a program that we're working hard on right now. And lastly is the employee health. We were prepared to get that started in, what did we say? It was October, November time frame. But then we all of a sudden got notice about having to do booster shots and stuff like that. So I didn't have a lot of time to concentrate then on let's get this started. But we hope to get this started now March 1st of this year. Okay. And the advantage of employee health is that the employee will be able to come to the health department for urgent care needs, and our provider will be able to treat them or offer them medications or something like that. Okay, on the back I have a summary of our budget, our revenue stream over the last 3 actual years, and then last year's is broken down into the approved and then the amended value. So as I move forward, let me say bottom line up front, they tell me that in the military, bottom line up front is I expect that my budget request will look similar to the 21-22 number, that's the 4th column over. That's kind of where I think we're going to end up being. But if you look back into the past, you'll see that the blue represents county dollars that's put into my budget. So that's how much y'all are looking at. The red is state funds that come through the AAs and agreements that we have. Medicaid, which I talked to y'all about the billing process a little while ago. And then other funds, which is the purple. The 18-19 was an unusual year for us when it came to Medicaid. If you look at Medicaid, that green bar part, you'll see how thick it is. We got 2 Medicaid cost settlement checks that year. So that was unusual, first to get 2 in 1 year. They went to a different system. Instead of lagging behind every year, they caught up with a year, and so we ended up having 2 cost settlement checks that came in on the same year. And the following year is more of what I would call a normal year for us, where 42% of the cost was from the county level. Okay. Then the next year, 2021, that is the actual, and you can see that county money went way down, but that's because if you look at the purple bar, you can see how much COVID money came in. So that was the impact of COVID on our total grant, our total budget.
So it was just recategorized? I mean,
It displaced county dollars. You're right, we were able to displace it. That's part of my philosophy is to say this is what I need, but I spend the whole year trying to find ways of displacing county dollars because I think that I know I need this security of this amount of money to move forward. But if I look for grant opportunities and I can pay 10% of my salary with that grant, that's 10% of my salary that comes back to the county at the end of the year. So I try to find that stewardship of the county dollars. That's how I try to operate on it. So the 21-22 is what we had asked for, and the 21-22 amended is mostly because of more AA money came in. You can see how the red bar is bigger, and then COVID money that's coming in at that purple. I expect that will displace probably a similar amount of the county dollars as last year when we get to that. And Anita was talking about trying to get her some money to show that effect. But typically we start doing that towards the end when we're trying to project what the final budget will be.
So the budget amendments will come later?
They will come later towards the end. I guess, does it come in an amendment or does it just fall back to you? Okay.
Yeah, so if I could just make a comment, because I'm going to stand up there later today when I'm talking about fund balance. And one of the reasons why our fund balance grew so much last year compared to previous years, 7%, is because of the flooding in of the COVID grant money. And so that is not really demonstrated here on this chart. And the reason is because those last 2 bar graphs there, that's based on the budgetary basis, not actual. And it's kind of like when Mr. Cheeseman was saying, that money's dropping in all the time. It's hitting our bank account. And those dollars are replacing the county dollars, but we don't always do a great job of coming before the board and saying, we've got this grant money that dropped into our account. We can lower the fund balance number that's needed to support the health operations this year because of that money coming in. We kind of true it up closer to the end of the year. So just didn't want you to get the idea that I'm going to stand up there and say, you know, that we've got more fund balance because of a lot of the COVID money coming in at the health department. And you're seeing the blue number here on this bar graph about the same.
Right. A lot of times,
larger.
and that's because of the longevity that kicked in.
That's a small piece of it.
Right. Most of the time when we receive these funds, there's always a clause in there that we can't supplant county dollars. And so if you show that supplanting it, that may become a problem. So more or less, we're just moving forward, not supplanting any money, but when we're done, we have extra money, we give it back to the county. Does that make sense?
Is the navy or darker blue, are you saying it includes COVID money or does not?
No, so the blue is county dollars.
No, I'm talking about the dark blue at the top.
That's
of the,
COVID money and other stuff.
Okay, that's where the COVID's being dropped in.
That's
on the
correct.
graph.
Right.
Okay, I got
So, I mean, if you look at this, it looks like, you know, the blue on the bottom, which is the county dollars, the county's actually putting in more money in 21, 22 in the health department than it has in previous years. But in actuality, once we get through doing the budget amendments and recognize all that COVID money that's come in this year, you're going to see that blue county dollar fall down quite a bit.
Right.
So more like 2021.
Yes.
Yes, I expect
that's
the
what
end of this year to look more like 2021.
So there's COVID money in that bottom part of the graph.
There is, because we've not done the budget amendments yet to take away the county money and show it as the COVID, the purple number there.
Okay.
Right. So the 2021, that's when the pay study came in effect, but we got so much COVID money, you can't even see that in this budget. I mean, you know what I mean? The money from the study showed a high increase in county dollars, but then COVID came in and brought it back down to a lower number. I expect, again, this year to look very similar to 2021. My budget request will look similar to the 21-22 number because of, I don't know, there's a lot of uncertainty, so I need to ask for what, that's the real cost that I feel, not counting COVID money. So that was really all I had to present for y'all today. Unless y'all, I left time for questions. No, I'm just saying I left time for questions, that's all.
Oh, okay. When you present your budget package to the manager, I would like to see a listing of every employee you have in your department, including your contract employees, including the people that you're housing that may be under a grant from somewhere. In other words, a whole body count for your department.
Okay.
As a listing with the maybe the name, the job title, and the salary. And then you can also put in there where the salary's coming from if you want to. It's, not the county, it's somebody else.
Salary's a little bit difficult for some people because it depends on how many hours they put into one program or not. But, I could get the salaries.
Well, I take about any kind of presentation that's convenient for you to do. Don't go to your way to do it. But I like to see that in the budget package.
Jim, what do you see as your biggest problem going forward? Biggest challenge?
My biggest, I would say addressing the new issues that are with substance abuse. Just, it's not so much that we don't have enough resources now to address it, because I think a lot of that has come down to us to do it, but it's working with the community to try to make an impact, not just say we have a problem, but how do we address the problem.
So it's developing your strategic plan?
Right, yeah, I think a lot of that has to
And
do
then
with it.
executing?
I think that I've not had any issues with the amount of funding that y'all have provided me in the past. I think y'all done a good job keeping me at a level where I can sustain the programs that we're doing. I think that your support has always been there. Just about everything we've tried to do, y'all have been pretty supportive of. I think we got good county employees, so I don't have an issue with employees. So I think a lot of it is just trying to line up and make sure that we continue to move forward, meeting the health needs of the community, because that's changing so much nowadays. So,
Are you fully staffed? now, Jim?
I think we got an LPN position open at for the jail, and I have a administrative position that's getting ready to open up because she's leaving at the end of the month. But other than that,
Are you having much turnover because of COVID? You're not?
I got to be honest, frankly, it surprises me when I talk to other health departments about turnover and the fact that we have not had huge turnover. I think it's a testimony to how the staff really feels about public health. I think we got good people, and despite that extra work, and I can tell you there's a lot of extra work that's going on right now. I think they have a good understanding of what's going on. So I do think we're very fortunate right now with the staff that we have.
Any other questions?
Maybe it's good leadership.
Well, then it's not me. I got good managers that are able to do that.
Well, thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you.
And at this time, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back and start at 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay, we got the green light. We're back in session. Chief Rose, we're delighted to have you to talk about the 21-22 or 22-23. Melissa, if you...
There it is.
Okay. We're live now.
Okay, thank you. Each budget year, which really is nonstop, it seems like we start one while we're wrapping up the last, and what is old is new, what is new is old. But that's probably one of the tasks that I have that I enjoy the most, is working with folks within the sheriff's office as they're developing their budget and working their way through it, and working with the county staff and working with commissioners as we're really trying to get into the nuts and bolts of what we do. And the budget is really to use what Brian says every year, it's an educational document for the public on who we are and where we're looking to get to. So I appreciate the invite and look forward to the next hour or so. So some things that we talk about just about every year that I try to cover to make sure that for anybody who does watch from the public and everybody knows, is that this isn't just something that comes up a week before there's a presentation and you put it together and go. This is an ongoing, developing, live, breathing document that goes along with everything that we do in the interactions that are there for. So the sheriff's office, our mission statement is to be the best sheriff's office in the state of North Carolina. That's been a mission statement that we've had for at least the time that I've been at the sheriff's office. Sometimes we hit the mark and hit the mark really well. Sometimes we miss, but we are constantly trying to strive to get better all the time. The men and women that work at the sheriff's office in all of our divisions, we have a really good group of folks. I mean, really do. We try to train the best. We try to train as local as we can. We try to train and we try to retain people that want to be in a profession for a long period of time, 15, 20, 25, 30 years. Sometimes it works out, sometimes that it doesn't. But those are the things that we strive for, to try to get it where we can provide as good of a service as we can to the citizens of Beaufort County as possible. With doing that, I can't think of an agency within Beaufort County government that we don't work with. There's not one. I mean, we have to have partnerships with DSS, with the schools, with the health department, with the agriculture, veterans. I mean, if you have an agency that works underneath your umbrella sometime during the year where they're working with the sheriff's office for something. And we also try to get out into the communities and to the public, whether it's government, whether it's services that we're providing for the people, as much as we possibly can on a day in and day out basis. So the 850 square miles of Beaufort County, we try to cover every single one of them. And we can't do that without having and really making these partnerships. So COVID-19, it's been on us for, I guess, going on 3 years now, a little bit over. It's just like walks of life in the private business, government, everything. COVID-19 has affected how we do anything and everything at our office. It's not just something that affects, personnel and whether we can have full staff or have not full staff. It affects how we contact people, how we interact with people. The social distancing that has probably become something that's never going to go away. It's actually affected how we do business on the law enforcement end too, is that, and some things are good, some things are bad. I was taught when I was coming up at beginning of law enforcement 2 decades ago that you either wanted to have distance between people or you wanted to be right on top of them. You didn't want it to be in that fringe area where the bad things can go down. You wanted to be far enough away that you had to yell to talk to them, or you wanted to be so close that you can touch them just by reaching out. So COVID has changed that and has put things on an emphasis to the point that we have to change the way we train when we're interacting people to go along with the social media, the social distancing that we're experiencing. So some of the things agency-wide that I'd like to try to cover, some of the things that we go over, I do specifically so Commissioner Richardson can say that you never give me this information, but I could say at least one time during the year that I have, that at least one time. So we can go back to it and see. So over 500 felony cases were investigated where charges have been filed by our agency. And that's the wrong date, but year in and year out, we are seeing that the numbers are going to go from that 450 number to about 550, with the bigger part of the number being from the drug unit, and then about 150 cases or so from the Criminal Investigations Division. And where we're going to see that is that the Criminal Investigations Division investigates and does felony follow-up on cases that are reported to our deputies, where the drug unit are developing really their own cases. And one case might lead to 6 or 7 other cases down the road over the course of weeks or months. So, but that we've seen that number of 450 to really 550 as a number for the last 5 or 6 years, and I attribute that to the fact that we've got good folks that are working good cases, but we're also at the point where we're going to have to change the way we do something to make the numbers different. If our drug unit is smaller, we're probably going to produce less numbers. If our drug unit is larger, we're probably going to produce less number or more numbers. But right now, with the number of people that we have working, with the number of complaints that we can look into, and the number of hours in a day, I think we're seeing that number is going to remain constant until something changes. And the guys and girls that we have work every day and do an amazing job. We try to do a pretty decent job on the being transparent to the public on the cases when they come out, on sending press releases and letting people know. We do anywhere between 750 to 1,000 press releases in the course of a year, trying to let the people understand and know. Granted that some of those cases that come up we're not going to do press releases on unless we're prompted to. If you've got children that are involved in cases, we try to shy away, or sex offenses, we try to shy away from any media involvement just because of the sensitivity of the nature of the case itself. But we do make sure that we are abiding by any of the Freedom of Information laws, and so if a request comes in, we'll send out the information that we have to, but sometimes we don't send all the information out if there's something sensitive like that. So training definitely has been affected by COVID. I've always been the type that I want to get all of the deputies and employees, civilian staff, telecommunicators and jailers as much training, as much real training, as much important training. I don't care about fluff. I don't care about certificates, but there's plenty of training that makes us better at what we do. And I've always tried to get as much as we can to all of our employees to make us better. COVID has affected that because there's really not much face-to-face or personal interaction with the training, so that has made the numbers drop a little bit. We do a whole lot of online training, even to the point of in-service training that is state mandated we do, but still with the course of that, then 2,800 hours of training agency-wide, what was done in the last year. So I did update the numbers and then rounded down CAD calls. I've mentioned several different times that we receive telephone calls all the time, all day long, constant. You go to the office, the phone's ringing, 24 hours a day it's ringing. But the reason that I put specifically in the CAD system is that is a telephone call that is answered and then something is typed into the system to be done about it. So an example, if there is a motor vehicle crash at 5th and Market, people see it right in the middle of town, there may be 10 phone calls about that wreck. 3 of those phone calls might initiate a CAD entry, and others might just say, appreciate the call, it's already been reported, have a good day, and then that's home. So that's the reason that I put the CAD system piece, is that is a number that somebody has actually typed something into the computer and has done something, whether it's dispatched somebody on the radio or, walk them through the call, whether it's EMD or EFD protocols. But that takes time, that takes effort, and that is the documented number that I want you to see. And of course, I do round it down, so if there are fact checkers out there, then there'll actually be a higher number when you go look at that. 8,000 calls for service responded to by our deputies. So that is a number that's different. That doesn't mean that we've investigated 8,000 crimes. That means that that's 8,000 calls minimum that the sheriff's office has been called, and we have sent a deputy to do something. It might be a noise complaint, or it might be a civil dispute that the complainant wants some advice on, or it may be criminal activity up to and including a homicide that we go and we send people out to try to help out and do service calls on. Over 4,000 calls were investigated for criminal activity by our deputies, so I wanted to give you that number. So if I just gave you the 4,000, then you do the math and you're like, well, that's really not all that bad. But that's not everything that the deputies do in the course of the day. Is that they're constantly out. They're constantly in patrolling. We're trying to hit as many different areas in the county. We do hear, most years we hear that we're doing a pretty decent job. For some reason, the trend goes about every fourth year. Seems to be more complaints than compliments, but I don't know really what comes up with that or not. But it seems like a 4-year cycle. We don't. Well, I mean, yeah, of course, that's maybe that's it, but I don't know. But yeah, every 4 years it seems like we get hit on more than we get complimented on, but that just seems to go with the territory. This is my 5th election, and I've got 7 to go if I can retire full. So I've still got a couple left in me maybe. So all right, so over 50,000 meals served in the jail. This is a sort of a stat that I stole from the schools from a presentation that they did 2 or 3 years ago that I thought was kind of interesting and neat. And I just used that to give like an example of, so our inmates that are in the jail, right? We've got constantly have inmates, we constantly have people that we have to look over and everything, and that every need that a person needs is taken care of by our jailers that work with them. So if somebody needs, toiletries, then they depend on the staff in the jail and the folks to take care of all of those needs. If somebody is just having a bad day and they need to talk about it, that contact with the jailer is usually the first point of contact for that inmate to get them to the point that they're talking to somebody in the mental health field to try to help them out with their issues. If there's a problem between inmates that are in the block that they're in, contact with the folks that are doing their job, that are making their rounds, that are going around taking care of, make sure that all the lights are working properly, making sure that the place is clean, making sure that all of those things go down. Those are the people that are taking care of all of those needs, up to and including that every meal that is consumed in the jail is the food is brought in, it's inspected, it's looked at, it's distributed to the inmates. They take care of the good, they take care of the bad, they clean it up afterwards, and then they move on. So, I mean, just one simple example that can really, talk about the depth of what goes on in the course of the day in and day out of a jailer. And then year in and year out, we drive a lot. I mean, it's we're the sheriff's office. The building that we are in, most of the time, is just a building. That is a place for us to get together and do paperwork and make sure that we've done the organizational things that we need to do. But our offices are out in the community. I mean, we don't want folks in the building. We want folks that are out in the community being seen. We want people out in the community not being seen. We want them working cases. We want them doing preventative law enforcement. We want them doing everything that we can to cover as much of the area that we have all of the time. And I think our guys and girls do a pretty decent job of that. And also hit on that when it comes to that many miles and that many people driving under a whole bunch of different conditions. We drive slow, we drive fast, we drive hard, we leave the vehicles in idle depending on what the situation that's going on. And really when it comes right down to it, knock on wood, our guys and girls do a good job of taking care of their vehicles, making sure that they're not getting beat and banged up. The vast majority of the stuff that we do have would be animal collisions, which I think, it would probably be the vast majority of any collisions in Beaufort County would probably be something with an animal. So, little talk from a couple of the different divisions. So the 911 center, we are at a point now where we have done a lot of major upgrades, and I would say the 10 or 15 year upgrades. That about every 10 or 15 years there's new technology and you have to wipe out the old and bring in the new. What we've done really over the last 4 or 5 years, we've finished the last round of that, and we're patiently and eagerly awaiting the next round, which whatever the next technology and big thing is going to be in the communications and 911 world. We're still working on the things, the new phrases of next gen, and where I really don't know what a lot of that means, but I think a lot of folks really don't know what that means. Just like when I understood that, when I found out that 5G really didn't mean anything specific or technical. That was just like a name that they called the next thing. I mean, I didn't know that. I had to learn it just like I think most people do. So we're in a good spot with the hardware in our 911 center. The radio system seems to be working okay. We still have a hybrid system. We've got a lot of folks that are on the Viper network for radios, and then because of the issues that we had with Viper not being able to page, that led into that VHF system that still needed to do with the multi-spots and stuff. But I think overall we're able to talk to each other, and the more we can speak to each other on these calls, the better off, because it's a scary and eerie feeling when you're in a spot and you need help and you're calling for help and you don't know if that message is getting out. I mean, that completely changes your way of thinking and your plan. And sometimes in the past, we would either not know that it didn't get out, or we could hear something, but the message coming back might be garbled. But I don't think, and I'm not hearing from the guys and girls that are out there that we're experiencing that right now. So there will be improvements and constant improvements, but I think we're in a pretty good spot. So the jail, the doors that were replaced, appreciate all the support that went along in repairing and replacing the door systems in the jail. They are still man-made. They still have moving parts, and it's metal touching metal when they're moving. So there's going to be issues and there's going to be failures, but I think that so far so good. Our staff has been really good about reporting issues almost immediately, and we've gotten good response from county maintenance and from the MTS crews to make sure that any issues that we have are pretty short-lived. So, but that's going to be a constant thing until we don't need doors anymore. So we're going to continue to try to improve, try to change things as we go. Constantly every year there's new best practices and protocols that come down from the state level. Some of those impact us and some of them don't. But we're trying to do the best we can, and we're also still going back to that last study that the Jail and Justice System assessment that NIC did, and we're still trying to implement as many of those things that we can do along the way when it comes to personnel and operations and things like that. So that is that's a good thing. So every budget we talk about and have to talk about, we need to try to make sure that we hit the right mark when it comes to several of the lines. Some of those are safekeeping, inmate medical, pretrial release program, and something that we have to do better and get better at is our management of inmates within our facility. That's a constant conversation that we have to have as the operators, and the board has to have as the funding behind it, because we constantly are going to have a plan on what we need to do to keep the population number with the sweet spot that we have found in our jail is that 50 to 60 number. If the high end of our population is in that 50 to 60 window, we don't see the issues that we saw before when the population would get into the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and 100s. We have less fights. We have less arguments between inmates and the jail staff. We have there's a lot less behavioral issues that we're having to deal with that are strictly brought on by having too many people in a very close or close proximity. So that sweet spot number for our jail, yeah, we may have 85 beds, and we may be rated for 85, but that rating is if you have 85 adult males that are healthy and being nice to each other. But I think that would be rare in the jail world that everybody would be able to hit all of those blocks at the same time. They would call that something else. But we just don't live in that world. So that 50 to 60 window is what we're seeing from the operations side. That is our sweet spot, that if we can keep it there, then we mitigate just about every bad thing that can go on. So inmate population concerns are always a must. So staffing, I'm actually getting to the end of what I wanted to talk about before I had time for questions, but our staffing challenge is not unique to us or just law enforcement. Every presentation that I've seen about budgets within the last couple of weeks, and I've tried to go see as many as I can, whether it's at a municipal level or the county level or the departmental or divisional level, is that everybody seems to be looking for help, and not just help, but for qualified help. Is that, we have never been a spot since I've had anything to do with hiring that I would even look at somebody who the best thing that they could say about themselves is that they can maintain the minimum standards to be hired and kept on. We always look for a little bit more than that. We try to achieve more than that. And sometimes that's tough. And I've talked to some of my colleagues around the state, and some of their agencies have gotten to the point where they'll flat out say, Charlie, if I can hire somebody and get them certified, we'll deal with the problems with it later, but I've got to have boots on the ground. We are not there yet, and I hope that we never get to that point. But that means that we have to be smarter. That means that we have to be more aggressive. That means that we have to do things that we have to do to make sure that we can hire good people from wherever they are, to bring them to Beaufort County, train them to do things the way that we do things and the right way to do things, and then try to keep them for a long period of time. So made calls, looked at different things, looked at websites, and I think every law enforcement agency in our area and probably in our whole state is having staffing shortages. BLET, so basic law enforcement training. Community colleges, which run most of those programs, are having trouble running classes because they have to start with a minimum of 10 people in the class. So community colleges have actually changed that to the point where some BLETs are starting with 5 or 6 or 7 people, even with the attrition through the 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 months of the class. So there's a statewide issue with not getting enough people through BLET. Some of the things that I've just found out, just point for point of references, is that I've seen, I can't stop seeing that the North Carolina State Highway Patrol is recruiting hard and heavy, and I'm seeing all of these bulletins and everything that they go. They've got hundreds of openings throughout the state, hundreds. And then the thing that really caught my eye there is that their pay starts at $50,000. So when you're a cadet, you've never been a trooper or law enforcement a day in your life. If they hire you and put you in the school, you're making $48,500 the first day that you're a cadet in a school in Raleigh. You get out of school, they bump you up to over 50, and then they have, and I don't know if it's in statute, but it's definitely in the budget, where every year for the first 6 years they get it to the point where they are getting substantial raises. So after 6, without a promotion, without having to supervise people, they go from that 50 starting to 70 in 6 years. We're never going to be able to compete with that kind of juice. But I'm just throwing that out there, that if the North Carolina State Highway Patrol is having issues finding qualified candidates at the things that they do, after the prestige of the agency, of everything that goes along with it, then we all have to think harder and better about how we do things on recruiting. So Greenville PD, I grew up in Greenville, just outside of Greenville, Pitt County. Still have a lot of friends there. Went to D.H. Conley High School back a long time ago. Still have a lot of contacts from the folks in that area. Greenville was always the sort of standard bearer for law enforcement and in this region. You'd have Wilmington, who's a pretty big agency, but really Wilmington and Greenville, east of Raleigh, are really the premier places. And then you got some down south in the bigger areas. I think Commissioner Booth just mentioned Jacksonville. So the larger agencies that would have a big draw and a big pool, they know when they're all hurting right now. So Greenville, that they're recruiting out of Pitt County, they're recruiting in Beaufort County, they're recruiting from the Pitt County Sheriff's Office, Pitt County's recruiting from Greenville, and those things used to never happen. I mean, I don't know why, but everybody is looking for folks. And I just give the example of we've got several agencies that are right around us, right around our border, that we do the same jobs, but we're competing with these people. And if you've got somebody coming in from out of the area, you got somebody that's coming in from Rocky Mount, and they say, all right, well, I'm going to apply with Greenville, Pitt County, Craven County, and Beaufort County, and we all offer that person. Who's that person from the outside probably going to go to? You know, you can say, all right, Beaufort County's going to be great. You can come play on the river. Might be a little bit more laid back than what Greenville, all that stuff, but they can probably pay you $15,000 or $20,000 on the onset, more than what we can. Most folks are going to jump for the money, at least initially. And then the Martin Bertie Regional Jail piece. I just saw that bulletin about 3 or 4 days ago, and this goes back to Commissioner Booth asking in a commissioners meeting a month or two ago about sign-on bonuses, and at that point I hadn't really seen anything about that. Well, I saw a bulletin earlier this week that Martin Bertie Regional Jail is offering 2.5. As a signing bonus, plus upping the level of their starting pay because they're having such issues, and the state DAC filling in correctional officers and stuff. So a little information on that. So to continue, so some of the things in the conversations that we're going to need to have, that we've had for years, and that we're going to have to continue to add and to have during the course of this negotiation over the budget is what are the expectations that the board is going to have when it comes to the law enforcement operations in Beaufort County. That is the specific detail of our involvement between us as being the sheriff's office and the commissioners being the funding board, is what is the level of services that the board wants to see us provide the community. Because if we are so far away from each other with what you expect and what you want compared to what we expect and what we want, then we'll never get there. We'll never get there. So some of the things in the conversations that the sheriff and I have had over the last 7 years, 6 years, 5 years, going on to the point that we had one about 3 weeks ago as I was putting some of this stuff together. So from our point of view, when somebody from the community, somebody from the public, somebody from a government agency, somebody from a elected board or appointed board calls and asks us to provide a service, we want to be able to say yes, flat out. Hey, can you do this? Yes, we can. Hey, do you want to do this? Yes, we do. Of course, if somebody asks us to do something that we can't do because there's a law that says we can't, then we want to explain that we can't do that and this is why type deal. So some examples that come up with that is that, and in that second little area, the portion that I highlighted there, is that there's an interesting dynamic between county government and city government. I don't have to tell any of y'all that. Every time that y'all deal with municipalities, sometimes are good, sometimes are bad, but everybody's got their own agendas, everybody's got their own goods and bads, and they go with that, and it's really needed to, because you need to look out for your responsibilities, and they have to look out for that. So Beaufort County is a little interesting because we have several municipalities that do not have formal police departments as part of their services that they provide their communities. A lot of times when those municipalities jump into the game and say, you know what, we want to be a separate and apart from county government, we want to do our own thing, so we're going to become a municipality. Most of those normally at that point will take care of fire service, they take care of EMS service, and they take care of law enforcement, right? You know, we have sort of a hybrid system again here, where I think for the most part the county does most of the EMS. I don't know, does Washington still have a EMS game, but so a little bit in Washington, for the most part the county does the rest. Fire is hybrid, so you got some professional fire, you got volunteer fire. You know, law enforcement, you've got the Washington Police Department, you got Belhaven Police Department, which I'm amazed at the things that Belhaven Police can do with the number of staffing that they have, because they still run calls 24/7, and I think they only have 6 or 7 people that work there. We help them out as much as we possibly can. We do a lot of drug work in Belhaven, and we do, once again, if somebody calls and says, hey, we need something, we try to be there as much stuff as we can. But it comes interesting when you are providing services to municipalities that have police and when you're providing services to municipalities that don't have police, because Aurora, Bath, Pantigga, and Washington Park, if they have law enforcement services needed, they call us. And we have to take care of it. And sometimes we can do that without it being stressful, but Aurora asks for more help than what we can provide, and they need more help than what we can provide. Bellhaven area, so Pantigga, Pike Road area, those places need more law enforcement presence. They're asking for more law enforcement presence, but we can't openly say and provide that just because we don't have the resources to do that. The shape of Beaufort County, which we all know, you've got, a Pac-Man looking figure that's divided by a river. We don't use the ferry. We can't, it's not good business for our cars to be using the ferry, because sure enough, as soon as we get on the boat heading one way, there's an emergency on the other way and they're not going to turn the boat around for us. So if we've got cars in Bellhaven and there's a major call in Aurora, that's 70 to 75 miles of road between those two. I'm not saying those cars are going to be the ones that are going to respond to it, but the more stuff that happens on the far eastern part, then we have to play almost like a zone defense in basketball, with Washington and Chocowinity being the hoop. So if there's something going on in Bellhaven, all of our forces have to respond and move, because we have to be ready to take on the next challenge. And we do that. We do that every day. Every day we do that. We can handle two big things, any big things at one time. If we start to get a third big thing at a time, that's when we start to run into issues. That's where we start to run into problems. But any time that we've got stuff going on, which is every day, we are going to be moving people up and down and around the county to try to give as much coverage as we can. But that is where it happens, where there's may be sometimes where there's a 20, 25 or 30-minute response time, is because we're just bouncing from call to call to call anywhere and everywhere in the county. So a handful of years ago, we started talking about transports and the amount of transports that we're taking, and that it keeps on going up. The latest thing that comes up, and it comes in flows, is that everybody on the board knows that we do involuntary commitment transports. That's flows up and down. You can really tell when the state's giving money to the mental health issues by the amount of transports that we do for IBCs. If the money's there, we'll go all over the state. If the money's not there, they may go to the hospital and they'll be there for 2 or 3 days and then they go home. So with the issues that comes up, and it goes in ebbs and flows, right now we look at a transport as being, that's our deal from the time that we start it until the time that we end it. So if we've got a transport that we have to take somebody to Cherry Hospital in Goldsboro, that starts, we send somebody, they pick them up in the hospital, we go to Goldsboro, they do what they have to do, then they come back. 2 hours minimum, probably more like 4.5 hours. If the transport goes across the state, we have to do that. One of the trends that we're seeing, which the statute says that we have to do, but we haven't had to do in many years that I remember, is now the facilities across the state are calling us back and saying, all right, we're done with the person, come back and get them. I don't know what they did with them before. That somehow these people would make it back home. I don't know if it was buses or whether it was family that would go pick them up, but now a common trend is if we take them to Goldsboro, we go and pick them up. If we take them to Foothills, we got to go back and get them. And that is statute that says that if you take them, you're responsible for getting them back. And there is an uptick on that. Another thing that really takes its toll and takes its time that I call a transport, but I have failed to articulate to this board how much of a time drain it is. When an inmate has to go from the jail to the hospital, we have to be in tow with that inmate until we bring them back to the jail. And we have had some people sit in the hospital for weeks. So every minute of every day, there is a deputy that is sitting with that person. There are deputies that are going to and from to relieve that person to make sure that that coverage is constant and maintained until we got back to the jail. That is a transport. So that transport might take 2 weeks before it's said and done, but that's something that we have to do. So before the question's even asked, there are plenty of times where we'll get somebody who is in jail for being disorderly in public, and they'll get a $100 secured bond. and they'll be in the jail, and then something comes up, and then they have to go to the hospital. We look at every scenario, we look at every situation. If there's a way that we can reduce a bond, make a bond unsecured, get a change on it, put a ankle bracelet on the person, anything that we can do so we can make it where we don't have to have a deputy there, we do. And we do that every single time. There are some times that we just can't do that. If a person's in for I won't get into specifics, but if a person's in jail for a crime that they could go to prison for life, we're probably not going to try to get a bond reduction for an extended hospital stay, just if nothing else, just for the optics that go along with that. But that does happen. So a couple of years ago, I moved 2 positions from communications that we were really unable to fill for a while, to put those on the road, to try to help out with some of the issues of staffing and transports that we've had. Some way over the Rubik's Cube of what we need to do. I need to do what I can and hope I can get support from the board that we can staff up, that we can do the tasks that mutually we understand that need to be done, and still take care of the staffing issues that comes across in communications. That can be done in a lot of different ways, whether it's conversations about the courthouse security, which I believe that we can do better than the security that has been offered in every way imaginable. But to me, it's even more important for the things that I can get outside of the courthouse. The deputies are deputies 24/7. There was a mention about vehicles for the bailiffs. Bailiffs do tons of transports. Inmates moving back and forth between jails. They are constantly on the hop when it comes to before court, after court, and on days where there's not court, on getting that done. And anybody that we have is going to be tasked with those things as well, of transports, of coverage, of the security for all-encompassing of the courthouse and everything that goes along with it. So that's a discussion that we can do. The discussion that goes back to the municipalities, I would love to have it where where we can have another deputy per shift on the road. We were at 5 for like 30 or 35 years. The last budget, we got it up to, we've got 6 FTEs that we're still trying to fill. Without having the extra services that were provided by folks that were SROs and folks that did other things from 7:30 to 3:30 or 8 to 5, and then that, if we don't or can't get to the point where we can do that, then putting them on the road is that's the easy, low-hanging fruit option to take care of all of the problems that we've had for years, and to be able to provide law enforcement services and other services that we need to do. I thought I had one about the schools. That we want to do, but right now it's going to be iffy. Last week we had a weather event. So like this week we may have a weather event. When we have hurricanes come through, when shelters open, that one of the things that I've enjoyed us doing is manning those shelters with sheriff's deputies, instead of requesting and having outside law enforcement or state law enforcement services that the last thing they want to do is shelter duty when they come into a county. Nobody wants to be called in from the mountains and be sent to Beaufort County, and then when they get here they go, hey, what do you need us for? And we go, we want you to work the shelters that we have. And the only problem that I have with that is that if you get a group of people that really don't have any ties to the area and they don't want to be here anyway, we're really kind of a positive service are they going to provide when they get to the place that you need them to be. So I'd rather have folks that are motivated, folks that live in the community, and folks that flat out, the sheriff and I can have a little thumb on them and go, if you're not feeling it, fake it until you make it. And the coverage of those things are really important, and we just, with the staffing level that we have, we're just not going to be able to do some of those things. So I've hit on really what I wanted to talk about. I did want to leave time for some questions. Our goal every year when it comes to the budget is that every year throughout the course of the year, I try to make sure that our finances, our lines in the budget are as true as we possibly can have, so the trends that we're looking at when I'm talking with the county manager and the finance officer is real information. Garbage in, garbage out, good information in, good information out. So I work hard all year, every year, to make sure that when you're seeing the numbers of what equipment looks like, that is money that we're spending for equipment. Office supplies is for office supplies. Capital outlay equipment is for capital outlay equipment. That way, when you're looking at it, that is what you're seeing, and you can see that for over the last handful of years. 10 years ago, when I started doing what I'm doing now with the sheriff's office, it wasn't like that. You know, you might see office supplies and it showed $5,000, but you knew that you spent $15,000 on office supplies that year. It was just coded in somewhere else. So every year we try to be as clear as we can on that. Every year we try to put our requests that make sense, that are things that we need. We do put some of our wants in, if nothing else, just so we can have the conversation piece moving forward, but we try to put together and represent and present a sensible budget with the ultimate goal of providing services for Beaufort County, which I think we do, and we do well. And once again, it goes back to positive relationships and partnerships that we've sort of cultivated. You might not agree with everything that the sheriff or I say or do, but we are both in positions that we need to be held accountable for the things that we don't do correctly, but we also need to have conversations about the things that we do correctly. Don't need to be patted on the back, but you know, I am always at the point where if somebody wants to have a discussion, whether it's individual, whether it's in public, about whether there's something that's going on, whether that we're doing it poorly or doing it well, or doing it right or doing it wrong, then I'm always open for that discussion when it comes to anybody in the public, but to this board and the county staff as well. And that's very important when it comes time for budget and any other time, because I hope that over the years that we've spent negotiating and dealing with each other, that if I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do that. If I tell you I'm right, then I'm usually right. If I tell you I'm wrong, then I'm going to be wrong. And that's just sort of how that is. So that's all I had as far as the presentation, but I am open to any questions that the board may have.
Commissioner Rebholz. Charlie, can you give us it sounded like through your discussion that one of the big hiccups you got right now is this whole transport thing. It throws a monkey wrench in because you can't forecast what's going on.
Correct.
Okay. Can you give us the numbers on those?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Can you get us the numbers on how many times you're having to do a transport and what they are? Again, I think we've talked about this involuntary commitment deal and getting people from outside the county that we end up having to spend our money on. I think Commissioner Richardson's talked about finding a way to recoup some of the expense. Yeah. And then the second question is, you said you had 6 deputies on the road per shift now?
We have 6 FTE.
50, but you don't have 6 deputies.
We will have 6 and sometimes 7 depending on what we have going on, but we also will have 3 or 4 depending on what's going on. Several years ago, I told through the lieutenant over patrol that I wanted a minimum of 4 deputies working at any given time in a shift. So that means rescheduling, that means overtime, things like that. Sometimes over the last couple of years, when we'd have to send multiple people home for 10 days at a time for COVID quarantine, knowing that person never had any contact with anybody, but we were trying to be as good as we could going with the guidance that we got to the point that we were having 3 on each side, but we try to maintain 4 at a minimum. 6 works well, but for the issues that we have, 7 would be ideal, knowing that there's sick, vacation, training, and the majority of the time once you get to that point, if you have 6 or 7 spots, you're hardly ever going to have a full staff because of any of those things that I just mentioned.
Do you have the personnel, though, right now, to do 6?
Occasionally, we do.
Okay.
We try to have weekends, nights, where we'll have 6 folks. We'll try to have holidays, the times that they don't get the added support and benefit from folks that are doing other things. I've got plenty of things. I've got tactical emails that I can send all day long. Boring, I hate them. Any reason that I can come up with to get out of my office and go do something else, I do that. And a lot of the other support staff is the same way. So the times that we try to shift people around and make sure that we have that extra coverage would be like nights, weekends, and holidays where you don't have that extra support from wherever that is.
Other question? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Look, on recovering patients, when we send patients, when they're released, they're supposedly well and back to normal status. Why can't you just provide them a bus ticket? I mean, does the statute say that we physically have to recover them, or we have to see to it that they return?
Let me be really careful here, because I actually see things a lot along with, I think, the way that you want to go with this. And I'll even go as far as to say that a lot of stuff in the statute doesn't say anything about the sheriff's office. It's the all-encompassing county.
Mm-hmm.
When you've got the IBC, it's the county's responsibility for the funding and for the this and that. It's the county's responsibility to make sure that the respondent is taken to and from. So there is some wiggle room. Even with the transports, there's a part in the statute that says that transports can be contracted out to private contractors. You know, so if you don't want to take the trip to Morganton, you can contract somebody to do that as long as they have the capability and insurance bonding and stuff like that. So there's plenty of operational wiggle room that can be done, and there's probably more wiggle room that comes into that the board can do really than the sheriff's office can do, because without anything else being done or said, if we're told that a patient is at Cherry Hospital and needs to come back and they live on Bonnerton Road in Aurora, we have to go get them and bring them back.
Well, I think that's we sort of went in a circle there. We can have a contractor bring them home, though.
What I said was, without anything else being decided, if we get the call, you know, we got to haul.
Are there companies that do that?
I'm sure. I mean, my guess would be that there's some sort of a branch of some of the medical transport. I don't know anything of that by fact, but I have no doubt that the guys that do some of the medical transports have, you know, branched into doing some of that stuff for probably the larger areas in the western part of the state.
Is there a company that maybe specializes in just transporting prisoners?
Not that I know of.
Under contract?
Yeah,
Seems to me like that might be a pretty good business.
The closest thing that I can think of is that a lot of your other larger agencies that would have a lot of transports to do extraditions, you know, like Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, they probably do tons of extraditions from California or Texas or something, that it really wouldn't be ideal for them to send deputies fly them across. So I'm sure there are agencies. It's just in our area, being a small and not having the resources like the great state of Mecklenburg, then they could do things that we can't.
Yeah, well, I think we ought to keep our eye on that, because there may be some ways to make life easier.
Any ideas that the board can do to try to help alleviate some of the pressure that we have when it comes to transports would be greatly helpful.
I hope that you can give us an ankle bracelet report in our next...
Sure.
Because I think we dropped it once or twice there, but, you know, I was surprised that there were so few people on ankle bracelets. In the old days, we had 15 people on ankle bracelets. This thing showed 4 on ankle bracelets, and I looked at what they were charged with, and if those 4 can be on ankle bracelets, we put the whole jail on ankle bracelets.
Sure. I was working, but away from the office at the time that the documentation was gathered for the last report, so I didn't see it until you already had it. And the person who was in charge of the PTR program, his assignment has changed to patrol. So we'll get it back to the information that we've had. That's easy enough to do, so you can see the charge, you know, how long they've been in the jail, how long they've been on the program. We'll get that information.
If I remember right, we pay for a minimum of like 15 people on ankle bracelets, whether we use them or not. It's a take or pay.
That's probably a good number. We have been able to upgrade the technology that we use with that, so we have put the numbers down a little bit lower since we have less people that are on monitoring, since it is a little bit more expensive per unit now. But every dollar that we spend in the PTR program is dollars that we're saving.
Oh yeah,
I mean every single bit of it. So every inmate that goes through our jail, we send through the protocol of getting on PTR. Ultimately, it's the decision of either the Superior Court judge or the District Court judge who gets the paperwork. But we send, and I can't say everybody, if somebody's been in jail for more than about 3 or 4 days, they send the paperwork up to the court. And I agree, there's been several people that when I see the charges, I know the person, I know what they've done. I'm like, how in the world are we putting an ankle bracelet on that person? But if a judge signs it, I don't have to agree with it, but for the most part, I got to do it.
With that kind of a history on this thing, that could be a very flexible program. I would really like to take a look at expanding that program. And if you, in doing the budget, see things that we need to do so that we can expand that program, I'm for it. I like the idea, and if we have to approach the judges with it, we should. If probation and patrol has having problems and they dump these people for a while to wake them up, I think staying at home on an ankle bracelet with mom and the wife is really great. I think that we should be doing some of that. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think that's.
So you're saying when I talk to the judge that you want me to get them on PTR and then they have to stay with your mother-in-law?
Their mom and their wife or their girlfriend.
I was just messing with you.
I know you were. Or their girlfriend. I think we need to take a look at that. And then, John, I'll let you go in just a second. When you bring in your report, I would like to see the same thing that I've asked for from these other departments, and that is a listing of every employee and every part-time employee and every contract employee and their salary and just what their title is would satisfy me to go in our budget book. So, thank you.
John?
I just saw in a press release that Durham County hired private security for their jail because they can't hire deputies. Yeah. And so as a way of shifting resources to what their main job was, in their case patrol too, I guess, but they went that way. And I think if we can, back to your comment, if we can find a way to alleviate you of this transport issue, that's one way of shifting resources back to the patrol investigation. That is the primary charge you have. And I think that this, I'm just talking for myself, that when you talked about sharing visions of what we want the sheriff's office to do, that would be where I would be going.
Sure.
Okay.
Charlotte, same thing. Charlotte, through the sheriff's office and through the court system, I mean, that they have artificially lowered their census, their population, and what they can hold by 400 or 500 in the jail because of their inability to hire, train, and retain staffing there. So it is a statewide issue, a nationwide issue, and not just here in Beaufort County. But on our end, we have, I mentioned that at one of the last county commissioners meeting, we do have a good number of openings in our jail for a lot of different reasons. It's a tough grind to work, shift work in our facility. But it's tough and a grind to do shift work in any jail facility. I mean, so that's not just us there. That you add everything. You add the pressure of COVID. You add the pressure of everything. I've got folks that would call and say, I was around somebody that got tested positive for COVID. I feel fine. I feel great. Do I need to get tested? We would say, all right, well, you're a contact. You're not a contact. If you are, get tested. So we've had the majority of our folks that have had positive tests for COVID within employees have been asymptomatic, feeling good, feeling fine, but we'd still have to send them home. So when you're short-staffed, you got all that stuff going on, you're moving people around, all of those things are going to add together. But sort of our, partial remedy is that we have been recruiting very hard. We've got 3 people that are in the queue going through background. All of those things look promising, but I don't count my chickens before they hatch. And we've moved 5 people from the sworn side from the sheriff's office to do work inside the jail facility as a stopgap to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to protect the staff, protect the inmates, and make sure that there's not additional burnout and over fatigue and mistakes that are made because of that, because they're having to work too short-staffed, too long hours.
For employees, are you using a 5-day quarantine or a 15-day quarantine?
We have been annoyingly going along with guidance from the beginning of COVID until today. If guidance that comes from, and I'm in a unique situation when it comes to that. We work hand in hand with the Beaufort County Public Health Department, who works hand in hand with the state through the regional nurse consultants. My wife is a regional nurse consultant for this area and 22 other counties, so I get to hear issues at work, and sometimes if we're not doing what we're supposed to do, I hear issues when I go home, with it. So we have made sure that we have stayed with the guidance of quarantine, of keeping people away from each other, of whether it's inmates, whether it's work folks. So when it went from 7 to 10, we went from 7 to 10. When the guidance went from 10 to 5, we went down from 10 to 5. And even when the guidance says that even with a positive test and asymptomatic, if you wear a mask and you do all of that stuff, you can come to work. That's the only one that we haven't done. Vidant took that step. We haven't done that. I don't think that we've needed to do that step yet. But for the most part, if the health department through the state tells us that this is what we need to do, then we follow that guidance.
So we're at 5 right now.
5. The only times that I can think of is that it would be longer than 5 would be based on the stop date of the symptoms. So if somebody is test positive, and then they develop symptoms 2 or 3 days later, then that 5 actually starts the date that they develop symptoms, and it might be 8 days.
But we have COVID cells.
To the best of our ability. Right now, our jail is a COVID cell. I mean, with the last variant, the bright spot or silver lining would be is that the cases that we have had, even with symptoms, have been mild. We haven't had anybody, whether it's employee or whether it's inmate, that has gotten to the point that there was even a consideration or concern that they needed to be transported to the hospital. So we have been hit hard. Omicron it has devastated us through numbers of inmates and employees, but they've been mild or cases that are asymptomatic, so we've been able to maintain through that.
We are down to the finish line. Charlie, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Look forward to working with you in the budget.
Thank you very much.
Sheriff is not coming. Sheriff is not coming, I gather.
He has not mentioned that he was going to come.
Although our program said you and the sheriff would do this presentation.
Sure. So, but the sheriff is not here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. The next presenter is Jenny Haddett with Veteran Services. Welcome, Jenny.
How are y'all doing?
Fine. Was it snowing when you came in?
No. I don't want snow.
You got a four-wheel drive.
I don't. It's good to see everybody again. And it's been quite a year. Veterans that I saw started out as a drip, but then word got out and it was like a flood. So I did no advertising except for the meetings that the veterans have over at Hardee's and Bojangles. So the word got out without even social media. I continue to have good relations with the Disabled American Veterans, American Legion. I work closely, especially with Juanita White at the DAV, and we get along very well. It's just been a great year. I thoroughly enjoyed working for the county, serving our veterans. The veterans have taken to me. It seems they look forward to coming to see me, so that's a good thing. I don't have a whole lot except for a request. I do have some numbers for the last year, 2021. Are they up, I guess? Anyway. These numbers are the compensation and pension awards that the veterans get from claims that I submit. They are from pension for the veterans, for the family members, widows, dependents. The retro awards, so when a veteran is awarded a disability compensation, the award starts the day that an intent to file is put in or the actual claim. So sometimes it could go back as far as a year or 2 years. So those numbers tend to be a little high. I also put together the number of claims that I processed over the year and the number of cases that I worked, actual files that I touched, new files, and old files that were in the office. My request for 2022 is to upgrade the office technology and put in a database. The database would afford me the ability to start a claim, put that veteran in, not necessarily even have a paper file anymore, and keep track of everything that I've done for that veteran, down to phone calls, letters sent out, memos, down to the finish of the claim. It helps me because then it doesn't fall through the crack. In those file cabinets, they fall through cracks because I can't keep my eye on thousands of claims and whatnot in a year. The program that I was looking at was called VetraSpec, and it's by Tyler Technologies. That's formerly DataSpec, and it's the same company that Munis through the finance department uses. There's an initial setup for $599, and these figures came from Lincoln County, the veteran service officer over there I contacted. And so they're 2019 prices. I'm not sure what the price is now. I was trying to hopefully get up with the rep to see, but he didn't get back with me yet. There's a yearly fee of $499, and that's per user, seeing as how there's only one person in the office that would only stay at $499. Then there's also an electronic signature pad that would be very handy. The veteran can just sign it right there, and then I can have their signature on file. So if I have to put another claim in, I can just use their signature, sign it myself as their POA. And that would be about $150 with the price of the yearly fee. Let's see what that came to. It came to approximately $1,198. And then again, year after year, then the only thing that we would have to pay for is the $499 continuation of the services that they support us with. From the numbers, you can see the veterans compensation and pension wards. You'll see, and I broke them down from January through December. Does that come up? Oh, they have the book. Okay, good. So you can see the monthly totals, and that first monthly total is the actual income that's not taxed that the veteran receives for the disability awards. The annual total is, of course, that monthly total times 12, and then the retro payment is the money that they got from the date of the claim or the intent to file. So then you have the total of both. So the revenue that comes in for the working with the veterans, and I try to go through these really proactively. If I see an old file, I pull it out, especially if it's a veteran from the Vietnam era. We have new presumptives, so I go through some of their medical files and see if they have hypothyroidism or if they have heart disease that they didn't put a claim in for. So I try to be proactive in that respect, and it's helped quite a few widows and the veterans themselves. So $3,546,880 was the total for the year of 2021. And those are only the veterans that I've tracked. That's not including all the veterans that were prior to me taking over the post. So the new claimant representations, intent to files, and support documents, and by support documents, I'm talking it's Form 214138, where I try to be supportive and advocate for the veteran to try to get their claim reopened, add new information to the claim. So those are all submitted to the VA. And then new claims, 442. I have probably about 150 open claims right now out of those 442. And all the veteran files worked up to December 30th was 468 files that I actually touched for Beaufort County. So I've been busy, but it's, like I said, I love it. This is what I love to do. There's some information in your packet then on the VetraSpec. And basically, the Comprehensive Benefit Administration is the outreach management. I can keep track of upcoming events for me, for them. It has calendars, reminders, tasks, similar to like an Outlook for email, but it's more geared for this, my veterans, and gathering evidence. Instead of having everything in a file cabinet, I can just scan everything in and give the veteran back their original copy instead of having it on board with me, and then I eventually have to shred it. And believe me, I have gone through boxes of old files and shredding. The claim generation and submission, it really accelerates the process because although I am uploading it directly to the VA right now, this goes directly from my computer. Once that signature's on there, I press click and it's in the VA. It's beautiful. And then the adjudication tracking is keeping up with that claim, seeing if the VA is requesting more medical documentation, a support statement, anything, birth certificates, marriage certificates, whatever, and then all I have to do is scan it in, and then it's into the VA. Enrollment for education benefits, I think they're still kind of working on that, because they also have an app directly through the VA for education benefits. And then benefit processing, that shows me all of how the claim is progressing, when they're going to get their payment for their arrears, and what their monthly payment is going to be from the VA. And then post-claim tracking, so if a veteran reaches a 30% disability rating, they automatically can put any dependent on their claim, and that puts some extra money in their pocket. So I always try to make sure that I get the wife, any children, dependent children, so that they can maximize their income. So that's basically it. Isn't that nice and sweet and short? So do you have any questions?
When you look at the number of files that you work, 468, did any of those relate to being homeless and no place to live?
To be honest with you, I think I've only encountered two homeless.
Two.
And actually, one refused any help from the VA, and she had her mother living in Beaufort County, and the other was a young man, and his mother was living in Beaufort County. So they're homeless to a degree. The VA was willing to put the young lady up in a hotel, but then she said no, she didn't want any help from the VA, didn't want the VA in her business. And the other young man, he had a girlfriend, and he had his car, and he had his mother. So basically, I think I only had two homeless.
Well, we've had that issue presented to the commissioners on two different occasions, and that's where I was trying to go with it. I understand that in Pitt County, they are using some of their ARP money to supposedly do some housing for homeless veterans. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. When I do have a homeless veteran, I will contact the VA. They have a special program, what's the name of it? Hero, I had it on the tip of my tongue. There is a program, and we could either get them online and submit a request to have that program call them back, and then they get additional information as to, whereabouts they can live, what family members there are, but they do have to have a DD 214 in order to qualify for that. But you can help a homeless person if they want the help. If you offer the help after they come in and complain, and then you offer it and you get them lined up for it, and then they say, we don't want the VA in our business, then there's nothing else that I can do. But no, I'm not aware of that in Pitt County.
You've answered my questions. John?
The numbers that you're showing for 2021, do you have those numbers for 2020 by comparison?
I don't, because I started in December of 2021.
Okay, so there wasn't any tracking before. Oh, okay.
Jenny has done an absolutely fantastic job in coming in and putting the program together. I mean, you can see that she's able to track and show the numbers. And from our perspective, and you may look at her information and say, wow, you're asking for $1,200. That's nothing. Well,
no problem.
Well,
can we put that on the agenda?
It's going to go in. No, it's going to go in her budget. It's going to go in her budget. But what I'm saying to you is this, and Jenny's told you, she's a one-person shop. Her total budget is $68,500. Her operational budget in a year is $4,250. $1,200 is a 28% increase in her budget. So you will see that and you'll go, my gracious, what in the world? But for her to have additional technology to do her job as efficient as she's already doing it, this would be incredible.
But can't we go ahead and approve this at the next meeting out of fund balance?
If you'd like
It's not
to.
good budget practice. You start breaking the budget and you get everybody.
I would like to have it on budget, on the
I'll
agenda.
vote again. I'll vote in the budget.
That's fine, I don't care.
So
That's where it
the
needs to be.
Veterans Affairs, State Veterans Affairs allows us a certain allotment of money. I think it's like $2,500 to cover whatever we need to be covered. So actually, that money could actually be spent on that.
But yours is already in there. That's already in the budget.
Oh, that's already in the budget. Sorry. Okay.
Other questions?
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I
Thank
mean, I've been a commissioner 7 years, and this is the best report that I've seen.
Well, thank you.
So,
Just think what it's going to be like next year, because then it'll be all computer generated and my math won't be a task. Thank you.
all right. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Cooperative Extension Update. Rod? You don't look like you've been in the field as wet as it is.
I haven't. I can promise you I have not. I've avoided it the best I could. It's been so wet. And you set me up perfectly. You said you heard the best report ever, and I'm coming in here without a PowerPoint or anything. I'm sorry, Katie. No, I started putting one together, and then I saw that you needed it before I even started putting it together, so I just axed it. Last time I was in here, I think I locked up the computer anyway, trying to do a presentation. I do... I guess want to just do a short little update on where we are with extension. And, I often jump right into what we're doing currently, and I fail to mention our purpose and what it is that we do and what it is that you help to fund us to do, you being an important partner with the university. So in the field of extension, we work primarily in 3 areas, although it often goes out into maybe broader areas, but we work in the field of agriculture, family consumer sciences, foods and nutrition, that kind of thing, and then our 4-H programming. And our goal is to bring to the citizens of the county research-based, unbiased information. In other words, information that's generated at the university level in all of these different areas, we extend to the citizens of the county. And you've heard us talk before about the updates that we provide for agriculture. Our 4-H programs are growing. Our family consumer science program is growing. And again, I don't mean to really take too much time to talk about that. I guess really at this point would be better to let you know what I'm seeing in the near future, which is really good. Now the NC State University budgets are always a little tight here and there, and we wait to see how things are going to shake out. But I see no looming issues with the state budget or with NC State University that would impact what you guys provide in terms of support. Roughly speaking, and this varies a little bit with the 2 different positions that are represented in our office, you provide 50% of the salary for me and the other agents in the office, the 4-H agent, the family consumer science agent. Our support staff, there's 2 of them actually. One position is currently vacant, but you provide 75% of the of both of those positions, and the state kicks in 25% on those 2. And so I wanted to make sure you understood how that breaks out. Again, I don't see any issues coming up with anything with the university that would impact what the arrangement is with the county, and that's good. I do want to provide a little bit of clarification, if I can, on something that you an action that you guys approved last year on longevity. And I forgot about this until recently, and I actually had a conversation with Commissioner Waters about this back in the summer. When you did the longevity piece last year, you excluded extension from that. And I think the conversation I had with county manager, the feeling was that because we were state employees, I should have said this up front, you guys provide the funding for us that I just mentioned. That money is sent to Raleigh, and then it comes back to us in a paycheck from the university. Back in the day, when I first started, I actually had a paycheck from the county and a paycheck from the university, and then we ended up annulling that agreement and became a send-in county, which meant all of your money went to Raleigh, and that's how that works. And so the feeling was, because we were state employees, we were not eligible for longevity with the county because the state provides longevity. After looking into that, I knew that wasn't right, but I wasn't absolutely sure about why that was. And evidently, the university system is exempted from longevity. and that means we do not get that, with the exception of our 2 support staff people. Now, they do get longevity based on the state portion of their salary, which again is 25%. The agents like me and the others do not get longevity at all. So I wanted to clarify that and just bring it to your attention as you prepare budget, if that's something you would want to consider. We are outside of the, it's always hard, I know, talking with the county manager, sometimes it's hard to figure out where we fit in this because of the way we're funded. But that is something I wanted to clarify and put out there for your consideration in the next budget year. We can talk more about that and certainly answer any questions you would have on that. The other thing I wanted to update you on quickly was a position that you funded in this past budget for this year was a shared small farm agent that we were going to share with Martin County. North Carolina A&T State University was going to fund 50% of the position. Martin County would fund 30%, and then Beaufort County was to fund 20%. And you guys approved that. Martin County approved it, but their money was not going to kick in until January now this year. Excuse me. And I was hoping that we were going to have this thing ready to go, but not meaning to throw anybody under the bus, but the HR department at the university at A&T is very backed up, and I don't know when this is going to happen. So I wanted to tell you that we still intend to bring this position in. It would be a person that would serve the county 2 days a week. We need it. We get all kinds of questions about small farms and animal agriculture, but right now we're still waiting for that to happen. So your funding was gracious. I just wanted to let you know that we're still pushing for it, and it will happen. It's just a matter of when the timing with the university permits, and they can work it through HR. Other than that, the one thing that I do anticipate in the not too distant future is replacing a piece of equipment we have. It's a tractor. It's an old tractor. We use it for our test plot work and for work around our demonstration garden there at the office. I've raised about $18,000 to replace that tractor so far from Tri-County Foundation and Nutrin as well. We'll look at doing something with that tractor in the not too distant future. We'll need to sell the one that we have and then use some of these monies to purchase that tractor. And as we develop the budget, we may submit a request for that. But that again, that's I haven't had time to really process that yet. But that is what we have going on as an update. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. I don't know if this hits the mark of what you wanted or not, but be happy to.
All right, questions or comments for Rod? This is just a side note.
Yes.
I just finished up last week doing my first consultant or client's work for 2021, and it was the best average gross income for farmers that I have ever seen. So we're coming off an extremely good year, yield-wise and prices in 20.
Absolutely. I think we talked about that at the last time I was here for one of the meetings. Exceptional yields this year. Weather was very cooperative. Prices were outstanding, which is a very rare occurrence in the farming world, that you get really good yields and good prices. We're coming off of that with good income, and these farmers needed it. Now, the tobacco crop was not that great. They did get a lot of rainfall. Most of that tobacco production is close here to Washington, and that did not turn out to be such a good thing. But outside of that, the crops were good. But we're definitely looking at a completely different picture, as I'm sure you've heard from your clients, moving into this year. Input prices, fertilizer prices have up 100%, 180%. I mean, it's crazy where input prices are going right now, and with no relief in the near sight. Certainly not for the upcoming crop year. So these guys are looking at increased budgets for crops of hundreds of dollars per acre just to put the crop in the ground and get it going. And if we hold out and have good weather, Certainly we look at good yields, and we'll need the prices to stay up to sustain and to cover these higher input costs. A lot's going to depend on the Midwest, where all the corn and soybeans are really grown. If they have a dry year, and they're projecting, some of the weather forecasts look like they may be in a dry pattern. If we see a dry growing season for the Midwest, that could be a really good thing for us because prices will really escalate then. You're not going to bet on that at this point, who knows, but it's going to take good prices and good yields to get us through this next year, and it'll soak up every bit of the money that they made this past year, I'm afraid, to get there.
When you look at the tractor that you're trying to replace, do you have any feel for how much money you may be looking for us locally to come up with?
That's a really good question, and I wish I had a really solid answer for you. I'm trying to determine right now what size tractor I need to go with, and that is going to what dictates that is what equipment, what implements am I using, and what capacities do I need in terms of hydraulics and lift capacity. So everything is expensive. I'm certainly open to looking at used equipment, but even used equipment is sky high. But for what we're looking at, probably the tractor is going to be between $40,000 and $90,000. That's a rough rule, a rough number. Used would hopefully we could get more tractor for less money. So we'll see. I've got a lot of homework to do on that so far. It's just coming to the table to start looking at, but that's where I'm at right now on it. I'll be happy to provide more details when I get a little bit more ironed out.
Okay. Now, I got a question.
Yes.
This is where the county plants seed for seed companies for demonstration plots.
Yes, sir. Among other things, that's correct.
Do they pay us back anything for those seed plots?
We charge them an entry fee. So much per hybrid or per variety that they put for each one they enter into our contest, so to speak. And then that money is used to pay for the fertilizer, the weed control, sometimes harvest costs. I actually have amassed a little bit of equipment to work with, but that stuff is old. I'm working with a 1970-some model plot combine that tends to break down periodically. So a lot of that money that we raise goes back into keeping that equipment going. A lot of farmers kick in to help with the maintenance, obviously, which is very welcome. But we generate money that goes back into that, and that's kind of how that works.
Who operates the equipment?
I do primarily.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. About how many plots do we put out a year?
Wow. You're asking a really good question. Now,
I would say 20 from what I've seen driving up and down the roads.
No, it's more than that. What you might be seeing possibly would be some of the companies' plots. Mm-hmm. That's very possible you're seeing their stuff. A company will come and put in their hybrids with a competitor's hybrid and put some signs on it. Our stuff is much more extensive than that. I'll probably have 35 corn hybrids entered and in excess of 50 soybean hybrids. So we'll plant those in a plot 3 or 4 times each, so it's replicated so we can statistically analyze the data.
How many acres are involved?
We try to keep them small plots, but I could easily, in one of those plots, like I'm talking about, probably 7 to 10 acres worth of area that a farmer gives up. That would be one test, so to speak, right, with all that in it.
And you have as many as 40, so that's 200 acres? 200?
No. Did I say 40?
Yeah, I thought. Well, more than 20.
30. Okay, yeah. So the plots are 5 feet wide by 30 feet long.
Oh, okay.
And then we replicate those, so by the time you have alleys to turn in and everything that you need to move around, it's going to take 5 to 10 acres for that. Now, we do other things as well, not just the variety and hybrid testing, but we might do some stuff demonstrating tillage, different tillage methods, different ways of fertilizing, whatever the farmers seem to be interested in at the time. We try to provide some demonstration and testing for those practices. We also work with the university specialists, and they do some things of their own. In Tennessee, a few years ago at the Blackland Farm Managers Tour, we had better than 40 acres of plots out there. Some of that was put in with other people's equipment. Some of it was put in with the stuff that we have. But that's kind of how that works. It's pretty extensive compared to other counties, I would say. Good question.
Other questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you all,
Rod.
too. Appreciate it.
Okay, our next one is Jennifer Banks, our risk manager.
Yes, how are y'all today?
Fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm going to talk to you about a few things. The first thing I'm going to discuss is the risk and safety goals that we have for this year. First of all, we're going to have the privilege, actually next month, to participate with North Carolina OSHA in an interactive broadcast training through there. It's going to be free of charge. What you have to do is basically enter in to be able to participate in it. So in that particular training, what we'll have is electrical training, confined space, trenching, and lockout tagout. That's something that I normally do on an annual basis anyway, but this is something just to get the Department of Labor and OSHA involved to make sure we're doing all we can do to have the safest work environment as possible, and also so they don't have to listen to me all the time. But this also makes sure that we're following the minimal Code of Federal Regulations set out forth by OSHA. So again, that's going to happen. And we also will be participating in with Beaufort County Community College doing CPR and first aid training. The CPR and first aid training is for our safety committee. The safety committee has a member in each building, so that makes sure that everybody is at least one person in each facility that is CPR and first aid trained. In addition to that, though, our water department guys are trained as well, since they are out in the field a lot and they may not be close to someone or close to emergency services. So that way they can just start the process. So that's something we'll do, and it's actually through like a sponsorship. So they just charge us for the actual certificates. So it's like $5 per person. And in addition to that, though, we have hands-only CPR, and we also have an AED training. We now have AEDs in every building. So that way we can make sure that people know how to actually utilize the AED. So this particular thing is something that's done at new employee orientation, but also is done for each safety committee member again to make sure that we cover it at all times. So in addition to that, though, we have defensive driving training. The defensive driving training is given during new employee orientation initially, and every 3 years we work with a risk consultant through the pool to also do the defensive driving training. This defensive driving training enables us to get credits towards our LMP and things of that sort. It's not, you have to have safety credits. It's not that much of a difference, but it does help. And it's something that they require of us, and it also makes sure that our employees are driving as safe as they possibly can. And we're also participating in, or I have entered us in to have what's called a consultation visit through OSHA. And what that does is it prevents OSHA from being able to give us a pop-up inspection. So you do this every so many years. They come in, they give you a consultation, they tell you what you need to fix. There's no fine. Anytime you have a fine, the fines range from $70,000 down to $7,000. So this just to basically tell us what we need to do to fix it, but at no charge to us. But we have to fix what they ask us to fix. So that's also going to happen. And then we also will have some simulated fire extinguisher training. We have fire extinguisher, of course, every 75 feet, but you want to make sure that employees know how to use them. So we have a gas simulator that we borrow from the community college. We'll have all employees to come out in the spring to also do that as well. And lastly, for the safety portion, we have received this year 4 awards for the 2020 year from the North Carolina Department of Labor, and that's for administrative offices have 5 consecutive years. And what you get these safety awards from is basically based upon your industry. They compare you to everybody in North Carolina, and you have what's called a DART rate, or days away from work restricted duty. And that DART rate, based upon your industry, will determine whether or not you are awarded. So the administrative offices have been awarded, Public Works, Department of Social Services, and the Health Department for the 2020 year. This will be posted on our website soon, just so we can let the community know that we are trying to be a safe workplace for our employees. So that's the safety piece of it. I'll get to the risk portion as well. That's the workers' compensation piece. And so with the workers' compensation piece, if there's no questions about the safety piece, I'll go head on into the risk piece. Okay? For the workers' compensation piece, for this particular year, we had 17 injuries. Last year we had 11. Most of these injuries are a result of, for this particular year, is you've been in a motor vehicle accident, you go to the doctor to get checked, or it's minor injuries. In workers' comp, you have medical only and you have indemnity. Medical only means you go to a regular provider for minor care. You get that minor care, the claim is closed. Indemnity means you're losing time from work and that you may have to have a referral, you may have to have some type of surgeries and things of that sort. So with that, we only had 2. So it's not bad at all. And so with the workers' compensation piece, we have it broken down by department. And with each department, the least amount of injuries, of course, or days away from work you have, that's how you get the awards. So all these numbers have to be reported to the Bureau of Labor Statistics as well as to the North Carolina OSHA. And so again, we don't have that many injuries in comparison to most people in the state, but and again, it's good because it's medical only and our costs are pretty low for what those claims are. Now, this also helps us to be a candidate or be able to do self-insurance. I am familiar with the self-insurance of workers' compensation. I think Anita will talk about it later. At my previous employer, we actually were self-insured. The self-insured program is really no difference just based upon how the money is, but how the claims are managed or what I would do and who you will work with is fairly, I don't want to say easy to do because it can get complicated, but it's not something that we wouldn't be able to work together to be able to do. And for LMP, the number of accidents, we had 26 this year. Last year we had 16. Most of our accidents this year have been a result of hitting animals. We have had a lot of deer accidents and a lot of bear accidents. So in working with the pool as well, in order to try to minimize the amount of damage, because of course we can't minimize hitting a deer or bear or things of that sort, we have through the pool a brush guard program. You can get up to $1,500 per year for sheriff's vehicles or $500 per vehicle, and they will reimburse that to us. Unfortunately, it's only for the sheriff's office with their brush guards, but there is a way that we can save money or they help us to try to reduce some of those costs. That's all I have for you. Yes.
Okay, do you handle do you deal with the insurance pool with the Association of County Commissioners?
I do.
About how much is our annual payment for that?
It varies. It varies. So it varies depending on what the rate is that year. Mm-hmm. Because what you have, you're doing it on a rolling, what they call a rolling scale. So for every so many years, because you're a part of that pool, your rate may change based upon the risk. So you can't really say a direct number. The numbers vary.
Well, about how much did we write them the check for this year?
I can't remember how much it was this year.
Yeah, I can tell you our workman's comp was about $320,000. And I'll look it up and confirm, but I want to say the P&L was about $400,000.
Property and loss.
And I actually have it at my seat, so I can tell you that as well. But I'm not sure as far as what the exact numbers are, but I do know that the numbers will vary based upon your risk code.
So the $600 and something thousand that's been paid for the sheriff would have been paid out of that pool?
Everybody's a part of the same pool.
Okay. Do you get an annual report from the pool?
Oh, yeah. We can pull a report for what portion of it?
Well,
in reference to
the financial part of it. Do you get an annual report about what they've taken in and what they've paid out?
And the way it works, and I guess this may be what your question is, any claim that you particularly have, especially for L&P and things of that sort, you pay a deductible. So you may actually show that the pool may pay a certain amount of money, but the county doesn't pay that amount of money. Once we pay our premium, all we have to pay after that is whatever the deductible may be.
Right, and that's about $25,000.
No, the deductibles are, it varies depending on what area you're talking about, because you have like inland marine, you have auto. So if you get in a car accident, the deductible is $1,000. So if you have another incident, it may be $5,000. So it just depends. All you're paying is the deductible, but you may see on a sheet how much the pool has paid, and it may be a large number, but that's not what the county pay. Once we pay our premium, just like if you paid your car insurance, once you pay your car insurance premium, you may have to pay your deductible, but if you get in an accident, then they're going to pay that other portion less your deductible. But it may be that you did $50,000 worth of damage, but you may only pay, if you have insurance, $500 for your deductible. But it's going to list what the actual costs are, but that's to the pool, not to the county.
Can you get us copies of the policy that we have?
The actual
may be extensive in the number of pages, I realize, and the last annual report.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll get it to Brian, and then I'll have him to distribute it to you guys.
Yeah, okay. Do you get notices when suits are brought that involve the county?
I do. I get notices when suits are brought, but you have to, it depends on what type of suit you're talking about. Because sometimes you may be notified that someone is trying to file suit against you, but it may not be that it's an actual lawsuit. It may just be a notification that someone wants to or may pursue you.
Right.
So until it actually becomes a suit, so you may get notification of it, but it may not actually be a lawsuit.
May not be been taken in by the court.
That's right. That's right.
Brought to the point of being a suit.
Absolutely.
It can be a claim.
It can be a claim. That's it.
Okay. All right.
So a lot of times we may get things that are just claims, but not necessarily an actual lawsuit.
And you get all of that information. Okay. Well, right now I'd just like a copy of the policy and the latest policy and a copy of the annual report from the association.
And go ahead.
No, I just want to clarify that. You're talking about the annual report from the pool itself, the total pool.
Our insurance carrier, whoever we paying the money to.
The Association of County Commissioners. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Those. If we get those, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Other questions of Jennifer? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You were the only thing between us and the break.
Well, go enjoy your dinner.
Thanks, Jennifer. We're gonna take a break and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Get a chance. I know where the bodies are buried. I just got to get them in front.
Dolores? We're just a minute away. Oh, we're live now. So we'll turn it over to Dolores, Human Resource Update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'll go over with you some of the...
That mic there it is. It just came on.
Oh, okay, we're good. I'd like to go over some of the human resource activities for 2021. We started the year off with a major project, and this project, of course, was a joint effort with Human Resources and Finance, and that was the implementation of the classification and pay study, where we had to update our salary plan, we had to update all the position titles, the records, and get everybody where they needed to be. And then later in July, we did the implementation, again, a joint effort with finance, of the new longevity pay program. We, of course, are always working with recruitment and selection processes, which includes posting of our positions, receiving applications, assisting with interviews, and getting our new hires on track. We also are responsible for the county benefit administration and implementation of our all of our benefits, retirements, family and medical leave act, the no-dated leave programs. We monitor and process those programs. We maintain personnel files, databases, and records on all county employees. We work with employee relations policy. When a department head needs assistance with an issue with suspension or dismissal, we're involved in that. We're responsible for the countywide position control in that we maintain positions that have been approved by the board in our databases and make sure that our counts are accurate. Whenever there's a position that's being reallocated or changed, or a new position added, we document that and put that in our data systems. We also work with our absolute assurance company to implement our random drug screening program, where our safety sensitive positions, employees in those positions are randomly drug screened quarterly. We do employee onboarding. By that, it's all the state and federal forms that are required for a new employee. We actually take their pictures and get their badges to them on their first day of employment. It also requires entering all of the new employee information and their benefits in the MUNIS system. We do benefit and policy orientations on all of our new employees when they come in. Typically, it's their first day of employment, and we get them to sign the appropriate forms and go over their benefits, and they make their benefit selections. We do policy implementation and consultation, and we have to be in compliance with federal and state laws. We have 2 open enrollments each year, one for the state health plan and another for all of our other products through the Pierce group. Employees, of course, as you know, come in and they sign up for new benefits. They change benefits for the following year. HR also works to maintain our salary and classification plan. We update the plan whenever a new position title is approved or there's a change to a salary grade assignment. Also work with the Office of State Human Resources in reporting the salary grade assignments of DSS and Health Department employees, because they're subject to the State Personnel Act, and we have some rules and regulations we have to follow in setting up our pay plan. We also have a lot of reports and things, federal reports, state reports, the Affordable Care Act reporting. That's a huge task that really goes on all year long. We have another post-employee benefit report that we do, so an actuarial study can be performed on those benefits. We also do a law enforcement separation allowance report, and that's just a few of them. There's quite a number of reports that we have to do. We also worked with emergency paid sick leave and emergency family leave program during the COVID situation. If you look, I've given you some numbers on our new hires and separations. And there needs to be a correction. These numbers are for 2021. So in 2021, we had 345 full-time, and these are employees, not positions, and 110 part-time employees. We had 45 new hires that were full-time, and we also had 10 part-time new hire employees to make our total new hire number 55 for 2021. For separations in 2021, we had 54 employees that resigned. We had 4 employees that retired, and we had 4 dismissals for a total of 62 separations. Are there any questions about?
Go ahead. I was thank you for the job you do, but in job reclassification, we have had a couple of people that come up after we that we missed. Are we going to have any of those this year? Because the reason we turned down one and we approved another, and I don't think that's fair to the employees. So if you could, during this budget process, if you find anybody else that has misqualified or we forgot them for whatever reason it is, please put it in there so we can rectify that during budget time.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we don't have to do this anymore. It caused problems amongst your employees. Not what you done. It's just an oversight.
It does.
But I feel the same way. If you do it for one, you ought to do it for everybody.
I understand.
And the next thing I have is you got right much turnover here. Where are those people leaving from? Basically.
All over. I really don't have it broken down by department, but I can get that for you.
Okay. And these 110 part-time employees, where are they placed at?
Well, they're not necessarily placed. They're folks that are called in as needed. A lot of them are EMTs and paramedics.
DSS, is that counted in here too?
Well, not so much DSS, but the sheriff's office, they have auxiliary deputies.
Okay.
So these are folks that are called in if needed. Okay. And we have a running list, and they will choose and try to get who is available to come in and fill the need.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question. I'd like a list of those 110 part-time employees with their department.
Now, a lot of these employees are your poll workers. The prior year we put on 30 new poll workers, and they only work during the election, but they're counted.
Yeah, well, okay, it'll still be an interesting list to look at.
Sure.
John? You made a comment about the Affordable Care Act being a really burdensome. I think, what are you required to do?
We are required to keep track of every employee that is covered on the state health plan, every individual month that they're covered. A reason if they're not covered, it's a year-long process, and we have to report that. And that information is used to prepare the forms that go out at tax time, the 1095Cs, but it's a pretty in-depth process.
Interesting. That wasn't supposed to.
I don't know what a 1095C is. What does that do?
It shows the value of the insurance coverage for tax purposes.
So people are taxed for the value of that insurance coverage?
No, it's
Not
verifying
really. We
that
just
they
have to
have
report
insurance.
it.
It's a verification they have insurance with another source.
Oh, it's a Big Brother form.
It is.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? If none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And emergency service update.
I brought the crew.
I guess you're going to introduce everybody, or are you actually speaking?
I am going to speak to begin with. I'm going to get us started, and I'm going to end us.
Okay.
As we get going. So just let me know when you're going. And I am guessing
We're ready if you are ready.
Are we doing this or is somebody else doing it? She's got, okay, thank you.
There you go.
All right, just wanted to be sure.
You're up.
All right. First of all, Chairman Waters and Commissioners, thank you for allowing us to come and speak before you. And as we look at the start of the budget process in the 2022-2023 year, real quickly, I am going to take just a few minutes to go over some overall accomplishments of emergency services. You realize that emergency services encompasses fire and emergency management, EMS, and animal control in our divisions. Of those, you will see each operations chief bring to you specific objectives or specific achievements and needs that they need in their departments, and that's intentional today to get them standing in front of you and talking, and then together we're going to be able to answer some questions at the end. First of all, I just want to say in accomplishments that good relationships are intentional. They don't just happen. You have to put work in relationships. And we understand that in emergency services all the way across, and we try to maintain those relationships in the best way that we can, both interdepartmentally, whether that's throughout the county, working with the health department, the sheriff's department, public works, whatever departments it is, but also other agencies and our citizens at large. I've got so many different examples, and I have a short amount of time, so I'm not going to get into them. I'm going to let these division chiefs talk about them. But I'll just speak, like, for instance, with animal control. Chief Sawyer has done an absolutely great job in building relationships with our community partners, with the Humane Society, improving our volunteer program that's been going on down there, bringing in new rescue groups for the shelter, and so on. I could talk about Chief Newkirk with emergency management, the seamless operation that is continuing in COVID, with our health department and our community partners, the report that he puts out daily, that people really rely on as we see those things and so on. So each one of our divisions works hard to continue that relationship building. Second, continuity of operations. You gentlemen certainly understand what that is. It is to make sure the show keeps going, that as valuable as each person is in our operation, one person's absence cannot stop that show. And we have made a tremendous effort to make sure we are cross-training. My right hand, Chris, can step in at any time and do what it is I'm doing. He's training Jeff and others to be able to do that for him, and so on throughout our organization. Chief Sawyer's done a wonderful job again at the animal control, where they're able to step in for each other. We've been stressed with COVID in many divisions, taking people out, and we've been able, for the most part, to continue operations seamlessly. So we understand that continuity of operations. It's been a success for us as we've looked in the last year. A service-minded work environment. I just want you to know that our thought is we understand we're public servants. We work for the public. That is our starting point as we come in and provide the very services that we do. And lastly, we think, as far as an achievement, that we're good stewards. We are working within the means that policy that you have set for us. We are looking even within those means for ways that we've been able to cut some cost or to make up where costs have gone up, and to try to keep our budgets in line with what you have given us. Looking into things as we look into our next budget year and initiatives, you'll see this common form from each of my chiefs as they stand up and they talk about their divisions. But first of all, our starting point looking into next year is we know you have an expectation for us that we're going to maintain the service that's been set. That's our beginning point. So we know we have to continue to maintain our current service. Second to that, we do have some ideas in maintaining that service and improving it. And we see that under strategic planning, and I'm going to talk about a few of these under operational efficiency. We're looking hard at ways that we can do things more efficient in our time and also in the cost. We see cost going up in everything. You guys certainly see that, I know, across the county, across the board as we look at that. Each time we're coming back as we're bringing things to you, we know there's more cost, but we are looking for places we can cut that cost as well. Our chiefs will bring some of those out for you. Do want to give you an example of something that's taken place for us in this past year with vehicles. You graciously gave us 2 vehicles last year, 1 animal control replacement, 1 QRV. You know what COVID has done to the vehicle market. Things went out of sight. We could not get the vehicle we needed for a QRV. Chief Hibbert had a he was driving a QRV with low mileage on it that was certified as a QRV. It was the exact vehicle we used. We put it in cycle because we could not get one. We were told we would not be able to get one without going to a larger vehicle. We did not think you would approve us stepping up to a larger vehicle. So we moved that vehicle in. We made some changes in operations and animal control, knowing fuel prices are going up 17% as we look at things. We were able to go to be able to pick up two vehicles, two 4-cylinder trucks for animal control, and move a vehicle from animal control to Chief Hibbert for him to be able to drive, keeping our operations going and staying within the budget that has been given to us. So we're just constantly looking for ways with what we have to be able to continue to stay where you have set for us. Professional development, we've struggled with professional development in that professional development has been, the offerings for it have been cut because of COVID in times. We have minimum standards we've got to do. Those are the check-in-the-box classes. But then there's other professional development. We know the value of going past those checks in a box to just making our employees better. And then we've got those that we're reaching out to and investing in our employees, getting them prepared for the next step of whatever their career is and their job with us. They've been hard to get. We've been able to keep those minimums, those check in the boxes, but it's been really hard for us to go beyond that. And we have plans in our next budget to be able to get out and do those things. Lastly, we want to continue with our equipment, vehicles, and facilities. We want to keep our equipment good. We know that our people are out doing a great job. We want to make sure they've got the tools they need to do that their vehicles are good. And we are having some slight issues with facilities that will be brought forward, department specific, that we know we're going to need to look at as we move into the 22-23 budget year. Last thing I'd like to say for you in the introduction is our most valuable asset is our people. We've got good people, and we have them in animal control. We have good people in EMS. We have good people in emergency management. And I just have to publicly tell you, we've got good people. And they do us a very good job. And they're very thankful. I want to publicly tell you, they've told me, and I'm bringing this to you, very thankful of the pay plan implementation that the county was able to put in. It's been very thankful throughout the county employees, our staff, and they want to thank you for that. And we appreciate your continued support as we move into the next budget. With that, Chris, if you want to come for emergency management.
All right, good evening, gentlemen. So emergency management, again, as we just talked about our accomplishments specifically for 2021, probably the thing that I am most proud of is the work environment that we have in our office and with our staff. And our people come to work every day with the mindset of what can I do to help someone, or what can I do to make things better? And they're doing it. You know, it's one thing to give that answer in a job interview. Every interview asks, right, why should we hire you? It's because I want to help the people. It's one thing to give that answer in an interview. It's something different to see that actually carried out in the public, and we're seeing that. And, you know, when you have that transforms relationships. It transforms the impacts that your department has on the community. And we're seeing it. And just as we run through some things, you know, traditionally the expectation of emergency management is to support local responders. And sometimes that relationship isn't always pretty, right? You're dealing with really a bunch of type A people. And when you get a group of type A people together, they tend to clash. And that I mean, you all know it. That happens. It's historically true. It's common occurrence. I can tell you that I feel like our office has moved past that, and our agencies in our county feel that way. There's not a day that goes by that me, myself, or Carney, or Jeff, or Melissa, or someone in our office isn't talking to a first responder agency or assisting a first responder agency. And there's no longer that hesitation when they see our vehicles pull up that, oh, good gracious, you know, somebody's here to cause us a problem or try to take over. That expectation is they'll help in whatever capacity that we need them to, and we've performed all those capacities. And that's been groundbreaking for our agencies. And you know, we certainly appreciate the involvement And we really enjoy those relationships we have with them now, so we're thankful for that. As we talk about just professional development, that continuity of operations, and we are working very hard to build depth in our bullpen to make sure that the service continues if one of us is out. COVID has highlighted that. And we've made a real effort over the last 2 years to make that true, and it's paying off for us now. Where if one of us is out, if we have a family member sick, if one of us are positive for COVID, or whatever the reason might be, if we're out, the operations continue. And back to those relationship developments, they're familiar faces with our first responders. So if it's not me or Jeff that's showing up on the scene, but one of our other employees, that's a familiar face. And that relationship transcends that person. Back to the service-minded individuals, and I think is Melissa, are you controlling the slides? If you could you back up to the picture of our employees? So, as you know, several years ago in emergency management, the board allowed us to reclassify one of our positions to include some IT components. The top center picture, young lady on the right, I'm sure you recognize her, Miss Melissa Beecham. She was the person we hired for that position. Next to her in that position is Clark Pollard, who is one of our full-time paramedics, but has had a previous career in IT and software. When we think about how we're assisting others and just that true intent to help and make things better, that has been the core for our involvement in the COVID response. And I'm sure Jim and his staff would agree, those two individuals transformed our response to COVID. The abilities that were provided to our citizens to schedule an appointment online, for second appointments to be automatically generated, for the reports to go through, for a software system that vets all the current standards of who's eligible for a shot, who's not, and when they're eligible, that did not exist when COVID came on. Those two individuals created it, and they've maintained it, and they built it in a way that was able to absorb the influx of a morning where we booked 4,000 appointments in 15 minutes, to changes like we've experienced the last few weeks where requirements for shots and guidelines are changing from the CDC weekly and sometimes daily. And that's an example of going above and beyond outside of what is normally expected of emergency management and trying to help and make things better. And just really, really proud of them and our entire staff for their ability to do that. Thank you, Melissa, if you could move back. So the last thing we got is just being good stewards, operational efficiency. We're always, again, looking for ways to improve our operations, to become more efficient in our management, to be good stewards of our money. And as we look at that and start looking at individual line items, some things that we anticipate for the coming year, professional development. We do anticipate an increase in professional development for the coming year. A lot of this increase is related to the cost of seminars and classes, in many cases that are required for us either through our grant requirements or through our certifications. Those classes and conferences are not getting cheaper. And we're seeing that in recent prices, but it's a must for our grant funding in many areas, and it's important for continuity of operations moving forward. When we look at travel and fuel, just our review. Yes, sir.
I was looking at your professional development, and the only increase was $2,000.
Yes, sir.
And I'm a strong proponent of professional development. And some of these courses that your people could go to will cost $2,000. And I know that from traveling all around the state.
Yeah.
Are you sure that's the increase that you need?
Again, can I accurately predict the cost of things next year? I can't.
No, you can't.
But again, our goal is to be as much of a good steward with our money as we can. And we feel that is a conservative estimate, but we think we can work with that.
Okay.
Yeah. So as we look at travel and fuel, just in a review of our mileage of our vehicles for the year, this is the second year in a row that the mileage on our vehicles has increased at least by 10%. We're also anticipating higher gas prices for the future. Now, I put a couple of notes on here. Gas Buddy is estimating the potential of $4 per gallon for a lot of major cities. The highlight in that is when you dig a little deeper, they're actually estimating that price for several months in a year, and everywhere else it's kind of fluctuating between that $3.50, $3.75 mark. So we do feel that a $3.50 a gallon is a pretty conservative estimate for next year. And based on the increase in mileage that we have seen the last 2 years, we project forward, that's about a $2,000 difference in our fuel budget of what we would need next year. The next item is contracted services. This is one of those areas in which we're looking at to cut a cost. In the past, we relied on the copy machine that you see on the top for a lot of our paper documents, and we were very heavy paper-driven in operations. We've been able over the last 2 years to transition to a lot of electronic formats. We're not using a copier anymore. That copy machine cost us $390 a month. We feel like we can find a desktop printer for much cheaper that will accomplish our needs. So we're exploring the feasibility of doing away with that contractor service and using a much cheaper option for what we need in our operations. Next item and last item for us would be our capital outlay vehicle. We have a 2016 Ford Explorer right now. That would be our next one to replace. We have found over the last 3 vehicle replacements that pickup trucks are much more versatile for our operations, and that's what we would like to replace it with. Right now on state contract, the F-250 extended cab that already has the tow package on it is the cheapest vehicle on state contract that we can find with towing capabilities that we would need to move our trailers. And that's what we have in mind, but again, those prices are subject to change, and we'll absolutely look for more cost-effective options. With that, is there any questions on emergency management before I turn it over to animal control? Okay, thank you.
Have Chief Sawyer come up next, and again, we'll answer questions about anything at the very end if you don't have one specific in each presentation. Chief Sawyer.
Thank you. Thank you again for having me and welcoming back. I just want to go over a few things, what we've accomplished and what we hope to accomplish this coming year. We have had improved relationships with our partners, with the Humane Society, our rescues, and our local veterinarians. It has helped us tremendously when getting animals out of the shelter. We've seen the adoption rate go up and our rescues go up. Our community events, our adoption events, has been a great asset to the shelter, and we have our next one. We are partnering with GMH Senior Center in Washington and the Humane Society, and we'll be going there with some of our animals, and they have titled it Find a New Love for Valentine's. So that'll be held in February. We'll be sending an officer to our Careers on Wheels event at Eastern Elementary in March, and we hope to continue to do more of those in the schools because we do believe that education is where it starts, and with the middle school age especially. We held our first rabies clinic in November, and we're hoping to hold another one hopefully in April or May at the latest. With training, even though the state has no minimum requirements for what they say, that North Carolina does not require anything for animal control officers, we do as a shelter require rabies certification for vaccinations and certified euthanasia technicians. We have all full-time employees rabies certified, and by the end of February, our newest employee will have her certification for euthanasia. We also, by the end of this year, have a goal to have all of our officers receive their Level 1 ACO certification through the National Animal Control Association, and by the end of next year receive their Level 2. And that is something that will help our officers be able to be more, proud when they go out, understand everything that they're doing, be safer when they go out onto the field. So that is something I'm definitely pushing for us to, or an officers to accomplish. as animal control officers, our first priority is rabies control, but we are always there for our community with any other call, whether it be a dangerous dog, nuisance animals, strays, or welfare checks on animals. We understand that we have what we have in our budget and are mindful of our spending. We are proactive in getting our community involved as far as volunteering, donations for food, bleach, laundry detergent, etc., and hopefully keeping them involved with it helps us offset some of our expenditures, and which helps us stay in our budget. So they do come in when we ask or put it on Facebook that we need something. Most of the time we get it from the community. We completed the Petco grant project of the exercise pens that will be in place for our dogs to run and get as much exercise as needed. And these will also allow our volunteers a place to socialize the dogs in our care. But we do see a few things that will see an increase this coming year. And that's with the shelter care and the kennel supplies. And that's with everything. Shipping is up. Shipping cost has gone up, and then that's with I know I said that we get food and all that, but we also get big barrels of disinfectant and degreaser for our runs and our kennels, and that has definitely gone up. And I talked to our supplier yesterday, and he says they've seen about a $200 increase on their end as far as shipping for each barrel. So that is something that we will see as an increase. As far as for the facilities, repair of our kennels, our dog runs, the floors are in disrepair. They're chipping, they're bubbling, and it's causing waste to be trapped underneath. And this is going to be an issue that we're going to have to address. I've had a company come out and look, and I was hoping that we would have an estimate by today, but we didn't, of course. So hopefully we'll have that soon, but that is something that we're going to have to address soon. And then interior paint, the metal around most of our door frames and the inside viewing windows are chipping, it's rusting, and that's something that's going to have to be addressed. And then sign repair and replacement. One of the number one complaints that we receive that's non-animal complaint is that people cannot find us or cannot see where we are. You know, the shelter sits way off the road. And our sign is not visible from one direction because of the tree line blocks it, and from the other direction it's just a sign that's not full of color. It's kind of drab. It's not well, I mean, it's kind of run down, which that looks really pretty in the picture, but it's not that bright. So I've had several people come out and look and give us some estimates, and my goal would be to have a nice LED sign. And the reason I say that is because it could serve so many purposes, not only for us, but our community and for the county. It would be controlled by our cell phones. We could put anything up there. We could put a picture of the pet of the week, events that we're having, rabies clinics that we're having, closings and delays we could do for the county on that. And I think it would be something that would be a great asset, not only for the shelter, but just for the county in all. So, and then our last one is a capital outlay for the vehicle. We replaced 2 vehicles with Colorados. Yeah, that's right. And we've only had them a short time, but we have already seen the difference in our gas consumption. It has really helped, and it's a smaller truck. Our dog boxes do work in it. The only issue will be when we have to transport horses and stuff, but our team, being teamed with EMS and our emergency management, they will be able to come and help us with anything that we need as far as the horse trailer and things like that. But the Colorado has been a great change for us as far as being more gas efficient, and it does supply the need. We have 3 trucks that are on the road. One stays at the shelter. We have a shelter officer, and then I have a truck No, there's 4 trucks. 4 trucks. That's right, my fault. I don't count.
2 of them are new.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many miles are on that Silverado that
It's 2013 96. We've had a lot of issues with it. It's not a very dependable truck. The officer has been out on calls and not been able to get it start. They cannot figure out what's causing it. She has to hold it just right and do some things, and it'll eventually start for her. And that's not a great situation when you're in some of the places that we have to go to.
I don't have any problem with mine.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you have trouble getting a new one, we have a commissioner that's got one very similar to that.
And just say on those trucks, what our plan was there was 2 2013s. They were bought at the same time. One was scheduled to be replaced last year, which we did in that budget, and we knew we'd be bringing this second one forward this year. So.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Happy to be here. Some of our 2021 initiatives have went quite well. I will have to say, as far as our staffing, we're up to full staff at EMS. We have got some great employees. Our last few hires we've had have been phenomenal hires, and I am very grateful for those employees we got. They are doing this tremendous job. With that, we have looked at some endeavors. Some of our people have specialty things they like to do outside that are kind of hobbies and kind of other interests of theirs. We've been taking advantage of that. One, as they mentioned earlier, Clark Pollard is real good with IT and loves doing data stuff. And we have put him to that task because we have found with data, we can look for efficiencies in our system. And with going with the last fiscal year, we've been crunching a lot of data and trying to come up with things to try to save money or to find more efficient ways to do them. And we have been identifying a lot of those as we've been going along. One thing we found that we've had an increase, and we were able to give this data to OEMS on COVID stuff, and come to find out that we are ahead of the game in Beaufort County over a lot of the other counties in EMS. One thing, we are at a higher transport rating than a lot of our other counties around it. Right now, they're showing a 12% average. We are at 17% for Beaufort County EMS, and as a system in whole, we are 22% above what they're transporting. With that endeavor, our COVID-related problems with staffing has been much less than they're seeing in the counties. Other places have had federal ambulance crews come in to assist them because they don't. We have been able and been fortunate with COVID, especially through the Delta variant, that we didn't have a lot of people out staffing-wise with COVID. We did get a little bit of hit in Omicron with that, but we were able to alleviate it. One way was doing that was being able to get with other agencies within the county and say, look, where are you at? What do you need? And being able to come and sit down as a full county agency and be able to come up with ways to be able to alleviate those staffing issues. With that, we've assisted last year with COVID-related issues, is helping set up the pods when they were doing the vaccines. We've actually had some of our employees working it. And we also assisted the health department in actually doing home vaccinations for people that could not go to these pods and assist them until they could get people in place to do that. And we were glad to help. And a lot of our employees, I was glad to see them come out and really be willing to help. With that being said, we've come into several things. One thing was our medical supplies. We have seen an increase in medical supplies across the board right at 20%. A lot of our vendors send out projections in these, and they've been showing 20%. We just got one in the mail the other day that 77% increase on something as small as flushes. But due to our data-driven and our inventory system we put in place, we're going to be able to maintain the same next year as we did this year and be able to make and keep our medical supplies in line without having to ask for an increase in that budget line item. But that's just looking at the inventory, taking that data, being able to reduce things that are going out of date, the usage of things, how it's used, and be able to keep that line item at a level of accountability and just maintain right there. And that's a lot of due to looking at some simple things such as air gas. When they had been coming every week for years and years, and a lot of times they're only bringing 1 or 2 bottles, but we're paying that shipping cost on it. We're paying that delivery fee for it. And being able to strategically put that in the inventory system and say, look, you don't need to come this week, and be able to stack it to where we can stagger and be able to maintain a lower delivery rate has significantly saved us quite a bit of money in this line item. Our professional development, that is one thing that I am looking for the increase on. With the increase, I'm looking at about $4,000, and there's several different reasons. One is the continuity operations. And one thing I learned in coming into this situation, when I come in and took over when Glenn Mercer was here, there was not a lot of continuity operation done. I was having to learn it as I was going, and it was actually a rough learning experience. I pulled my hair out many times. A lot of it went a lot wider than I needed it to, but we were able to do that. But seeing that and seeing where continuity operations can help maintain that thing, and it'll be more of efficient for the county as time goes on. It's going to help us. One thing we're going to need with professional development is we've had changes within the medical field altogether. One of the things coming on, we have put in for a ketamine protocol by the medical director, and this is a new thing that's coming on the truck, and there's going to have to be a lot of training on it. It's very serious training because ketamine can be a very dangerous drug to use, and we need to make sure that our people are trained to be able to make sufficient use of this protocol. Along with that, other changes in protocol, we have other initiatives we'd like to see put out there. One is to stop the bleed. Be able to train our people to be able not only be able to do stop the bleed, which they can do now, but able to go out and be trained as trainers to go out to civic-minded places, to churches, and be able to teach them the basic stop the bleed methods to be able to assist in that first response. Okay. But we are going to look at asking at a possible increase of $4,000 in that. Our next line item was contracted services. We are getting from our vendors on our maintenance agreements, and that we're looking at probably 17% increase. I haven't really got the good numbers on that yet until I get back with them and get an estimate from these vendors what that increase is going to be. Our next item is travel and fuel. On our travel and fuel, overall last year, all our units together had a grand total of 158,806 miles. That is a 17% increase of what we did the year before, and we're looking right around with our increase in transports, probably a 20% increase in this. And from what I'm seeing right now and the figures I've got, my rough figures is about a $14,000 increase on fuel. With that, we're seeing an increase in trips to the Beaufort Medical Center, just due to that patient needs to go to a level 1 trauma center Instead of going to Beaufort, we have to transport anybody that is a dialysis patient has to go to Beaufort Medical Center. And that's the increase in mileage on us. It's really hitting us. Our telephones, this is one we looked at. OEMS requires that we have 2 ways of communication on the truck at all times. And when we started out, we just had one radio system, and they had put cellular telephones on the truck. Now that we have the Viper system in place on the truck and the VHF radios, they have not been using these cell phones. So what I like to do is reduce those lines and looking at least a $2,000 or more reduction in that line item because they're not needed, they're not efficient for us. We've been using the radios instead of the cell phones, and it's working quite well for us. Our capital outlay, our building and equipment and maintenance, one of the issues we've got in good community relations with Community Bath, when they went out, we have went through and got the deed back on the property for the new building. They were able to give us money to remodel that building to be able to put the bedrooms in it for the staff to stay there. We've been able to strategically move EMS 6 into that building because where they're at, that centrally locates them to work the Pamlico Beach area since we don't have Pamlico Beach in that area no more. And it kind of puts them just a little bit closer. We're still maintaining the Bath station in the middle of Bath with our supervisor, which gives him better access to the Pinetown area. But one thing we've seen with that is there is a generator there. We do use that building during hurricanes and stuff to stage areas out of. The generator that is there right now is an old Dayton generator that was made in the 70s, early 80s. It is not working at this time. And we had contract services come out and look at it from the county, and they said they cannot get parts for that thing. So I'm going to look at changing over the generator and also the switch for it because it's an outdated analog type switch system to be able to put a generator back in there so we can have good coverage for that area. With last year, we had an ambulance and a QRV put in place. We actually traded around and got that QRV we had spec'd out to them. By the end of July, we will be well over 100,000 miles on one of our QRVs. I'm looking at a replacement. I've looked at vendors and stuff right now, trying to find a suitable replacement that we can get fairly quickly. We are looking at the options of truck, other options of other SUVs. We haven't found one that's quite suitable yet that we can get our hands on real quick, and we're still looking at that. We were probably looking between $40,000 to $50,000 for that.
So Commissioners, in closing, we will be bringing before you 2 system expansions, similar to what we brought last year, the first being a data management position. We discussed this last year. We have been able to utilize some of the data components when time and money allows with the talents within our staff, and we're starting to see some return on investment. There's some fruit hanging in those trees that we would like to explore further. The report that Jeff just passed out to you is an example of some of the data that these individuals are pulling together that we are in turn using to make operational changes. This report that you see is annual for 2021. It includes all of the Beaufort County EMS systems. The last page of that report is an example that we are currently building where we monitor how many times one agency responds to another. And the next step in that is how many times we have only 1 truck available in the county because all of our others are tied up on calls, and 2 trucks available. And that's a very complex data set to build and maintain and run frequently. These reports are used monthly in our captain's meetings. We have already changed operational stances because of this data that we're getting. Everything from the way we downstaff units, the way we position units in times of high call volumes. We've seen a return on investment that Jeff had mentioned, the inventory. Right now, to date, we are $15,000 behind or have spent $15,000 less right now in medical supplies than we did last year. And that is a testament to the inventory controls that have been put in place. It is essentially like a self-checkout at a grocery store where you get an item, scan it, it logs it, and we're able to order accordingly. Our PM on vehicles is also down because of the preventive maintenance policies and checklists that we're doing electronically now. We have scheduled PMs. It's an electronic work order. We're able to stay on top of repairs, and we believe that is showing in our expenditures for vehicle maintenance, and that we're having less of those high dollar values repairs because we're staying on top of it in a more timely manner. So we'll be bringing more details related to that as we get into the system expansion process of the budget.
Lastly, before any questions, second system expansion will be similar to one we brought last year. We are no longer a startup system. Our system is fully functional as a professional organization, and there's some pieces in the supervision of our organization that we still need to put in place, and that's specific down to our truck level. We have a supervisor, it's QRV on the north side, we have a medic that's on the south side, and then we have 3 transport EMS units. To the shift supervisor, there's one supervisor that is managing those individuals. And what we want to bring before you is a STEP program, where this year we would step into making senior paramedics, one on each of our transport trucks, that's 3 per shift or 12 total, where we're not reclassifying them, but we're using the same pay grade they're in, but similar to what had been done in the past and some other things where we just give them a 5% pay increase, and they're going to take that responsibility of supervising that truck to be able to put those things in place. Our overall goal, where we want to get with our agency, is we also want to put 4 new or reclassify 4 positions. We're probably not going to ask you for that this year. We are going to come with the senior paramedics, but I'm trying to give you the total of what we're trying to get to. Reclassifying 4 positions where we would put in what we would call a lieutenant. I don't know what the final thing would be, but they would be in our continuity of operations, that when the captain is out, that individual would come from the south side QRV and automatically be running that shift. That's a continuity of operation thing. Right now, we just pull one of our other medics, we put them in place. We've been rotating different ones. Some do better than others on that, but it helps train and get them in place. But we want to put the structure in place that past our captain, if our captain is out on vacation or sick, a lieutenant will be able to fit into that role. And on those 3 trucks, just a small step, a senior individual on those trucks to be able to supervise those trucks individual and be responsible. So the cost of just doing the 12 senior paramedics, that's a wrong figure, that's the total. We could reclassify 4 positions and do the 12 with the $37,000 you see in front of you. It's really about $22,000 to $25,000 to be able to do a 5% increase, depending on which individuals qualified for that, because they're at a little bit different stage in their salary now. And so we just want you to know we are going to be bringing that before you in system expansion, those 2. And with that, any of us will be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? John? What do you have on a truck right now? Do you have a paramedic and a EMT or 2 paramedics?
So we could have a paramedic or EMT, but typically it is 2 paramedics or what we try to run at the very least is a paramedic and an advanced EMT. But there are times, especially with our part-time staff coming in, we may run a basic EMT and a paramedic on the truck.
Okay. Do you know what other agencies do?
It's a mix all over the place.
I guess I'm talking about best practice.
Best practice, well, I'll tell you all day long, put 2 paramedics on the truck. And I say that because, and you look at our county, we're going to have a transport time of 22 to 28 minutes. And so you're putting a driver in, the thought of the EMT is you're putting a driver in the front, but there could be a long time before other help, before a QRV can get there to help someone, and then having that that long time to have a second higher level care person with you. For our patients, that's the best thing we can do. Minimum requirement would be in EMT, or actually a medical responder, which we would not want to do, and a paramedic. And I think across the board, you see a mix of trying to keep 2 paramedics to simply saying we're going to do 1 EMT and 1 paramedic.
Other questions?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank each one of you.
What's that? He said stop the snow.
I'm gonna bring some of mine to your house.
Do you think the one you release at 12 o'clock tomorrow is going to be what we can bank on?
I'm hoping.
I'll correctly say you can bank on what you see on Saturday morning. That's being what it will be Saturday morning.
On Saturday morning.
Yeah, I'm hoping tomorrow. They're normally pretty close, within 24 hours.
Within 24 hours. We're waiting to make a decision on an event Saturday based on, and I told him, I said, Chris is going to give us good information about 12 o'clock.
We'll certainly try.
Tomorrow. Thank you very much.
12 o'clock p.m.
PM.
11:59.
Brian, can I have 5 minutes?
That hasn't even been litigated yet. That's coming up.
Are y'all ready?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna take the first piece of it, and it's a very short, brief piece. I just want to give the board some information, and this is related to the topic I've talked to you about a couple times, and that is a request that I'm gonna put in to the board for an expansion on a communications position, a communications director position for the county. The reason I want to talk to you about it is just to give you a background of what I'm thinking. As we go into this, obviously what I will need to do, if the board has any inclination at all that you might consider it, I'll need to run it through our HR consultant, make sure that we're putting it in the right pay grade. I've got an idea of where I think it ought to be in the pay scale, but what we always do is when we're proposing a new position, it goes through the HR consultant and she looks at it to make sure that we're in line with other entities that have those, and that it works within, you heard Dolores talk about making sure we were within our pay and classification scale and where we needed to be on that. So they look at that for us and make sure that the jobs and duties are right and we have the right stuff on it. But the piece that I want to talk to you about, and the reason I say that is that costs a little bit of money. It costs us $200 or $300 to have them study a position for us and bring it back. So if the board says to me now, forget it, I don't even want to talk to you about that, then I'm not going to spend $200 or $300 to put this together. So, but my proposal to you is I think the county is at a position now where a communications person would be very valuable. You have now opportunities that are available to us, and where we stand on the cable channel, the appliance has been installed at the head end. I had a conversation with the gentleman that's managing that project. His name is Jack Daniels. Mr. Daniels is actually in the mountains this weekend working with their western staff on some stuff. They are currently waiting on some static IP addresses to be assigned to that in their range of stuff in their organization, so that allows us to get into the system. Because it gives us a specific point where we're tunneling in through the internet to get to us where we can manage that device. But that's happening. So my anticipation, obviously it's not going to happen for the next meeting, but hopefully within the next month all that'll get done. There's a little bit of training we need to do on our side so that we understand how to load it and keep everything straight, but that's coming. But with that, what I want to talk to you about is what I've talked to you before, is about that communications professional position. Just in general, the summary of what that person would do: work involves directing both internal and external communication programs and strategies for the county, serves as a central source for information about the county and as an official channel for communication between the county and the public, develops and manages production and hosting of television programming, participates in news conferences, special events, and other programs of interest. Specific duties that I see that person doing and this is based off a job description that we pulled from another entity. Advise and coordinates communications between county staff and news media, establishes and maintains positive working relationships with local news media, coordinates the dissemination of information to the public and media during emergency events, oversees the county's branding strategy. Obviously, I mean, as you get into having conversations about your strategic plan, you want to be able to communicate that to the public. You want them to understand what it is you want, where you're going, what your vision is for the county. And this is a piece of that as well to help work on that branding strategy. Coordinate with other departments to develop and deliver content on the television program. Shoot, interview, edit, broadcast on the TV program, arrange and schedule all the programming on that TV channel, plan and direct the recording of city meetings and events so that, as we've talked about in the past, we currently have various folks doing various things as it relates to recording these meetings, getting them put up. Melissa's doing a tremendous job in what she's doing. We have some backup folks through DSS who help us, but there's no one person who does that. All this work is done by existing employees in the other duties as defined label on their job description. So it's over and above. And if you want, what I've heard this board say is there's more that we need to be doing. And if you want more to be done, and if you want it to be done at a higher level, we've got to dedicate someone to that function. We can continue to do what we're doing, but if you're not happy with that product, we've got to have some dedicated resources to do that. So another couple pieces relating to this, oversee the creation of county production, or the creation and production of county publications, whether that's informational brochures, posters, flyers, or electronic media. Promotes and markets county events, meetings, and other important happenings via digital communication and or social media. Produces, edits, and publishes content for the county's website and various social media outlets. Oversees community management of social media sites, monitors, listens, and responds to comments made by the public relating to social media. So, what we really need is for someone to be in that role that's what they know and that's what they do. And we're talking about, someone who holds a bachelor's degree in public relations, journalism, marketing, those kind of things. We have a great resource in the news media that surrounds us. You have a lot of young reporters who are looking for an opportunity to get into a stable environment. So I don't think that we would have an issue finding a very qualified and professional person who in their previous employment did this exact same thing, but they were doing it on a public scale, where they were doing the filming, the videoing, the editing, and all that. Where I see that position laying is somewhere around a grade 72 or a grade 73. That range runs from 51.9, 82 to 83 at the top end, or 54.321 to 86.914. It would, and again, the HR consultant would need to look at that and see where that would fall in our scale and what the duties related, so that it was equivalent to the job responsibilities that we have with others. I would see this as at a level that would report directly under my office, and work very closely with the board in making sure that publications were done, media was done correctly. So I think that opportunity is here. And it depends upon how you want to continue forward. If you want us to be able to move to a higher level, then we need somebody to do that. I've heard members of this board say, one of your issues is you're not keeping stuff updated. Well, we're trying, but we don't necessarily have the resources to do that. So it makes it difficult when we're piecemealing things to do that. So I wanted to, we've had this conversation. I've talked to you about it before at board meetings. There was some conversation that I know Commissioner Walker said he wanted to have at the retreat about it. Happy to answer those questions. But what I need to understand from you, is it something that you're even going to entertain? Because if it is, I want to move forward with it so that I get you the good information so that we talk to the HR consultant. If it's something you're saying, look, we like it the way it is, I just need for you to understand the limitations we have with our resources right now. We can continue to do what we're doing, but it is going to be what it is. And to step that up to a higher level, which I think that's what I'm hearing the board say. They want a more professional, individualized person who handles that and who has that background, then we're going to have to move to that level. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions or take any advice.
I'm going to be all for this. I hate to hire somebody, I really do, but I think we need to have somebody to go to and ask them, why is this not happening? Why? I mean, we've got to have somebody to blame. Not that they're going to do it, they're not even here yet. I think they're going to do a great job, and everything you've listed is everything we need done. But the biggest thing is for us to be able to have somebody to go to and say, why didn't this happen like it should have? Or how can we change this? How can we put graphics? I mean, I did the graphics, and it took usually the night before. I worked and got them all ready to go, and but I really do think would love to see, as far as input from the board, maybe even have a committee that this person works with as a suggestion. Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing that? But this is a great way to inform the public. I think we need a chance to show how good job we're doing and how good job everybody's doing. I was talking to Rod just a minute ago, and because with 4-H, they've been doing little videos. I mean, everybody with a phone has a great camera now, and everybody has the ability to edit. And when we've been out there to the farm services and they've shown videos, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, that's content that could be on there. Because, a lot of people get bored with what they're watching on TV, and when you get local like this will be, I think you'll have a lot of folks looking at it. We got snow coming in this weekend. You could have a little blurb on there. Chris could put it on there with his little, even if it's not video, but just a single page with a voiceover saying snow's coming. People would love that. So I'm for it, and I hope you can be with it too.
Yes.
Mr. Manager, I don't have a problem with what you're presenting here, but the question that I have, we got a county the size of ours. How many counties, with 45,000 people, how many counties that have, I call it a public information officer or communication officer, how many counties of our size do you know that have that position?
I think there are a lot of them. I can actually I'll bring you some numbers when I put that together. I think you just saw your local school system has a dedicated PIO. Okay. So there are folks around us who do that. I think it's about telling your story.
Okay, and that's the reason I asked you that, is because if you look at Pitt County, New Hanover County, Craven County, they always have something going, some kind of festival, some kind of event or something going. And I'm sure they have one, but we as a county, what do we have going?
I think there's a tremendous amount of things that are going on. We just don't have someone who will tell that story.
There you go.
And what I'm saying is, it's like what's going on with, from my background, Telecommunicator Week, okay. EMS Week, animal control. What are those things that are going on that are recognitions that need to be placed? We need to tell our story as a county about the good things. There are enough people in this county that will tell us about the bad things.
Yes, right.
We need to tell the good things about the county, why things are moving forward, what things are going well, and saying if something goes wrong, here's the story. You heard the superintendent say a little while ago, put the facts out there, and as long as the facts are there, people will make their decision based on that. You need to tell your story. There are a lot of people who are telling stories that aren't right. You need to tell your story and say, this is the way it is, and we're willing to put that out there, and we're willing to answer questions about it.
Well, I support it, but I really do, and I hope enough of us support it to make it happen. But I would still love to see the numbers of a county our size.
I'd be glad to do that and look at what we consider our peer counties and see who has that. But what I would say again to you is just look locally. Your school system has that, and you're helping probably support some of that.
Thank you. Well, I don't mind supporting something like this if under certain conditions. Here's what I'm looking at. In the last 4 or 5 years, the sheriff's hired 2 technical people, computer people. These guys in here with EMS, they're wanting another technical person. We've had an additional technical person hired out at social services. we've got a lot of people who have been hired to do things that are very similar to this. They all can't possibly be busy. So when you put this down to the bottom line, I can support this if we can find a job somewhere else that can be eliminated. And that's the only way that I'm going to support it.
Well, I think there's a lot of difference in an IT person and somebody that specializes in communication, telling their story. I mean, the IT persons that's needed in EMS and in the sheriff's office is relating to other things. Now, I'm not saying that one of those doesn't end up doing a press release, for one of those departments, but we're at the point now, like Randy says, where we have the equipment, and we're not going to be able to utilize the equipment and put the information out there unless we have a dedicated person doing it. I'm convinced of that.
No, I'm not sure that's right, because you got the equipment. It's a whole lot easier now to upload it than it ever was before. And any of the people that have been working with this can put, like, the commissioners meeting up, if that's all you want to put up. They can do that. That's not a problem, getting it online. And what I'm saying is that with the number of people that we've increased the payroll by in the last 4 or 5 years, it's a job. You can say a technical person doesn't do the video and doesn't do this. That's true. But you've got these jobs out there. I question seriously whether all these people can be busy or not. Let's take one of these people, and if we need to shift things around so that we have some shared technical people, let's do that. Let's fill this job, but let's fill this job by reducing a job somewhere else. And you can't tell me there's not fluff out there.
Other comments?
Yeah, Randy, you probably know the answer to this, but what did we do years ago when we had one technical guy, one IT guy, who's really split 2 ways, and we had a fine production? I mean, it was great. What did we do? We used somebody from outside of government to do the job because it got done right, it got done well, and it got done a lot cheaper. Now, I'm against having a propaganda minister here with the county. I truly am. The story should be told by our department heads. It could be done on the website. I'm sure this website is got, if it's anywhere near as good as what I gave you guys, it should have the ability for every department head to write whatever they want and put it up. Now, if it's going to be that we got to have a narrative to produce and present to the people at all times, there's a good chance that narrative is not going to be true, and it's not going to represent all our voices. So I'm not going to go with that. And I'll tell you another thing. I want to stay away from social media as far as we can. Social media is a nemesis against the society. It did not turn out well. It is dragging the young children down. It is not the truth. It has been censored, and it is becoming an abomination in its current form, whether it be Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, or Instagram. So some of you guys think it might be the way of the future. I can tell you right now, if you guys put anything on social media, I'm not going to know about it. I mean, I'll use social media to promote my stuff, but I could care less about what you guys do. A lot of people are the same. Be quiet, I'm talking.
You got some propaganda.
Please be quiet. Please. Yeah, you'll have your chance to speak later.
Well, I'm telling you.
Please, point of privilege, Mr. Chairman. Please.
I thought you were conducting an orderly meeting.
So what?
No, you're not.
What needs to be done is we have voices from the public and the people, and that's it. We should not sponsor social media. We shouldn't sponsor a certain narrative. The narratives everybody's narrative is different. We're all elected by constituents who have different ideas how things should be. That is the narrative. We commissioners should be able to say what we feel we should be able to say individually. We all have access to do that, and whatever platform you want to use. The manager, he represents all of us. You could ask him to do press releases. But to hire somebody to craft a message and pay him to put it up, what you're doing is you're saying, we want to be the ministry of, this would be the ministry of information. And at some point, it could be not be the proper narrative for all of us. And I don't want my tax dollars going to it. And a lot of people would feel the same way if they didn't feel like the message was exactly proper and perfect. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Somebody's always going to feel that way.
Well, I'm going to go on the record. The manager asked us today that he could move forward, and all this baloney that you just heard hadn't changed my mind one bit. I still support it.
And really, it's not social media that this is going on. This is a cable channel 5, which is, coming out of the Suddenlink. So it'll be people like my mother who has no computer, she has no smartphone, but she would love to watch this stuff, and this will give her a chance to watch it. So I use her as a good target audience here. And, who's to say that, Stan, you couldn't come up with your own content and with approval put it on there? I mean, and you do it yourself. And that's the kind of thing I'm saying, that people would do it themselves with some approval. And you got to have somebody in charge to say that's okay. Because, if you were to go off on a tangent that wasn't, appropriate, not that you would, but if you did, we need to be able to reel you back in. But you could put stuff on there. You could have a meeting, a video about the meeting every time, and it would be on there, and people could watch it. So that's what I'm thinking about.
Well, Mr. Chairman, nobody else wants to go, I'll go. As an answer to what Randy was saying.
Go ahead.
What you presented on its face is state-run media. I don't think we should be a part of that. I mean, I will not only not want to spend money, I would spend money not to do it. You also talked about your mother. I kind of agree with that. She should be able to see it, but now we're back to just a technical person. Somebody that will do their job. It's not rocket science. Producing a decent meeting is not rocket science. We should have people already on board that can do this, or somebody can train them to do it. It's easy to do. Now, I mean, you and I are commissioners. You could do it. I could do it. We have the same skills to be able to do a wonderful job for a whole lot less than what the manager's talking about. But again, you're getting away from this ministry of propaganda point of view, and I have that, and a lot of other people are going to have that same opinion. Now, they will.
Gentlemen, we're taking away from spending some time on the fund balance, so I would say let's move into the fund balance.
Well, wait a minute. What kind of decision we need? I can support this. If you can find a job somewhere else to eliminate, I'll support it, but that's the only way that I'll support it. So.
And one point that was missed, the little thing I said in there about a committee to stop what you're talking about, which is some sort of state-run, propaganda. But if you have a committee, if I'm at the head of the committee, I'm going to say, we're not going to put that on there.
Exactly, but what was the Politburo for crying out loud?
We don't need to get into editing and censoring. You can put up, there's plenty of perfectly legitimate government content to go on here from meetings that are held without having to get into, I don't think any commissioner should be allowed to put anything on there, period. So then we don't have to have approvals and all that, because when you get into approvals, they become very subjective. And so take that off of it. But once again, I don't have a problem with the manager's idea. I have a problem with the expense. And I have the problem with, I know that there are several jobs. And one of the questions I have is, are some of these tech jobs vacant somewhere right now?
Brian, will you put this on the agenda for February for us to take a vote on whether to proceed or not? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, I mean, just the general yay or nay. I just don't want to go spend $200 or $300 with a HR consultant if I don't have to. If you're going to say absolutely not, we're not.
Well, we're not that far away from the February meeting. Okay. Just put it on there so that we can get to the spend proper time on it.
Let me ask this question while we're here hammering. You know, are you guys willing to eliminate a job? The sheriff's got plenty of surplus jobs that he can't fill. He will never fill those jobs. Why don't you take one of those and eliminate it and create this job? That makes sense. You can do that. It costs you nothing and it gets you where you want to go. Does that make sense? I'm with you on that.
Okay. Anita, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Like Chairman said, we're going to be talking all about fund balance this afternoon, and I'm going to be using this document projector, which I've never used before. Can everybody see that? And you also have a handout in front of you that you can follow along with. So I think the best way to go through this presentation, which I'm hoping will be not only very informational but also educational, because I can tell you, pulling all this information together and doing my research, I learned a lot about fund balance that I'm not sure that even I knew. And so I'm assuming that I should know more about it than anybody, and if there were some things that I didn't know, then maybe we can educate the public by going through this and hopefully share some good information and educate, you as a board on some things on fund balance. So the best way I know to start with fund balance is just simply put up a picture of our balance sheet, which you see up here, and this comes straight out of our audit report. It's in there every year. It's the third schedule or Exhibit 3, usually somewhere around page 15 on our audit report. So when we ask ourselves, what is fund balance? Simply stated, fund balance is going to be, and I'm talking about general fund. Everything I talk about with fund balance this afternoon is going to be related to the general fund. So total fund balance is going to be your assets, and if you look at our numbers here, our assets in the general fund are $39,994,166 minus our liabilities and deferred inflows. So you take that $39,994,166, you subtract the liabilities of $4,611,153, and you subtract the total deferred inflow resources of $1,354,657, and that's going to give you a total fund balance of $34,028,356. Everybody see that number? So we have a total fund balance of $34 million in our general fund. Now, the thing is that's not all money that we can spend. So I want to go into a little bit about the different classifications of fund balance, so we'll understand exactly how much money we have available to spend. So if you look at the highlighted numbers there under fund balance, you will see 5 categories of fund balance. You have non-spendable, you have restricted, you have committed, you have assigned, and you have unassigned. They are the 5 categories of fund balance. And as far as definitions of those categories, I'm going to switch documents here, right quick. This comes straight out of your Beaufort County Financial Policies document and our management policy on fund balance. So there are 2 categories, the non-spendable and restricted, that are restricted by external constraints. Okay? Non-spendable is typically inventory and prepaid expenses. You can't spend those because they're not even in a spendable form. Okay, they're in an asset form. Inventory sitting in a warehouse, or we've had a prepaid expense. An example of a prepaid expense would be the stop-loss insurance that we have over at the jail for medical that we put in place several years ago. It's about $30,000 a year. It kicks in on July 1st, and we want to make sure we don't have a claim on July 1st, and they, try not to cover it, so we will pay that invoice like middle of June. So we paid it, before the fiscal year begins, so it is a prepaid expense by definition. restricted fund balance. So this is pretty much going to be restrictions put on or imposed by external entities or folks, your grantors, when they give us grant money, when the federal government gave us ARP money, when they gave us the CARES funding, it was restricted on what we could spend it on. It wasn't there for us to spend it on anything. So that was an external constraint there on that. And then also, there's always a calculation that's done that's called reserve by state statute that represents accounts receivable that we have counted as revenue, and thus it shows in our fund balance, but it's not available to us yet in cash to spend at June 30th. Remember, I've always said there's a 3-month lag in our sales tax. So we show that April, May, and June sales tax that we receive in July, August, and September, that shows in our fund balance, and it shows as a receivable, but the LGC makes us deduct that out because we did not have that cash at June 30th, okay? So moving right along, and these 5 categories, they're listed from most restrictive all the way down to you get to unassigned, which is really no restrictions at all, okay? So the next 2 categories are committed and assigned. These are internal constraints put on by you as a board. Committed, an example of that, and there's always an ordinance or a resolution that's been adopted to actually budget to be able to get categorized as committed. An example of committed for us is going to be our tax revaluation funds, where we set 1/8, we have to set aside that 1/8 per year, every year, so that at the end of 8 years we have the money to pay for our reval. Assigned is going to be still something that is constrained by you as a board. You may have even taken a majority vote to do it, but we've not really set up an ordinance or budgeted it or done a resolution for it yet. And an example of that, if I go back to our little balance sheet here, if you look under assigned, the broadband projects. You remember that CARES money that we had? And we said, you said as a board, we're going to use $500,000 of that for broadband. So that is assigned. Now you might also be saying, well, we also set aside $4 million for the ARP money for broadband. That, however, is in a special revenue fund. It's not even in the general fund. When that money came out, they said you have to put that in a separate special revenue fund. Okay? So then we're left with the last category, which is unassigned fund balance, which is the $24.855 million. So this is what you would typically, if you're in any of your classes at the School of Government, you will hear them refer to this as your rainy day fund, your savings account. This would be the money, if you were to come to me, what do we have in fund balance? I'm going to give you the unassigned number because everything else is already spent or been accounted for, okay? Now you have some calculations down below that are handwritten by me, which I had to go through as an exercise to make sure I was understanding the calculations. There's an important distinction between available fund balance and unassigned fund balance. Even though I'm guilty of using that number or that name interchangeably, everybody is, they're not the same number, okay? Available fund balance is calculated by taking your total fund balance of $34,028,356 minus the external restrictions. So we have to subtract the $29,824, the non-spendable, and then we have to subtract that $7,212,224 that's restricted by the state.
Anita, question?
Yes.
up on top under the assets,
Uh-huh.
where is that 7.2 million? It's in accounts receivable,
Uh-huh. And taxes receivable.
okay? That adds up and due from other funds, or is it just the two?
It's the two of those, and there might be a couple of other small restricted numbers added in there. But if you add the 5.5 and the 1.3,
That's
that gets you at
6.8.
6.8.
Yeah.
So it gets you
So there's
pretty
another
close.
400,000, right?
I'd have to look to see what that is.
Okay.
Actually, I probably have it. I probably have that with me. Okay. So back to the calculations. I'm trying to keep this as simple as I can. So to get available fund balance, we talked about that, right? Total fund balance minus the external restricted stuff, that gives you available fund balance. And I'm sorry it cut off your number. You can pencil it in. The number's $26,786,308. $26,786,308 is our available fund balance. Yeah. Okay, so to get unassigned fund balance, you take your available fund balance that I just stated, and then you subtract out your internal restricted funds for the committed and assigned things by the board to get your unassigned fund balance of the $24,855,518. But that's really not what we have to spend. Because the LGC, they make you keep 1 month's operating expenses, restricted or reserved and available, that you cannot spend. 8% of your annual operating expenses. I didn't say that right. Yeah, I did. 8% or 1 month, which for us is $4,943,482. So we need to also subtract that out from the unassigned to get what is actually spendable. So if you came to me and said, Anita, what is the most money we can spend out of fund balance and still stay in compliance with the LGC and keep the 8%, the number at June 30th, 2021 was $19.912 million. Okay? All right. I wanted to, well, thank you.
Anita, so that I can write it on here, do you know what the 35% gold number is?
We're going to get there.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. This is a page out of our audit report. It basically has the same calculations that I walked through manually in my mind and jotted down on the last page at the bottom. These are in the audit report. You can see total fund balance there is calculated, same number I got. Then you go and you get the unassigned fund balance, which is a lesser number because you got to further reduce it by internal restricted items. And then at the bottom, you have to still take that 8.33% minimum fund balance away from the unassigned to get what you actually have to spend to stay in compliance. Everybody see that? Okay. That making sense so far?
Is there a page number? I see numbers at the bottom.
That, yeah. Oh, that in the audit report, I want to say it was page 31 maybe?
Page 4.
Page 4, yeah. Page 4 on the handout. Okay. So now, just thought I would show you this. I don't want y'all to have to take my word for all this because you know, you might not trust me. I know some of you probably don't. But I did reach out to the auditor. This is an email from the auditor. And she was in agreement with the numbers that I provided her. And you can see highlighted in black right here. Can y'all see that if I point? No? Right there?
19 million.
Yes, she's saying what you actually have to spend and be in compliance is $19,912,036. Okay, so just wanted to show you a picture of that, so you wouldn't think I was lying to you. Okay. Back to our policy. So, even though I'm telling you we can legally spend 19 million, you have a policy in place that states, page 3, I'm on page 3, it's on the overhead. We have a policy in place that was adopted by you as a board in 2012. I did not write the policy. I believe Jim Chrisman probably wrote it. He would have been here at the time. It was adopted by this board, and it says that we're going to strive to maintain 35% fund balance. So having said all that, if we do maintain 35% fund balance, then in fact, if I'm following your policies, and I do strive to follow your policies, then what we really have in excess fund balance is this first block here, page 16. I'm on page 16. I'm jumping around. What we actually have in fund balance, if I'm going to follow your policies you've got in place, what we have in excess is $2,619,226,000 after calculating the 35% that we say that we're going to keep in fund balance. Now I realize there's been some conversation about reducing that number and maybe it being less than 35%. And that's why I presented you with some scenarios, 3 other scenarios, on what that number looks like, what our excess fund balance would be if you say lowered our target fund balance from 35% to 30%. You see that right beside it to the right? If we did that, we'd be right at $5.8 million excess that we'd have available to spend. Come on down here to this second row to the left. If we lower it to 25%, you would have $8.972 million. And then if you get real risky, okay, or real aggressive, whatever the right word is, and you want to lower it from 35% to 20%, you'd have $12.15 million. Okay, it looks like Commissioner Rebholz may have a question.
What is the budget number you're using?
For expenditures?
Because the 8.3%, we use $59,345.52.
It's 59 million.
59 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 59 million times 0.35 is 20.
Okay.
770.
I use the updated budgeted number. And our new 63 million and something.
So you're using a number that includes the COVID stuff.
Well, I'm following the definition.
She says that she means this year, the year that we're in.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But it was the budget that we approved was 59 million.
No, the budget you approved for the newer year is 63 million and something. And so that's the number that becomes the denominator.
Then backing up the 8.3%, okay, I see what you mean.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Right. So we good with this page? Any questions about this page?
Well, let me weigh in on this just a minute. I always thought when we were talking about fund balance, see that, it just says fund balance. There's 3 fund balances that you have defined here, which I don't have a problem with. I think we've always talked about available fund balance. That's the words that I have always heard. I have never heard unassigned fund balance used in this context, nor spendable fund balance used in this context. It's always been described as all the money, which is available fund balance. Now, I want to point out something to you and ask you if you will rework this sheet for present conditions, because we know that revenues are up, and there's probably another couple $1 million in here that we're not seeing.
So I can try that. I have to make a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, you have to do
I
estimating.
have to
and I don't have a problem
estimate
with that.
revenues, I have to estimate expenses, I have to estimate the taxes receivable at the end of the year, all other receivables at the end of the year. And Commissioner Rebholz asked me for that a couple weeks ago. And I will try to find time to do my best to get you that number. I do feel like with the year we're having, unless, the floor completely falls out underneath us the last 6 months, we're going to add to fund balance again this year.
Yeah.
A couple or 3% probably. But let's look at what it is.
I'm thinking a couple of million. Well, 3% of 70 million is 2 million.
It's going to be 2 or 3 million.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple of million.
Okay. So, having said all that, I wanted to show you a quick picture of what our fund balance has looked like historically over the last 10 years. That is page 6 of your handout. So from between 2012 and 2021. And this is unassigned fund balance. Because anytime you ask me, I'm going to tell you about unassigned fund balance because that is really what's available. I mean, I'm going to take you for your word that you're going to do the revow and we got to spend the money on the revow, and if you said you're going to put $500,000 towards broadband and you voted to do that, that's what you're going to do.
Was that the intent on the policy that was written, that version of fund balance, do you think?
Oh, I could show you that. It's interesting. Let's look at this and I'm going to show you that. Okay, so you can see for 2021, it's up to almost 42%. That's higher than what we said we wanted it to be, 35%. So, I mean, I'm acknowledging to you that there's $2.some million there that we have to spend however we decide the best way to spend it is. And then, I've looked at the dips here. I didn't really go back before I came. I came in 16, and I can tell you the dip, like in 18, we paid cash for that whole radio tower system. Y'all remember that? That was a $2.some million project. We paid cash for that, so that's why you're seeing a dip there between 17 and 18. And then from there, we were at 27%. Not a bad fund balance, but honestly, you had a policy directing me to work towards 35%, and that's what I was doing. And we got there in 2020, we were right at it. And then I feel like I'm going to get some more numbers from the health department. I really feel like the main reason we jumped from the 34.8 in 2020 to the 41.8 is because of the COVID money supplanting the county dollars at the health department particularly. But we're going to get more information on that. Any questions about this while we have that here? Okay. So, now that we know that we've got a lot of fund balance, I wanted to see what our peer group had as fund balance. Okay? So, here's our peer group, page 7 of your handout. This is as of June 30th, 2020. Okay, the June 30th, 2021 information will not be published by the LGC until the summer. This information that I'm showing you right now came out in August of 2021 for the June 30th, 2020 information, so I would expect the 2021 information to come out in August of 2022. So based on this, they actually determine your peer group by population. Probably not the best way to do it, but that's how it's done currently. And you can see that, if I move it up, you see who our peers are. The lowest fund balance was 8.8 million or 18.69%. The highest fund balance was 35.9 million, which was Dare County at 54.37%. The average of all of our peers, including Beaufort County, was 35.05%. And if you compare that average with where we were at 35.68%.
That's spendable fund balance.
That's available fund balance.
Available fund balance.
The LGC, they look at available fund balance. And I think the reason they do that is because they don't back out the internal constraints, because I guess they say you as a board, you can reverse that maybe. They look at available fund balance. And then the median, lo and behold, Beaufort County was the median. See that 35.68? Go up and look at our percentage, 35.68. So we were the median of our peer group. We were right there in the middle of the group on fund balance.
Make sure everybody understands median.
Okay, so median is when, if we've got 19 people in the peer group, you order them, and then the one that falls smack in the middle, it was Beaufort County. That's the median. Okay?
There's as many on one side as...
That's right. So we had 9 that were lower and 9 that were higher, and we were in the middle. That's the median. Okay. Any questions about that? So, what this tells me, our policy says 35%. The average was 35.05%. Our number was 35.68%. I think we're right there in the ballpark with everything at 2020. Okay. Like I said, that information I showed you, it will not be out until this summer. However, I'm on page 8. I had my staff accountant reach out to all those counties and get their numbers. She asked for their audit reports. I sat down with them. I know how to calculate available fund balance. I know how to calculate unassigned fund balance, looking at their balance sheet. So I calculated those numbers. There were, 7 folks or 7 counties that didn't have their reports available. So this is how we match up at June 30th, 2021 with the counties that have reported. The lowest was 8.7 million, highest 53.29 million, again Dare County. The average was 23.2 million, the median 24 million. And then I think it's more prudent to look at the percentage of fund balance available of expenditures, which the average was 43.73 and ours was 45.07. Okay, so we were just 1-point-some% ahead. So not only did our fund balance go up to in the 40-some%, everybody else's did. We were right there with them still. I had a feeling we would be, because everybody got all the same COVID kind of money. Okay, and then the median, lo and behold, Beaufort County is the median once again. Actually, we had an even number, so I had to average the 2. I think it was Beaufort County, and who is the 45.04? Pasquotank? Yeah. Both of us ended up being the middle, so I averaged the 2 to get the median. Any questions about that? Oh, and then because I believe in looking at unassigned, I added the last 2 columns to get the unassigned fund balance, dollars and percentages there. But the LGC, they look at available fund balance. Okay? So, having said all that, we know what our policy is. We know you can vote to change our policy if you think it's appropriate. I tried to find if there was any guidance out there for what percentage it should be. Okay? I happen to know the Local Government Commission in the past has really never given local governments any guidance on what their number should be. They will sit there and tell you, you need to look at your local government, whether you're a county or municipality, are you prone to natural events? Are you prone to revenue loss? All these different things, and you need to kind of assess that and come up with your own appropriate level of fund balance. However, when I went on the Governmental Finance Officers Association website, this is the national organization, and brought out their best practices, okay? They do give an opinion on an appropriate level of fund balance, and I'm going to show it to you. So as far as the GFOA and appropriate level of fund balance, they say the adequacy of unrestricted, page 10, if you want to follow, page 10. I'll give you a second to get there. The adequacy of unrestricted fund balance in the general fund should take into account each government's own unique circumstances. For example, governments that may be vulnerable to natural disasters, more dependent on a volatile revenue source, or potentially subject to cuts in state aid and/or federal grants may need to maintain a higher level in their unrestricted fund balance. Articulating these risks in a fund balance policy makes it easier to explain to stakeholders the rationale for a seemingly higher than normal level of fund balance that protects taxpayers and employees from unexpected changes in financial condition. Nevertheless, GFOA recommends at a minimum that general purpose governments, regardless of their size, maintain an unrestricted budgetary fund balance in their general fund of no less than 2 months of their regular general fund operating revenues or regular operating expenditures. So we're looking at 2/12, which is 16.67%. They're saying at a minimum you should not have less than 16.67%. Okay. And then I told you that I've really never seen the LGC give a recommendation on the level of fund balance. However, I did find something recently that was published. I don't know where my sheet is. Give me a second to find it. It's a long sheet. Does anybody got a long sheet that's folded over? I don't know where mine's at. Let's see if it's in here. Page 16. Oh yeah, I found it. Okay. Let's check that out. So the LGC just recently published this. Can we see that? Melissa, can we switch it over, Melissa? There we go. The LGC just recently published this, and basically, without reading it, what they're saying is, we no longer think that grouping your peers by population is really the best way to do it for benchmarking. So what we're going to start doing is we're going to look at it by expenditure levels. And they really only have two groups. If you look over here to the left, they have counties that have expenditures below 100 million and counties that have expenditures above 100 million. And they've actually put some fund balance minimum thresholds in there. And the way I read this, and I may be wrong, y'all tell me if you interpret it a different way. I think the LGC is now saying if your general fund expenditures are below 100 million, which ours are, then your minimum fund balance as a percentage of expenditures should be 20%, which is 2.4 months of operating cash.
Are there counties that have a Powell bill?
I don't think so. I don't know why that says that. It should all be municipalities.
I don't know of one.
I don't think so either. That should be municipalities only. So, having said all that, if we're thinking about, 35% is too high for our fund balance, you're comfortable with lowering it based on what I've seen, 16.7% and 20% are the numbers I've seen from the LGC and GFOA on the bare minimum, you don't want to go below, and I'm gonna say we don't want to go below 20%, because you can see over here in these comments where they say, each grouping category has its own minimum threshold. If you are in the lower quartile of your fund balance percentage, you might be considered that might be considered a performance indicator of concern, and you might be asked to communicate to us. So,
Yes, let me ask a question.
in other words, we don't want the LGC telling us our fund balance is too low and we got to communicate with them.
Do you know how many counties are on the watch list? Davie County should be on the watch list based on what's presented here.
They actually have on their website, they've actually taken over the books of about 5 municipal governments. One of them might be like a sanitary water and sewer district, but they do have a watch list, and I'm not sure who's on it. All I know is we're not on it, which is a good thing, and we don't want to get on it.
Commissioner Richardson, don't you remember many years ago, it seems like we had this discussion, and it seems to me like the conclusion came to 25%, and I think we just bumped it to 35%, and that became the policy.
Yeah, that's true. It's moved around. It hasn't been at
right. But I remember a long debate as to, well, what do we need to keep, and this was probably the best explanation I've heard.
Well, this is a good explanation. You got to keep in mind, it says as of the end of June, you still have to operate the county about 4 months before you get very much revenue coming in. So, that looks like free money, but it's really not.
Cash flow is a major concern. So like if I were to calculate our fund balance today, it would probably be 70 or 80%. But we just got all of our tax money in. And now we've got to get through between now and the end of the year with small amount of revenue coming in. We'll still get our sales tax in, but we're going to still have all the expenditures. They annualize out to be about the same amount each month. So that's why really fund balance is only calculated one time a year. It's at the end of the year, after the 4 months after the close of the year, when you know all of the numbers and you can have a really good amount of confidence in the calculation. I'm happy to try to estimate and give you what I think it will be at June 30th, 2022, but there's going to be a lot of assumptions, and I'm going to say it's a somewhat educated guess, but it's going to be a guess when I do it.
One thing you can't guess is the sales tax. Right now we're doing exceptionally well with sales tax.
That's right.
Next year we could be. I think Mr. Richardson was here when the year that we was in bad shape financially. Wasn't you here?
Well, I think I was on here when we got down to, I forget what it was.
Yeah.
But, and what you do, if you get into bad shape, and we're not close to bad shape, is you just go to the bank, borrow money, raise the taxes next year.
And let me ask you one other question, Anita. I was looking at some of our peer groups here, and some of them I know because I've been in this county. Right. They have a lot more debt than we have, and they still in some of the. For example, look at Bladen County, and then their fund balance is larger than ours. What happened if you? And I think I'm gonna get back on what he said. If we would cut it down to 20%. I mean, that's kind of risky with times like they are now. But the other thing about it is when you cut it down to 20% and people come back and all of a sudden you have a disaster, and you either got to borrow the money or raise taxes. You can only raise taxes during your budget time? Once a year. So the other option is borrowing money. So I would kind of be afraid. I agree with you 100%. I would be afraid to go. I may would look at 25% because or 30 because we don't know what's going to happen after all this free money stop flowing.
I weapons sport going below 30%, but you got to understand, I'm looking for a 10% decrease in ad valorem taxes this year, and it's justified.
Were you looking for a 10% decrease when you thought it was 35 million, or are you looking for a 10% decrease now that you know?
No, based on these numbers, I knew about how it was going to play out when I said 10%. I mean, I've been through fund balance before.
I didn't say you had, but I was wondering, you kept hollering it out. You kept hollering at your opening this morning that we had 35%. I mean, 35 million.
35, yeah.
Yeah. Now we know we don't have 35 million.
Well, you had 34 million based on available fund balance is what I was working on.
That's
so
right.
My numbers still work. So you guys can massage it however you want to, but the money is there for a 10% reduction in ad valorem taxes this year and still maintain better than a 30% fund balance.
So what I would caution about that approach is that anytime you spend down fund balance, and I can show you that in the GFOA best practices and local government commissions literature, you want to make sure 100% positive that it's not recurring.
That's right.
Because you will get yourself, I mean, you threw out the idea of a rebate. I don't know how.
Rebate taxes.
You can't rebate taxes, but that would be a one-time if we could legally do that.
Lowering the tax rate for the county 10% for the year. And when I tell people, if the revenue doesn't come in, it can be raised. Everybody understands tax rates go up and down. The important thing is giving this money back to the taxpayers. It is their money.
One of the other, if you'll look at your existing fund balance policy, one of the other pieces of that is you address fund balance above the percentage that you've said.
Yeah, I have that up. If I could get Melissa to bring it up, we can look at it.
Yeah, and in that policy, it directs you on how you use that money when it's over what your projected was. And it reads that you will use that to pay down debt and to do away with things like that. Melissa, can you pull the...
If you could go back to the projected
There you go.
document.
Thank you.
I'm back on page 3 on your policy, and this is exactly where I was headed next. I think we were thinking just alike, Mr. Manager. But if you look at item 2, it really tells us that, to the extent that our general fund balance exceeds the 35%, the balance may be utilized with the board's approval to fund approved capital projects or pay down outstanding debt. Now, I'm not saying you can't modify this policy to something different, but right now, we've got 40-some% fund balance. It's over the 35%. So if I'm following your policy, I'm looking at debt first, and we just refinanced everything. I mean, we've got a 1.17% rate on our bond. It might as well be 0. Doesn't make sense to take cash and pay that off. So next after that, we say we're going to look, do we have any capital needs that we could set that money aside to pay for those? And I think we've even heard today that we do have capital needs. And I've got some thoughts that I jotted down about those as we were going along through the presentations this morning. Just got to get my hands on it. Just give me a moment. And here's that document. So right now, unless you come back and change your policy and reduce the 35% to 25 or 30%, I'm going under the assumption we have $2.6 million excess. Remember I showed you that? That's what we have in excess right now. And some of the potential ways that we could spend that down would be a capital reserve for future capital expenditures, whether it be county facilities, the college, or schools. We know that we're talking about building solid waste mega sites, and that fund probably now, solid waste fund probably has about $400,000 to $500,000 in fund balance. You could certainly borrow the money to build those. You would be looking at a pretty substantial increase in the annual solid waste fee to support that debt payment. Or you could use some general fund money, fund balance, to, help pay for those sites. Also, county buildings, we set up that reserve where we dedicated a penny or about $600,000 for maintenance of county facilities. As I recall off the top of my head, it needed to be 2 pennies. So that's another area where you could set aside funds for facility improvements. And then, we heard the college say this morning they got some large roofing projects coming up. They have a boat building facility that's going to be $650,000 more than they anticipated. Hope the state will pay for that, but we may have to kick in some money on that. And then, the schools, for me, I still try to get a handle on their capital needs. It's always, a big number. It always seems to increase from year to year. So, and then the other thing I wanted to throw out there, and Jennifer, the risk manager, kind of teed this up a little bit for us earlier in her presentation, was I think there's a real opportunity for us to go not fully self-insured with our workers' comp, but at least partially self-insured with our workers' comp and save quite a bit of money. For example, we did this at the city about 10 years ago, and they have, believe it or not, a similar number of employees, a similar amount of payroll as we do. And this is rough numbers. I wouldn't want you to hold me to it, but I did talk to their finance officer last night to get the numbers of what's going on with their workers' comp fund now. But basically, what happened was they were paying about $300,000 a year in premium to the league, like we pay to the association, to be fully insured for workman's comp. That means if somebody gets bitten by a dog and needs to go get, I don't know, stitches or a tetanus shot, and it's a $200 office visit, then the league pays for that. They process that claim, they pay for all that. If you go partially insured, what you would do is you would want to look at your history of claims. And for me, I'd want to look at the last 5 years, because that's when we started a safety program, was 5 years ago when Jennifer was hired. And then also we've done a lot of things in the last 5 years to reduce our exposure for workers' comp claims, like the AMI meters. We no longer have meter readers out there getting bitten by dogs. We no longer have them out there falling in holes, breaking ankles, spraining ankles, and things like that. And then in EMS, we have electric stretchers to prevent the back injury. So I think there's a real good opportunity for us to review the claim history, say, okay, on average, and I'm just throwing a number out there, but it's going to be pretty close. We're paying $50,000 a year in these small little claims that come up. If we're willing to pay that out of our pocket and put a stop-gap or a stop-loss policy in that covers the major accidents that might happen, and the premium on that, then I think instead of paying $300,000 a year for workers' comp, we can probably get it down to $100,000 or $150,000 and save about half.
That's basically what we're doing in the medical for the jail.
Yes. Yeah, same kind of concept. It would require a large set-aside of fund balance in a workers' comp fund. The only way I would feel comfortable doing that is if you put a couple of large claims, the value of that. Let's say our stop-loss policy ends up being $500,000, which is a lot, don't get scared, but at the city it's $600,000. So when we did it at the city, we paid all the claims, the small doctor's visits and everything, but if we had a large claim that hit $600K, that's when that stop-loss insurance would kick in, and we'd have to pay on each incident up to the $600K. Well, we automatically set aside $1.2 million in a workers' comp reserve in case for whatever reason we had 2 large claims hit us at one time. And then what you do is, moving forward, that savings that you have from the reduced premiums, you take that and you can, move that to that workers' comp reserve to build that fund up until you're comfortable that, we've got plenty of money in there. We can start using that savings we've created for ourselves in the general fund to pay for other things, or lower the tax rate, or do whatever we want with it.
The city continues to do it this way?
Yes, they've done it for about 10 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just looked it up before I got up here. They got about $900,000 in their workers' comp fund.
Has the 1.2 million set aside proved to be needed?
It's going from 1.2 to 900,000 is what they have in there currently. But they felt comfortable in stopping the set aside and using the savings that in the general fund to pay for other things. And it may get to a point where they need to supplant that reserve fund sum and send money back over there.
Well, I would still argue with a 30% fund balance that there's enough cash there to do all of the things that we want to do and still do the 10% tax reduction.
Wanted to look at that with you and maybe talk about that at another meeting. I did want to mention, I think that's all I have, actually. If y'all have any questions for me, I'll try to take those at this point.
I want to make one comment on the general fund policy. When I ran the first year, I went and spent some time with Paul Spruill and Jim Christman, and I asked him point blank, tell me what you feel comfortable with, what number should we be at? And from the manager's point of view, his minimum was 25%, but from the chief financial officer, it was 30%. And you got to realize the chief financial officer is the one that's got to make everything cash flow on a timely basis. But, I mean, these were two former employees that no longer had any ties. But I thought it was very good information that, 25 is the minimum, and, 30 is probably more comfortable.
Yeah, I agree with them. I would be comfortable at 25 to 30.
Yeah. So.
Because remember, in that 25 to 30, you have to back out the 8%. We have to keep that, and that would be included in whatever number we drop down to percentage-wise.
So our lowest cash balance month is going to be what, December? Or November?
Probably November or October, depending on how quickly we get the tax bills out.
Right. Well, yeah.
Yeah, most folks aren't paying. December they start paying.
Paying, okay. Can you get us some history on the cash balance for November, October, November?
You need the collections would be better.
No, I meant cash balance, because that's what we're working against.
No, but
Because that's when we dipping into the fund balance.
Yeah, but cash balance tells you what the cash balance is, and that can be complicated because you've got all of these adjustments to make to it. If you just take the revenue that comes in per month, then you've got it. You know what your revenue is. You don't care about the tax balance. I mean, the fund balance.
Well, I do, because she's got to pay something. If she's got to pay a bill, she's got to have cash.
But
that's the point. Not revenue.
That's revenue. You're looking at revenue, not cash balance.
Yeah, I'll put something up.
Okay.
I know what you want.
Yeah. I mean, what I want is when is
our lowest point for our cash?
Yeah. And that would probably would have to include that's been encumbered, I would guess.
That's what I'm saying. By the time you make all of these adjustments, like she's talking about, making these estimates, you have a meaningless number.
Could just let her do this?
No,
okay.
No, wait a minute.
I asked her for
the board is doing this. You can ask for anything you want to, but what I'm trying to tell you is you're asking a nonsensical question that's going to give you a nonsensical answer when she answers it, because she's going to qualify it 87 ways from Sunday. The big question is, when you send out tax bills, how long is it, and what's the curve on the revenue that's coming in, because that's what you're spending and using to cover yourself. Now, you can do it that way if you want to, but you're going to have an answer that doesn't mean anything.
I think what I can do to maybe satisfy both of you is if I actually look at our cash flow month by month for every month of the year, and you can see when our revenues are high and our expenses are pretty consistent unless we have a large debt payment. And then you can see the dips, the ups and the downs, and when we're the lowest and when we're the highest. Don't you think that'll work, Commissioner Richardson, if I do it that way?
However y'all want to do it. I know the number I'm going to be looking at, and I think you'll give that to us, is the revenue, because that's what counts.
Okay, I think we're at a closing point, and anything, Katie or Brian, before tomorrow morning? We'll reconvene at 8:30. So everyone have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.